be like open about thinking about everything, you know. Usually players, they're thinking only about themselves.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I mean, you mentioned sometimes you have to give them a hero so that they understand, but if it's a competitive environment, it's a best of 3, you can very easily be thrown out of the tournament. I mean, sometimes you have to tell them no, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. You need to have this strong voice that's gonna decide, you know, that's gonna take responsibility, because it's easiest way to like listen to everyone what they want and give them, and then you don't have obligation. I mean, you don't have like this. How do you say, like?
Yeah, it's not your fault if things go wrong. Yeah, makes sense.
You don't have this responsibility, basically.
Did you ever try the classic? Oh, I accidentally banned that hero.
Oh, actually, it happened to me. Like my team wanted to pick anti-mage, and I ban anti-mage, you know, and I'm the hater of the anti-mage, and they flame me, you know. But I'm like, sorry, guys, you know. And
happens to the best.
We won this game, you know.
So you're still keeping the story that it was an accident, right?
It was an accident, guys.
Okay, Milan, you had moments like that?
No, I just tell him no. He says, I want to play this era, and I look at him in the eyes and say, no.
I guess, yeah. This is a way also, like, but you also need to like make players happy to feel good, you know. If they don't feel good and you give them something against their will, they're just gonna play bad, you know.
I mean, that's the responsibility of the captain, right? And you have to listen to him. But overall, as you're gonna see soon, behind the stage there is a countdown, so we're gonna be going there right now. Gus. Brat je rekao Team A.
Dobro.
od... brate. Kakve budale, brate.
Domaćin.
And we are back with our teams. They've taken their seats. They're in the lobby, and very soon they're gonna be getting themselves into the action. This is where the nerves start, guys, or this is where they end. How is it for you? When you go on the stage, do the nerves disappear, or do they start tingling?
Depends on the stages of my career. I think at the beginning, definitely I needed the first game to go through. Like every tournament, every first game, I would be super nervous. Like the night before and at the game. But as long as the game one is done, like it all just disappears.
What if you lose?
It doesn't matter. I just need this first game to be done, and then I'm like playing at home. Like everything's.
Basically, for me, it was like these first minutes of the game, you know, like minutes. First game, like always, like crucial, and like after this, I'm just chill. But usually, like it starts getting like start getting nervous before the game starts. You know? For me, it was not like light before and stuff, but only like when game is starting and you feel like pressure.
Did you ever play with a player who could just never perform on stage?
Yeah, I did. I did play with I think two of them. They were just like it was same like for me, but it would just go on for a whole tournament. And, I tried to help them, try to tell them like it's okay, it doesn't matter, play like it's pub, because people perform the best when they play like super comfortable, but they just couldn't.
That's why they're removing the shoes, you know, so they feel like they're at home. They're trying to make in their head like we're at home without shoes and stuff.
Okay, we are getting a close-up here. This is what your hands will look like if you play Dota every day for 20 years, because this is what this guy has been doing.
Shout out to Viking coach Victor, or Victor, how we call him.
Yeah.
He has been playing Dota for at least 10 years. Every day. Not every day, but
Yeah.
most of the days.
Yeah, that is true. He has gone to many LANs like this. We had similar LANs, you know, where you get...
Not this magnitude, but
Yeah.
kind of this team-wise.
Yeah, in terms of teams, right? Where you get players who aren't really playing competitively, but super high MMR, they come together and then they play. And I mean, you could say that he's bringing definitely a lot of experience in that regard. I don't know, let's say if Weeha has played a lot of tournaments like this, where everybody just smashes together and it's not like a tier 1 team getting it.
I don't know, Vika came into the scene, he's like being ranked 1 pop star. His first team was Team Secret?
No, there was one team with Miracle, right?
Like Balkan Bears.
Yeah, Balkan Bears,
This
yeah.
was like a mini stepping zone, but his real first team was like a epic team.
Dude, that Balkan Bears team, that was insane, right?
Yeah, it was like a
Yapsor,
playground.
Miracle, Weeha.
Playground for the future superstars.
Yep.
Who else was in there?
Yabzor, Viha, Miracle, and some guys that didn't make it.
You think so?
Yeah, maybe one more, but I don't remember. But yeah, it was a good team for this.
Yeah, so back in the
Coming
day.
talents.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned Weeha and how he got picked up by Secret, and during that time I think Miracle got picked up by OG, right?
Yeah, they were like rank 1 and rank 2, and basically Puppy and No Tail, whatever, they were fighting for them. Like they were fighting who's gonna pick which
Phygital fighting?
No.
It was the first time that they took players from like leaderboard, right? Like
Yeah.
these teams, because it was like traditional, like you need to have like not connection, but these old players. who
In-house
don't-
leagues, right?
Yeah, yeah. They will take like, oh, I know this guy is good, and like
Need
some.
to test
Yes,
and
stuff
whatnot, but the Miracle and Vika, they were like on pair of changes. They're just too good. They're just like no testing. They're better than everything.
Like Zlatan Ibrahimovic, you don't play test games.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
how Miracle and like Vika, they don't play test games. You know, they just come and join the team.
Anybody like that currently on the scene? Is there a top player that is not in a top team at the moment?
Ooh, that's a question for Milan.
Think-
He's maybe recruiting some
think
players
some
before him as a coach.
CIS players, like I think first name that comes to my mind is Darkhorn. I think maybe he's not type on the level of Miracle or Vika at that point, but he definitely on this tournament he would definitely be the best player by far, and he has no team. No anything.
Okay, okay. Either way, this is the highest ranking player, one of the youngest players as well. I don't think he is the youngest. How do you think he's going to be performing? Because yesterday we saw a lot of frustration from Edson.
Yeah, we spoke to him. He's 20 years old, but it feels like he's even younger. He's so how do you say it? He's so pure.
Yeah.
You can tell that this is like a kind of big experience for him.
Yeah, I guess it's like first probably event like this for him, like for sure. Like there is like pressure for sure, but booked up like experienced coach, you know. We saw him like told to him, giving him some advices. Even now we saw he's doing some breathing exercises, which is really good. Can help you like.
But also he's playing with Admiral Bulldog, Pilot Eye. Yeah, Bulldog played a long time ago, but he is experienced. He
Yeah.
played at the biggest stage, at the grand finals of TI. He knows what is the peak of pressure.
But can that be pressuring for you, right? I'm playing with these superstars.
No, I'm sure it's like a benefit. Like
Okay.
if Bulldog sees him and like sees him tilting, he'll say, "It's okay. There's these moments where you're gonna do bad moves. You're gonna do something, but you just need to like recover, like breathe deep, and go on."
LeBron, is this mid lane definitely going to be like the deciding factor, right? If Madsen can perform and push back Weehai, is that going to be enough to win versus Nigma?
I mean, I think Matsun really need to perform today for Vikings to beat Nigma. Even though they beat them in the upper bracket, I feel like Nigma Galaxy is a favorite for me in this matchup. And he need to really step up these games and prove that he is like, you know, high MMR best player in this team.
I mean, you guys told me that Puck and the Dragonite are not that strong any longer. What's happening?
We said these two heroes are nerfed, and it will be interesting to see how teams treat them. But these are also quite signature heroes of Madsen, so I think it. Yeah,
They're
basically-
targeting him, man.
I mean, basically, Dragonite for me is still the strong team. I mean, the players, hero, sorry. Like, his damage on ultimate got nerfed, you know. In the end, it's gonna be 30 damage less, but still, it's a strong hero, you know.
For
It's a-
them, it's different because they have a mid laner that is signature for him. A lot of teams they just play it on carry, or their mid laner can take it sometimes. But if both of your mid and carry can play it, it kind of grows the value of the hero.
I mean, yeah, it's good if you can flex it, but it's not like hero like before. You can just first pick it, right? You don't want to first pick it, but maybe on 18, 17 pick you can go for it.
You see now what does the Vikings do? So either Invoker, Wind Ranger, or Centaur is going through for Nigma Galaxy.
And they're gonna be Centaur in the pool as well.
Yeah, Centaur, Invoker, or Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
I
Pick the Invoker. I want to see the Invoker,
I
right?
think Vika played it once and they lost, so
But,
maybe they wanna let it through.
So let's say they let the Invoker through. What does Madsen take versus Invoker?
Is Primal okay?
Nah.
Not on lane, but in general.
I mean,
think-
Primal is always okay in general, but I think maybe Void Spirit? Or...
Does he play Ember?
Yeah,
You
but
can play Ember, right?
yesterday, after yesterday's game where he went, I think, 1-9 on Ember.
we know Pain is traditionally good against Invoker, right?
I mean, that kind of 50-50. I think the new Invokers that I saw, I played a lot with La, he would buy like first item Atos and he would 100-0 pop.
But at least on the first 2-3 levels, you are going to be crushing him. Maybe that's what he needs.
But
So
they want the Timber. So Invoker
Wind
or
Ranger
Centaur.
I think Centaur. Yeah, I think Centaur.
Because it's... They have one more ban only in Vikings. So next stage you're gonna get either Bat, Wind, or Invoker for Vika. You don't have to prioritize this hero. So you can just take Centaur for mind control and also take it away from Admiral Bulldog.
In general, Centaur is really good against Admiral Bulldog hero because we saw he played Doom. Centaur is really good against Doom.
Yep.
Against Darkseid as well, it's good.
I hope Vikings pick up their hero in next 10 seconds.
They lost so much time.
Because if not, then no, not that they lost so much time. They knew, everybody
Yeah.
knew, everybody in this hall knew that they got first pick Centaur. So, you know,
I mean, I will pick Mars,
I will-
but I don't know if Underdog Bulldog can play Mars.
yeah, Mars for pose 3 or TA for pose 1, but I think we're gonna end up seeing like Warlock maybe.
In Warlock, what about Dark Willow?
I mean, Dark Willow is fine every game.
Yeah.
I think this can also be.
Okay, that's good. That's great. I think this hero got nerfed a bit, but overall concept is still the same. They won third game against Nigma Galaxy in upper bracket with this hero. The lure still works on the
Centaur Stampede, yeah.
Stampede, and later on you can combine with Nico Baby range heroes. They banned the TA. So I would, well, personally, I would have loved them pick TA and then combine it with
Naga.
Naga, Taskar, or Treant maybe for our brother bro. You know,
I think the problem is the hero pools of Bulldog and Madsen, and then you cannot first pick Nico Babies here. I think out of the 3 cores, he's probably like the most versatile one. And then if you pick his hero first, you're gonna be in trouble, right?
yes and no, because like I think Matson, we highlighted the mid matchup. He needs to have last pick. So you just tell him, brother, you're gonna be getting over last pick. You have to
Step up, huh?
Step up, get a little bit out of your comfort.
But you know, if you give him last pick, that means his hero pool totally gonna be banned. And playing on the stage, like high stake game, loser bracket final, like we're playing for
Step
the
it up,
finals.
bro.
Time to
You
step
need-
up,
yeah,
bro.
I mean, I know. Just saying, like, usually in my teams, like a lot of carry players, they will be scared of Centaur. They will not like to play against it. So carry players, in my opinion, they don't like to play against Centaur.
Well, we got a Ringmaster. We talked a lot about this hero, and you guys were always mentioning that you think it's underpicked. So as
Yeah.
we're getting towards the end of the tournament, I think the teams are kind of figuring out that this hero is big at the moment.
Overall, this support duo is pretty solid. You know, they got saves, they got disables, they got lane push. They're decent in lanes. They do pretty much everything. You see 2 supports being picked up by Nigma Galaxy. Probably.
This is expected. Like we saw this combination.
Do you think?
Centaur
I
and
kind of feel like it was a better band than the Pudge, right?
I mean, Viha
Depending what they're gonna pick.
Patch is good, you know.
Because
Like they won a lot of games. And like you said, yeah, depending on the pick.
I'm just interested what they're gonna pick for Nico Baby. Like, is it just gonna be the Weaver?
So you're pretty sure that Madsen is getting the last pick, right?
What about Abaddon? Like Abaddon is in the pool and it's kind of denied pick for the Nigma on the 18.
Nagato Task. Scary.
Maybe Naga Abaddon not good lane.
Scary now if Admiral Bulldog picks up like this Darkseid or Doom and Yavar gets to pick like TV or like other range hero counter, they might just demolish the lane. Like Admiral Bulldog needs to pick some.
So what's an offlaner that can do well versus this? Are you still okay with them going for a Mars?
I mean, Mars would be perfect. Mars, he's like not great, not terrible at lane. He's gonna survive with Ringmaster. They're gonna go with.
Who's gonna go for
I mean,
the
we spoke about it. He's gonna pick his hero. That's just life. Hopefully, he can perform on this duel better than yesterday. And now, I'm pretty sure it's Nico Baby, and that it's gonna be Weaver. Or
I mean, Weaver is with Naga is strong for sure.
What about Gyro?
I mean, Gyro. I would personally prefer Gyro. No, to go for Corp. Maybe it's a bit flex. Nico Baby can play
I
Corp.
mean, this is Matson's best hero, you know. So he just wanna play Queen Open, Queen
but
Open, you know.
Now we're
He
gonna.
had tough games, you
Now
know.
you're gonna get packed in your face.
Yeah, but
No,
he
it's
don't
banned.
It's bad.
Yep.
It's well done.
and he don't care about counters, I believe.
Ember.
Like he's this kind of a player on Queen of Pain.
Yeah, but it's also Ember is even worse. Like he's gonna have fine lane versus co-op, then you're gonna get chained, then you're gonna get Muerta spells on you, or you're basically just gonna die.
I mean, he gonna buy blade mail, he gonna do his thing.
I mean,
so.
he's gonna have like I think it's the better way for them.
Yeah, for sure.
Like to put Matsu in the spot, because he was not gonna punish Vita in the lane anyway.
Yeah, this is good for sure, because you're gonna give last pick to the Nico Baby, and Nico Baby is the guy that need to carry this team.
Yeah, we'll see what the last pick is going to be for him. I kind of feel like we all agree that this is going to be an Ember. You're not going to be picking a Bat. You're not going to be picking an Invoker most likely. So the thing that is left that he has played the most is the Ember Spirit.
Ember, yeah, very likely. I'm just not entirely sure about this Invoker co-op because there's a lot of Sunstrike setup and whatever. I think, yeah. I think like the player has this different, like the player who plays Invoker a lot has a little bit of different understanding than us, maybe more in depth. So I'm really happy to see Vika Invoker on stage.
Yeah, for sure.
It's gonna be fun.
Both the Invoker and the Emperor can actually cancel the TPs when Naga is going for a sleep TP out. So that's a cool thing.
Cataclysm is gonna be epic, you know, with the Centaur and Muerta, like later she buys Gleipnir, like it's gonna be really cool.
You see body language from Vikings coach. He don't feel good about draft, maybe, huh?
I didn't see.
He was like worried, you know, in his face, like.
No, maybe it means like we're gonna destroy them, right? Do you understand?
Okay, we'll see about
So
that.
we need a hero for Yavar and for Nico Baby.
Yeah, and a lot of carries getting banned. Like, I was thinking about Medusa on this 18 instead of Invoker against Doom. Abaddon is removed because it's high contest from both teams.
So first Yavar versus the Doom. Medusa TP will be the bans.
What about Windranger? He played it yesterday. With Tusker on the lane can be annoying, like a lot of damage, even if you go with drinking bodies, right?
I think Windranger is a pretty good carry right now with the Tusk. As you said, he can buy Lincolns too. There's not many disables on the Viking side. He's kind of elusive, yeah.
So what do we have? Like Windranger, Weaver, Gyro. Gyro got banned.
I think Yavar is gonna go for Weaver. Yeah. Because
He's kind of deny pick, right?
I mean, it's not only the deny pick, but his best game yesterday was on Weaver. Weaver seems like a really good hero in this tournament.
Guys, LeBron, you've been asking for a Faceless Void. I mean, I see a Faceless Void here.
Yeah,
Nico
I mean,
Baby, Shark, you know.
It's a really good
his signature
Void
as well.
game, but first he's greedy, second he's gonna get demolished in lane.
Yep, and he's playing in team with the Doom, right?
Yeah.
Maybe this Doom can go with auras, you know. This Doom can buy like Crimson, Pipe, I don't know, like buy all auras, be super useful. I don't know if you want to play Doom like this.
Anything else that you see? Like a troll, maybe? Not good.
I mean, I think the best pick by far for Vikings is a Shadowfiend. I'm just not sure if they put it's a super good lane with Naga. They can win the lane. In the game is, as we called in my teams, I called it a forbidden combo. Whenever you give enemy Naga plus SF, it's really, you know, you messed up in the draft.
I think Nature's Prophet is strong on the mid, but I'm not sure on the carry. Like on the mid lane, it's super strong breaking the game. On the carry, it's kind of different.
What about dealing with the waves on the side of Nigma Galaxy? Are they good with that?
Yeah, I mean, whenever you have Invoker, he kind of buys travels and pushes out 2 waves at once. So
Everyone is good, like even supports.
Okay, so why the Nature's Prophet then?
I mean, Nature's Prophet, just range hero, good with Naga lane, and overall, I feel like when in doubt, Nature's Prophet or Gyro. That's one of the heroes that's always solid.
And like, you know, Sprout against Weaver can be annoying because if you're in Shakuchi and you're like under the sentry or whatever, if you Sprout him, he cannot go out. So he
He
basically...
needs to break Shukuchi.
Yeah, you need to use some ulti or break Shakuchi like with Quelling Blade, and it's not ideal. So, oh, there is some battle roar on the stage
Yeah.
in Vikings.
Yeah, we told them yesterday, like, Win is battle roaring every single time, you guys are not. And
They're implementing this, you know, strategy.
Exactly. So
Nice to hear.
we're contributing. Either way, though, I'm kind of seeing you guys leaning towards Nigma Galaxy. Is that true, or am I getting like the wrong impression?
I do lean to Nico Galaxy. I think they're a little bit a better team and they have slightly better draft. And B has playing Walker.
I feel like if Matson can have really good game, I think Vikings have a good shot this game.
Hey, I hope for the Madsen's sake, for today, that he performs. Win or lose for his team, I hope he performs.
Yeah, I mean, their draft looks solid, but I kind of have to be leaning towards Nigma. I feel like they got everything they wanted. And I think the responses from Vikings are solid, but I wouldn't say they're like perfect, right? Would you agree?
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally.
So how does this game go? What are the timings that they need, like, really quickly?
Vikings win in maybe 35 minutes.
Like, the Vikings needs to like build up a early lead so they can farm throughout the mid game. That's most important for them. If they get behind, it's gonna be hard to go to the late game.
Well, we are waiting for the game to start. We are getting into it at the moment. We'll see if our casters are going to be ready, and they are, so they're going to be picking it up from now on. Boys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Harry and the gang. We're going to be back in with Enigma Galaxy versus Vikings, the lower bracket finals. We are going to find out who will be going up against Win. It might be a rematch, it might not, but the question is, Tultras, how are you feeling about this one? For me, I mean, I see Isla on the Murtha, I see Weeha on the Invoker, I see a lot of comfort picks, and I see a great time starting off with Enigma side.
I can't help but agree with you. I really do think Enigma Galaxy have gotten everything that they have wanted in the draft. It doesn't really seem like there's too much of a threat against them. Even the Nature's Prophet versus Weaver combination, or rather matchup, while the Sprout is certainly going to be a factor that Yabor will have to play around, I don't think it's going to be that strong of a factor. You have the calling to drop down on top of that Sprout. You have the snowball for that disengagement. You have Weeha playing a hero that is a master controller. And you have the Centaur Borunner's workhorse. It really does seem like a bit of an outdraft.
We're going to have to really rely on Madsen actually getting a huge amount done over here if Madsen's able to snowball forward and win the lane versus Weeha. Not too hard of a time versus Starlight. As good as it is versus harassing out melee heroes, the second Isla makes his way over and is actually focusing his power on the Nature's Prophet, Nico Baby will be suffering from farm regardless. Not gone zone out two different heroes at the same time.
Not to mention, while Admiral Bulldog is playing a hero like a Doom, the Scorcher is usually a really good ability in the laning phase. It's not too good against the Weaver because Yabor can just use the Sakuchi and just create a bit of distance at that gap against both the Doom and the Ringmaster. Even Atuf is going to have a tough time landing his spells against a hero like the Weaver. This is going to be a bit of a difficult laning phase for Vikings. And while Madsen will need to do a bit of that heavy lifting, it's not as easy against the Invoker. Queen of Pain doesn't win this matchup outright. And going for some rotations, really, there's only one lane you can rotate into with those power runes. Let's see what Vikings can get done early on. You have the potential of that global teleportation play, even though the carry Nature's Prophet doesn't rotate as much than a mid Nature's Prophet does. Admiral Bulldog over on the bot lane. That's going to be first blood being drawn by Yabor. Nagato might just be traded out over here. He is hiding inside of those trees. The Tooth will trade him out, but in the end, this might just end up being a double kill. Yabor has another Sakuchi coming online, but he will decide not to go in for the chase. So overall, it will just be a 1-for-1.
We are falling low over here. Madsen running low on mana might be looking to put a bit more pressure on it in the second wave. And meanwhile, pressure goes out on top lane. Good stun as well from Mind Control. Times it well with the Ghost so that he will be taking more damage. Isla able to set up for a quick kill onto the Nature's Prophet. And although Doombringer comes in as a very natural counter to the Weaver, you also have to keep in mind if Nature's Prophet isn't picking up the farm, you're not in for a good time.
Really does seem like Enigma Galaxy are off to a good early game start over here. They're winning the CS exchange. You take a look at what Admiral Bulldog has been able to find. Only 5 CS. Even the carry Nature's Prophet has about 8 CS. Madsen is doing pretty well. I would say Madsen, and the mid laner from Team Win, they are, I think, the best players in the tournament as far as the mid players go. But Weeha is playing a hero that, as we saw in the previous few days, when you give him his Windranger, when you give him his Batrider, and now his Invoker, this is when things get dangerous, because even when Enigma Galaxy last played this Invoker, they didn't have any real setup for the Sunstrike, but still, Weeha was able to land the needle right on its mark.
I mean, that's just Weeha, right? That's Weeha to a T, always has been one of the best invokers we've seen over the past 10 years or so. Yabor, in the meanwhile, will be looking to try and keep Bulldog away. This is going to be a difficult matchup for the Doom in the pre-level 6 territory. That's why Atuf will have to stick around. Atuf as well, though, when his mana is this low, will be a prime candidate to be harassed up. Should they ever close the distance and get an Ice Shard plus Shikuchi in, then Bulldog is dead unless you do have the save available from the Ringmaster.
The tag team is a particularly devastating combination here. You have 2 attacks coming out by Yobber because of his Geminate attack, his passive. So that means the tag team will dish out 2 bonus attack damages. And Admiral Bulldog, sure, he's playing a hero that has some kind of sustain, but the Ringmaster isn't. Both of these 2 heroes can be taken down as Weeha continuing to do pretty well here on the mid lane.
With silence coming in, Mana's out, that's fantastic stuff. Weeha with the Quad Swex, remember, he doesn't need to worry too much about the Sunstrikes, but he does need to worry about the global presence that Nico Baby's coming in with. It's a good return kill for Nico Baby, even getting full solo experience. Twilight Dye's presence here is immaterial. Issa will be able to run away, but at the end of the day, it does feel like losing Matson might be worth more. Can they get instead of the low ground? No, not quite.
Matson is the one that is going to be making plays, making space for Vikings, and if he's falling this early on, it doesn't go too well. You take a look at Nigma Galaxy, a lot of their heroes can make plays early on. The Centaur, the Dusk, Isla, even the Weaver. So, Vikings don't actually have that durability, that versatility in their lineup.
So right now, staying away from the Ghost, wants to keep his spells there, but he has to be very careful. Now the silence will come through. The last right click's enough. Matson's going to be able to back off, and Twilight Dye, who's trying to keep pressure onto Weeha, will just close the distance. Nagato and Yavar are also having a slightly more difficult time, but as Twilight Dye takes tower aggro, maybe unnecessarily, the slow from Weeha comes in. They do have detection. Weeha runs away from it, will be able to keep himself nice, hale and hearty. In all of the meanwhile, it's the Centaur Warrunner who's having a relatively easy lane in the 1 versus 1 versus Nature's Prophet. He'll have to do a lot toucher to assuage some of this early pressure.
He can go for some auras, but I think leaving the Centaur Warrunner there is fine. I think for Nigma Galaxy, this early period on their offlane is just going to be spent farming up for their Centaur. There's really no amount of pressure he can create on the Nature's Prophet solo. You do need Isla up there, but right now, Vikings are creating some pressure, some concentration on that mid side. But what Vikings really do need to worry about is this bot lane, because Yobber is kind of out of control.
Well, out of control, but not in a good way, though. Right now, he's out of control of his hero, because he's just right-clicking everyone like, why is my bug not moving? Well, he's dead. Meanwhile, Human Pain comes forward. Weeha is being a major priority target right now for the Vikings, but with a fair coming out, the silence as well. What a turnaround from Isla. He was a fantastic piece in the game right before this one. Isla prioritizing an early Aghanim Scepter, was getting multiple 2-3-man fairs going up against the Phoenix players earlier on, and he's hoping to reach that same success again.
At the same time, Vikings are, by concentrating a lot of pressure on this mid side, they are forcing Nigma Galaxy supports to move into this position, leaving the Weaver solo as well. Going to slow down Yavar's farm. Admiral Bulldog has now recovered. He is actually ahead of the Weaver in terms of CS. And even Mind Control may be in a bit of trouble.
Do they have another net coming up off the cooldown soon? Twilight Dye has to be careful, because Isla so far has been the problem child for the Dire side. Invoker even keeping in, quick EMP to come forward. Nico Baby actually keeping himself away from the ghost with his trees. Mind Control is still alive, and as the Tooth tries to close the distance, he'll be missing out his dagger. Matson with a quick attempt at the Sonic Wave will only catch out the supports. It's Isla and Nagato who are under risk. Nagato already down, but the net on Weeha should be enough to now make this a pressured moment. Matson uses his blink over here, and that might lead to even more troubles. Weeha gets 1 kill. They do lose the Dominator creep, and with that, he might be losing this battle to Matson as well. With the Nature's Prophet threatening at the TP, he tries to change over targets to Atuf. It's not enough. At the end of the day, Vikings come out on top massively so, as in all of the chaos, they'll even get the Wisdom Rune.
That was a great turnaround that started off for Nigma Galaxy. They waited for their Stampede until the teleports came in, able to turn it around on towards Nico Baby. But Vikings still came out on top despite of that Sonic Wave only catching the one. I believe it's the Shrine of Wisdom exchange that is really going to hurt Enigma Galaxy more than anything else. Sure, the 2 more support kills that you were able to get is going to be a bit of a benefit to Vikings too, but really it's the discrepancy in the experience now that is really going to start snowballing Vikings in a position where perhaps they shouldn't be snowballing. Disengagement tool against that centaur in particular. When Mind Control and his allies come charging in at the back of that stampede, all Pylai really needs to do is pop the song and disengage. Maybe even set up for a potential counterplay coming in from that global teleportation, coming in from the Queen of Pain. The Ringmaster's Wheel of Wonder is also one of those, the panel talked about it. Ringmaster is under attack.
Not for you.
Yeah. And then popping that Wheel of Wonder can be a guaranteed way to actually encapsulate a lot of Enigma Galaxy's heroes.
Nakano has to be careful. So far, Enigma Galaxy has been making their supports hyperactive, but it has led to a lot of deaths as well. Matson on level 8 is very healthy, and as his Sonic Wave will catch 3, that's more than enough. Yalmer coming in does force him to back off, but it's Weeho who's the real problem. With an Ice Wall and the Cold Snap, they will trade 1 for 1, and where one player was getting maybe a bit too aggressive, it still sets up for Matson to fall into an error of his own design.
It was a great Sonic Wave, unfortunately. There just was no follow-up in that position, and all we had to go for was that little wraparound capture, the Queen of Pain. It's very difficult to blink out of the Cold Snap, particularly against the Crosswex Invoker. The interval for the freeze just disables your blink animation, and you can't get out of the trap that easily. And a killing spree going the way of Enigma Galaxy. Meanwhile, the Sonic Wave was used to just get the support, but Weeha, he's a confirmed kill here.
Fantastic Doom target over here. I'm surprised they're using the Wheel of Wonder, if I'm honest, but at the very least it does prevent anyone from TPing in too easily and facing them, so I guess it does make sense. Even so, getting the tier 1 tower after this would be just a cherry on top. And you know what? Why settle for a cherry when you can have the whole cake? A Fear and a Mind Control. Isla comes through to try and prevent them from diving. But Nico Baby can just TP in from behind. The Fear isn't enough from Isla. Matson now in pursuit. TP attempt will come through from the Muerta. It will be allowed to come through. And I have to say, Vikings, some really impressive rotations coming forward from this Nature's Prophet. Nico Baby is having a very good time.
The Centaur Mind Control used his Stampede to try and keep Weeha alive, despite of the fact that Weeha was doomed, had nowhere to go, and that meant that Mind Control didn't have the Stampede for himself. Vikings just got 2 core kills. They also got a tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, Nico Baby, he can farm up and also make these aggressive teleports. You take a look at the net worth. It's Matson at the very top. It's Admiral Bulldog at the 2nd place position, and then Nature's Prophet at the 3rd. Yabber is getting 3 farm, but you have to remember, he's playing a Weaver that doesn't have too many farming tools built into his hero. So this is going to be a slow build up for Enigma Galaxy, particularly as they're a bit behind.
I have to think of Bulldog Dream has been one of the more aggressive performances that we've seen. Wall, but Matson has just been a consistent piece. Even the Dagon now being used. Sniping down Isla.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This would have been a lot more casualties to potentially come through if Weaver had been picked up by the ultimate leader. Speaking of Yavar, is sitting on 4,600 net worth. He is 5th in the charts.
Yeah, it's really not a good look because Enigma Galaxy, despite them posturing as if they were trying to initiate for a kill, they weren't really going in. And Vikings are the ones who are making more consistent moves.
There is a counter play taking place. Multiple will guarantee the kill, but it's not able to respond to the amplified damage rune. Isla just yet there to follow up on the Matson. Matson's using the last few bits and pieces off his mana, but a single Scream of Pain is enough to get the job done. Meanwhile, top lane, Nico Baby farms away, and Yawer,
Dire's middle tower is under
he doesn't
attack.
really have anything to do. He doesn't have any space in the map where he can come through and comfortably take creeps right now.
He's gonna farm up for his Maelstrom, but this is Where I disagree, I mean, you take a look at what Nigma Galaxy went for in their series against Phoenix. They made that Desolator for Yawver, and that enabled him to pack a punch with his Weaver. This time around, you take a look at that Maelstrom. Is it really going to be enough damage against Vikings? I think not. They have a lot of control, but you have to remember they're playing a Quas Vex Invoker, and they're not playing with the Agent of Galeron Facet. So there's no Sunstrike, there's no Cataclysm, there's no big source of burst damage that you will have against Vikings that Nigma Galaxy had yesterday. So are they really going to be successful? I'm not too sure, because right now the tempo is entirely in favor of Vikings. They're able to take away so much map control, able to play around wherever they want, create pickoffs, and make Yawver's farming space a bit useless right now for Nigma Galaxy.
Meanwhile, Viaha is not being given any farming space over here either. Touchers, this is going from bad to worse. Nigma Galaxy now, like you said, without any real damage. Supports are feeling kind of useless as well. Isla can't really do much. Tusk can't get close enough to save anyone, and even if he does, it just feels like it guarantees his death on top of one that's going to fall. The Vikings are taking control of this game.
They may have already taken over this game 3 times. You take a look at this Dagon Matson. There's just so much magical damage coming in from his side. Level 4 Spheres gain, Sonic Waves, plus a Dagon means that he can reliably dish out around 1200, 1300 damage. And no one from Nigma Galaxy can sustain that.
But it's a valid point, and it's of serious concern. As much as I was thinking that, hey, Vikings, they don't have the tankiest players, so maybe the Maelstrom can still do a fair bit with the magical damage. You have to keep in mind, I mean, Quap does start to build up a little bit, especially if she decides to go for the Sanj and Kaya. Nature's Prophet as well will naturally be potentially building into some extra statistics with something like Hurricane Pike and stuff like that. Naga's obviously got the armor, so sneakily, these players become pretty resistant to physical damage quite quickly.
You might even have the capacity to build up some auras on Admiral Bulldog. I don't think he is going to go for that, but you still have, the space for it.
Getting ready to counterattack, but he jumps into a silence. That's a big problem. They're going to lose Bulldog before he can use his doom, and maybe this is the opportunity for them to respond. A quick tornado to creep Matson in the air as well, but a Spylight Eye can only hold him slow down Ria. Yawver doesn't want to engage. He's still worried about that big Sonic Wave combination. Even if Matson's getting lower and lower in mana, that needs to be dealt with if they want to re-engage. Matson simply doesn't have enough of the blue power to fight.
It's a good pick-off on Admiral Bulldog. I'm just wondering if it's enough. Because it was Yawver involved with that kill as well. All the while, Nico Baby continues to farm up. He is at the very top of that network chart. And I am getting a bit worried, particularly, you even take a look at Vihal's item, right? He's going for that Aghanim Scepter. He'll have those mini tornadoes being set up, which won't really amplify your burst damage capability. It's really something that you can ignore on Vikings, if I'm being honest.
And is there anything Mind Control can do over here to make things better is my question, because Mind Control, I mean, he is the only player with comparable farm to the top net worth with what the Vikings guys are coming in with. Right there, wonder combination. Matson will finish off Nagato with the help of a Tooth. I don't know how a Tooth gets that kill when the Dagon was being used, but maybe that one right click there.
Mind Control simply needs a pipe. They are in desperate need to create some kind of a buffer against all of that magical damage coming in from Vikings Maxon right now, as well as the Deuce. So without that pipe of insight, Nigma Galaxy simply can't fight. Remember, they drafted a great carry, but they didn't have the kind of shift from the laning phase to the early game that they would have liked to, and they should have got. So now they're kind of in a scrambled position to have some farm build up for some auras, have some build up for damage, have some build up for some control. And it's hard to actually build up 3 individual aspects of a successful team fight when you don't have enough farming space.
Sonic Wave news once again catching 2. They've been fantastic so far. Somehow Isla stays alive, but Nico Baby will be alive and nature will be able to finish him off. At the very least, Mia can thought his brother's brave as he picks up the bags of gold left behind by him, but all in the meanwhile, Nagato, as the fourth goal as well, this Dusk in particular is feeling incredibly, honestly, kind of useless. And
There's not much for the Dusk to do.
Yeah, exactly. Who are you going to save? How are you going to save? Is there counterplay coming in to prevent Vikings from continuing to chase you down? No, there's not.
It's not even entirely about the save, right? It's also about the initiation. Who does he snowball into? How does he use the tag team in a way to dish out damage against Vikings? Who is he going to capture with his shorts? It's just an impossible scenario for the Dusk. It's an impossible scenario for Isla as well, because the last time he played the Morta, at least Nigma Galaxy had a carry that was really formed up to be able to dish out damage. Right now, Yobber hits for about 120 physical damage, and that's simply not enough. And Yobber's damage problem isn't going to be fixed anytime in the next 10 minutes, because he's going for a Lincoln Sphere, and supposedly because he's afraid of the Doom on the other side. But is that going to help him survive against Maxim's Burst? I don't think so. I'm doing the maths in my mind each time, and there's no combination that allows Yobber to survive here. Unless you have a pipe. That is, I think, Mind Control has it now. You know, there is some safe capacity. But Mind Control needs to be present for whoever Madsen initiates the bond. And he's going to have to sacrifice his farm for that. So all in all, I do think that Vikings have the advantage. Now,
Radiant structures are fortified.
To defend this.
Fit for a queen. Radiant's bottom tower.
I'm not at this point, it feels like the best anti-siege mechanism you have is the dead shot is so free.
Radiant are scanning.
And not to mention, the Invoker is one of the best high ground defenders.
More than enough, we are trying to go in for the room, will be losing his life. And as much as we might talk about the Invoker being one of the best high ground defense heroes, Tultrus, he doesn't do that well when A, he's dead, or even B, it's the outer tier tower.
When the other teams have to commit their
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
no Sonic Wave being used, no Doom being used, and they're still able to take out the biggest. That's when you know you're in the red.
Nigma Galaxy's heroes all need, at the very least, another 10 minutes before they can actually come through and put up a fight.
Radiant's
And
bottom
then
tower
Red
is under attack.
isn't really the major like this one or two.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So losing out will force the Vikings to go back and find this
Radiant's bottom
day,
tower
but all
has
of the
been
meanwhile
denied.
they get another tier 2. Rather they get the first tier 2.
They had an observer board there, so I suppose a doof was being streaky. Push Nigma Galaxy back. But at the end of the day, it's for a support. Vikings will accept that happily. Yobber very close for his Lincoln Sphere. The question in my mind is, are they going to fight when he has his Lincolns? Because even when he does, you have to remember, he's playing with a Maelstrom. 22 minutes in, his damage is coming in from his increased attack speed and those little lightning strike procs that his Maelstrom sends out. But that's just about it. Nagato also has a Blink Dagger, so there are ways they can start a fight. But you do have to also disable Pi Lida. You need to have a contingency plan for when the Naga Siren pops the song. And I'm trying to see what they have in terms of a plan B when the teamfight doesn't go the way that they expect it to.
Radiant
And
are
I'm not
scanning.
sure that there is any apart from just Shikuchiing away, using the Ghost Walk and running, or maybe even using the Stampede to dump kills and run.
I mean, we also haven't seen the Song of the Siren plus Wheel of Wonders combination come out even once. It's not been needed at all. That's sort of the Vikings ace in the hole that was discussed. Now will be spotted out, but he's more elusive than that. The problem is, if he goes for a farm over here, then Atus will be able to find him out. Server Sentry, Atos to trigger the Lincoln Sphere. I don't know if they noticed Yaro's Lincolns just yet. It didn't feel like they maybe didn't, but now they'll know for sure. Mjolnir are being built up by the Sweeper. Still no Deso, still no attempt to try and compound on the crit. It's really just building up what he has. Ooh, double doom though. Lotus Storm timing was very good. Maybe there's something to be done about this. Unfortunately, everyone from the Radiant side is completely out of position, so Bulldog might eat the doom himself as well. He doesn't care about it though. Now Wea's got out underneath the sentry ward that was placed for Yawer, and with an Atos to block him and remove his Ghost Wall, he'll be in a lot of trouble. Isla's death is almost guaranteed, even if he goes interferes to Whale, but the Atos now coming out on the other side. Admiral Bulldog closing the distance will be Walrus punched up as he goes into the high ground. He loses his life. Matson still feels comfortable blinking forward. He knows he can't be killed, not easily at the very least, and that Meteor does barely any damage. We are still without enough levels in Exort to be a serious consideration for taking away HP, not just keeping them in place.
Admiral Bulldog got a little too ahead of himself there. Walking into Enigma Galaxy's 3 heroes, he didn't respect the... Sure, it's a limited damage, but at the end of the day, he is walking into that tag team. But make no mistake about it, that is Vikings coming out ahead, because you take a look at Enigma Galaxy's action plan when mind control isn't available. It's just a run, a desperate flee back to a position where they can survive. And Vikings chasing after them.
A tooth. Well, it's something. It's not a lot for Yawer, but at the very least it's something. And right now, it's all about those next 5 minutes. At 20 minutes, Talchos has said that we need to get Nigma to the point where we're at 30 minutes in, they have legitimate farm coming in, and they can now feel like they can fight. The problem is, even if they get to 30 minutes, if Weha is going to be one of the least farmed players in the game, where he's at 6th place right now, Centaur will never make up for what Weha's supposed to do. It's just not the role.
And Viha, it doesn't have the kind of items that allows an Invoker farm, right? No Dominator, no Midas. Sure, it's been nerfed, but he's kind of stuck just to dish out his spells to farm up those creep counts. Meanwhile, this Nature's Prophet has snowballed out of control. He has a BKB, but he hasn't been threatened to even pop the BKB once. It's a Roshan play by Enigma Galaxy, but it's never going to work because Vikings are not going to give this one up without fighting for their lives.
I mean, forget it's going to work. This might go incredibly badly, but still, they do at the very least get the EMP out onto Matson. Matson, no, he walks just out of range for it. Weha with a quick tornado that doesn't do anything, but he's already lost some Isla. The Doom will now come forward. It's onto the dust just to make sure that he can't save anyone. Bulldog might have made a mistake with that though, as it will be a quick escape act to keep him alive. Yawer still is in and around the fight, but he can't actually get right clicks off. There's no attacks to be had. Nico Baby now TP's forward. Ria's going to be found over here as well. Their attempt for an Aegis is going to end up with 4 dead, a tower down, lots of trees of gold being spouted, and maybe even Roshan going the real Vikings.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
That Roshan attempt may have been a bit too desperate coming in from Enigma Galaxy. No contingency plan for when Vikings chose to come in and respond, and the Queen of Pain, Matson, has an Aghanim Scepter. All he really needs to do to win them the fight is just to keep dishing out his Shadow Strikes. Matson has, he also has a Blink that you can't contend with because he has so much HP. Nico Baby does not use his BKB, and he quite simply isn't being forced into a position by Enigma Galaxy to pop that BKB. It's just Vikings coming out super far ahead, and that net worth discrepancy, which wasn't there a while ago, it was barely 3,000 to 4,000, now is at the 10,000 mark. Nico Baby has scaled out of control for Enigma Galaxy, Matson has scaled out of control for Enigma Galaxy, and they don't have any room left for error anymore. One more lost team fight will just end up being a full barracks being taken down by Vikings. And I feel like the longer this game goes on, tea time, it's just going to get more and more desperate for the Enigma Galaxy side.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see what you can do to recover over here. Normally there's a way where I say, okay, in the super late game and this and that, but the problem is Nico Baby will not stop farming up. Madsen will not stop farming up. These are very heavy flash farm heroes, and normally how you counter them out is by saying, well, Nature's Prophet just isn't going to be as hard of a carry as the other side. But if he's going to have a 6,000 to 7,000 net worth lead consistently, that's always going to be. If Madsen's going up against a under-farmed, under-nourished starvation gaming invoker, that's never going to be a problem.
And it's only going to be a matter of time before Vikings make their way towards that high ground, right? What exactly is going to be Enigma Galaxy's plan? It's, quite honestly, the only thing that's holding them back is a lack of damage. They have the control now, but they just don't bring in any damage by their Weaver. Yavor just simply tickles Vikings at this point.
Yeah, I don't know if this is quite the tickle fight we thought it would be, Deltrus.
He has
Nagato's even gone for the greedy, by the way, greedy aspect on his neutrals. They need gold very badly, but I'm not even thinking about the support call just yet.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Deltrus, I am wildly concerned about this right now. As they will be blinking forward, it's a quick snowball and punch out onto the Queen of Pain. She will lose her Aegis, but Bulldog is now en route. The rest of the Dire side will be making their way over, and the Fair is just going to be used to keep Quap away. This is a very good job from Enigma Galaxy, Ultras. They will take down the Aegis and disengage without losing a single player. Yawar goes back up to farming, but Bulldog can close the gap. Do they have anything to break the Lincolns? No, they don't. Yawar stays alive, but will that continue to be the case? Now, quick time lapse backwards. Yawar once again gets into the fog, over to the high ground, next to the Tormentor, trying to move away. Madsen cannot catch up. This Weaver is too fast. They are in hot pursuit, but now comes in a Tooth. Now comes in the Wheel of Wonder. Weaver is going to be caught, and Yawar will be the price they pay for getting that Aegis, even if that price is paid a minute later.
They did take that Aegis down, but Yawar's little run there kind of felt like a mosquito buzzing in your ear rather than a real threat by an opposing carry 31 minutes in. And Vikings, they're going to take even more for that Aegis play.
Gone. Madsen's the one to take him down. And Peltrus, I'm not one to normally say this when there's an Invoker in the field. I don't think there's a way for Enigma Galaxy to bring this game back. I don't think it should be possible. Is there a way for Vikings to completely drop a bowling ball on their own feet and then, maybe just lose? Even then, I'm not sure. They're wearing steel cap boots. Their toes are perfectly comfortable right now.
Is there a way? Unfortunately, I think Enigma Galaxy just need time. And it's time they don't have. They're quite literally living on borrowed time right now. Mind Control does have that Crimson Guard, you have the pipe. And a big aspect of this game is that we really haven't seen a full 5v5 fight. Most of the time we have just seen Enigma Galaxy try to run. Soon they're going to be like a cornered lion. They will have to fight back at some point. What they'll be able to do is still up into the air, because Isla is making his way towards that Aghanim Scepter. That is a huge power spike for him. For the rest of Enigma Galaxy, though, this touching Nico Baby is so hard. Forget reaching him. He has a butterfly now. And Yawar is going to be playing catch-up for most of this game.
Weird doesn't want to be here. I can tell you that much. The EMP will make sure that Bulldog can't get the Doom off at the very least, but all in the meanwhile, you have Islar TPing away. He will be caught. Madsen has no interrupts. Fortunately for the Radiant side, they will stay alive, but again, it just feels like you're constantly wondering, hey, what is it all for? What are we fighting for?
I don't even think they know the answer to that tea time. Yobber, he will be able to time-lapse away and trying to go for the Sakuchi out, but he gets hit with the Doom! And the bug will be squashed by Vikings. They got what they came for, despite of that being a bit of a poke and prod by Nigma Galaxy. It's Weehawk constantly trying to poke the bear. And they are getting punished for it. Either you disengage and don't fight, or you just, split push to try to farm in safe spaces. But why are you bringing multiple core heroes in, trying to poke a team that is much stronger than you at this current point? 17,000 net worth on the other side, but it seems like the Nigma Galaxy just are not learning their lesson.
I don't know if they have the books to learn the lesson, and if they had the books to I don't know if they can read the language they're written in.
Radiant's top tower.
Well, there's not going to be a translation coming for them in this game number 1, T-Time, that's for sure.
Yeah, we might have to look for someone off stage for inspiration. Here in Abu Dhabi, Nigma Galaxy are looking, frankly speaking, weak compared to what we had them in the upper bracket final against the Vikings. By the way, let's not forget that the Vikings themselves, they were kind of rocked about a little bit. Every game that we had went well over 40 minutes between these two teams.
To be
Vikings
fair, this
feel like
game
they're on
will
the
also
precipice of
go
closing it.
past the 40-minute mark, but this game has been completely one-sided past that 10-minute mark. And Vikings, it just seems like they're, they feel very comfortable even taking this to the late game.
Yeah, I mean, Weehal's going to be dying again over here. 15-3 right now on the Queen of Pain. Nico Baby's picked up another kill. I'd feel pretty comfortable in this too. This is like when when you're a kid and you maybe just get into like a bathtub and the water's nice and hot and everything. It's like, yeah, I could get finished up over here. I could, wash up and just get out. But also at the same time, the water's so nice. It's warm. I'll get to play
bubbles.
around. It's got bubbles. I'm being
bubbles
tickled.
are very important, T-Time. You need.
Yeah.
If there are no bubbles, I'm out.
And that's the thing, what Nigma is doing. They're just blowing bubbles because they can't blow up any heroes. Who are you going to kill on this dire side?
Isla. I feel like Vikings know who they're going to kill, though.
Yeah, everyone. Pierce the Veil has been used. Yawar will time-lapse away, and he just wants to make sure he's not a part of everyone over here. Paradise just making sure he doesn't end up going back to the good old days of die, but all while they're zoning in onto Isla, there's pressure being put elsewhere on the map as well. It was a mid lane to be pushed out. And now they're back to farm.
Roshan has now spawned 2. And I have a feeling Nigma Galaxy will not even try to go for a sneaky Roche play. It will be just given to Vikings. But maybe they go for a Hail Mary play. Who really knows? It's going to be a really fast Roche though, because Nico Baby does have a Daedalus. I'm presuming he does. He's had plenty of time to farm it up now. He has all the item. He is 5-slotted. Aegis picked up for Nico Baby as Enigma Galaxy will just leave it go, leave it by. Meanwhile, Vikings, they're still hunting. They want to hunt Enigma Galaxy down to just bare bones as Nagato. He is going to be visible. Matson will spot the Tusk out as it's Yawar who is going to be the big target, hypnotized by the Wheel of Wonder as Nico is in and Yawar is going to be exiting this plane.
Yawar's been pulling off his own escape acts again and again, but now he's got 60 seconds on the sideline without buyback. And I don't know if they can hold out for the whole 60. Nigma Galaxy are going to lose a lane in barracks. Nico Baby has himself a full 6 slot. And when I say full, I mean full. No boots here at all. Twilight Eye will fall, but the double sonic wave will cause the instant trade onto Nagato. Isla in the back lines, and Matson will decide to join him there with the full BKB. The Doom's been used on the Weeha as well. They could even look to Fountain Dive if they want to, and they won't need it. Weeha's going to die, respawn with a buyback, go back in, and even then not feel like a threat in the slightest. There's still 25 seconds without Yawer, and now there's also another 30 without Dust. Weaver now has money to be able to buy back. The passive gold gives him that at the very least. A stun onto the Queen of Pain will give her a silence once again, but Nico Baby is still putting that Aegis to good use. Mind Control goes back in. He's a player who's had the most farm in the game for the Radiant side consistently since we even began, but even so, he's felt like his impact has been just as meaningless as everyone else on his own team.
Quite honestly, Vikings don't even feel the heat in this one. They are not sweating at all, despite of this posturing, despite of these spells being thrown out. It is doing nothing.
And now as they hunt for the Aegis, they have to be careful that they don't hunt too hard. Weeha does not have his buyback. Let's never forget that. So if he died over here, that would basically be a guaranteed second lane of Raxus going down as well. For now though, Vikings will disengage with a full 3 minutes left on their Aegis. They can do this again.
They'll even be gifted an amplified damage rune. That is...
Under attack.
It's pretty much over. There's going to be a push coming in. Nico Baby has an amplified damage rune, and if you're Vikings, you must really be scratching your heads at this point, wondering where it all went so wrong.
I mean, even before Isla respawns, forget about Mind Control, even before Isla's 3 seconds are basically up, they have just lost another lane of Raxus to that amplified damage and Nature's Prophet. Nico Baby, I mean, frankly, Teltras, while the draft was going on, we did question this pick a little bit, but now there's a 31,000 net worth lead, and Nico Baby seems to have a lot of it. He will be caught out by Weeha. There should be a quick kill coming through, and although the Aegis would have been finished off, the disarm isn't enough to prevent him from using the Satanic and healing back up to full health the second the creep wave comes out. Weeha probably could have killed him. The disarm would have stopped the Satanic from working, but unfortunately, he isn't able to complete, so we're right back to square one. There's an Aegis on this Nature's Prophet.
Here we go, he's in.
Yeah, he's in and they're out. They're out of this game, Cultures. Yawer is dead now again for 75 seconds. No chances whatsoever. Mind Control's 2-man stunt is only going to contribute to stats on an endgame screen. It's not going to give him anything to work with here and now. A quick TP to the top lane from Nature's Prophet because he travels in style. Nico Baby is not a believer in shoes. He is a believer in wings. And right now, the Vikings are flying away from this game one with what looks like a very, very easy win.
Weeha is trying to go in for a wraparound, but this is as desperate as it can get right now for Enigma Galaxy.
He will be able to finish off Twilight Die, but he trades it with an 8-toss. Is there follow-up available? Nico Baby decides he doesn't even want follow-up out. Escape back onto Bulldog. Bulldog does have his Doom up in a couple of seconds again, but they don't need to wait for it. Matson, meanwhile, blinks forward, hoping that Weeha would be located, but Weeha's still being tricky. His EMP brings back Nico Baby, and the fear will keep him from finishing off this barracks. That's a temporary restriction though. The barracks will fall, mega creeps will be found, and frankly, Enigma Galaxy at this point, GG has to be called. All they're looking for is one kill to get anything out of. Just send themselves off on a note of positivity, but there is nothing they can find. Finally, it's Bulldog caught out, but even then, getting a kill will prove to be next to impossible. Song of the Siren and Escape at Hughes. I think that's the first song of the game as well, and with a root onto Yawer, the BKB has been forced. Yawer's in the Sprout, time-lapse is out, Stampede will be used to try and get them to disengage, but Matson's not going to stop. Another Sonic Wave, Yawer healing back up, Nagano keeps himself alive with a snowball, but finally, they will call GG. Finally, they will allow Vikings to accept their victory in game number 1.
That was just a brutal beatdown coming in from Vikings. We all thought that Loft was stronger for Enigma Galaxy, but their itemization just was not on point. They itemized for a very squishy Weaver without that Blast Cannon build. Weeha went for the Wasp Wex Invoker that offered a lot of control, but just not enough movement. Despite of Mind Control building up for survivability, the question then became, what exactly are they surviving for?
Now we're going to be sending it off over to the desk that Brian's big on the answer to that question.
What a game from Vikings here in game number 1 of the lower bracket finals. Nigma Galaxy, even with their best heroes, looked lost and helpless. Boys, what happened? How did it go so well for Vikings in this game?
I think LeBron should explain, because he was the only one right.
I mean, I said Vikings gonna win in 35 minutes. They're gonna be the
Just
strongest.
repeat yourself.
I mean, they took the rush at minute 35, so I was right, I mean, you give Matson his best hero, like Queen of Pain, he's like beast on this hero, You don't want to give him Queen of Pain, So they need to do a bit better in drafting Nigma Galaxy for game 2.
I think we were also, Harry and me together, were slightly doubtful about this Nature's Prophet, and he proved us wrong. Very wrong.
But in general, whole team from Vikings, they play really good. Like Atuf, played amazing.
Yeah.
He's ringmaster.
And the Nature's Prophet just brought speed higher for Vikings. I think yesterday they played pretty slow, they were not making many moves, and suddenly this Nature's Prophet was ganking mid, ganking off lane, like 5 minutes in. Doing this with carry is not something that you see every day.
Is that the main point, kind of his movements towards the mid lane? 'Cause yesterday when Vikings were playing versus Win, Madsen was the one getting ganked, right? And we never could see him shine. But this time around, I'm going to bring my carry. You lift the player up. You lift your star player, who's also very young, up. Is this the recipe for success? Just give Madsen everything?
Yes, I mean, it's not only about the mats, and we were commenting that also Bulldog on Doom was coming to me.
Yeah.
They were just like making team effort to like kind of play faster. And we see here a bit of a frustration by Enigma Galaxy. And I think Paladai also played this Naga instead of like whatever yesterday he played. Like the whole Viking team just stepped it up a bit.
Yeah, I agree. It's like step by step. Like everyone in this team played really good. And it was like puzzles, like puzzle. Like it's all connected in this game.
Exactly.
But they beat the Centaur and the Muerta. Enigma Galaxy have been opening with this and crushing everybody in their wake when they're playing these two heroes, and now you beat them. You let them have everything that they wanted, and you could even say Centaur counters the Doom, you have a couple of counters towards the enemy's teams, and you still lost. So how do you approach the draft after you've been crushed like this in game 1?
I was surprised that Yavar was literally on his lane alone for a lot of the time, and he was low network, top 6 on the network, even though the Weaver is the hero that wanna join the fights. And he was not joining the fights, and he was not high on the network, so this was a bit weird for me. I don't know what happened to the lane, but
The lane was fine, right?
The lane was okay. They even got first blood, but overall he didn't look comfortable. I think he maybe felt under pressure to do too much early, or sometimes when you play against a core lineup like Doom and Furion, you feel like, oh, I need to do so much early because if it goes later, they're just gonna outscale me with the Midas or Devour or Furion just naturally being so fast at farming, and you're just, as Harry said, you're just a Weaver. Like you kind of need to farm and kill.
Yeah, but he only farmed in the end, and at one point we're like, how is the Weaver such low network? They weren't killing him in the laning stage, right?
yeah, they weren't. But yeah, Atuf also he managed to catch him 3 or 4 times.
He also went for I would say a premier carries, tier 1 carries would never go for this build where they just don't go Mjolnir first. They buy Maelstrom into another item. They will always buy Mjolnir because they prioritize their game. And we see here Matson, definitely MVP of this game.
Yeah, we said he needs to step up. He did step up, and they won. Simple as that.
The game didn't start very well for him. He had a couple of deaths at the start, maybe 2. He overextended, but actually it showed the way for whole Vikings how to play, that somebody needs to sacrifice. Later on was Bulldog mostly. Someone goes in, it looks like it's not that good for him, he dies, but there's a trade-off, 3-4 heroes every time. So yeah, they show the unity, they show the team.
Yeah, and I really like the Admiral Bulldog item build. Okay, he go for the Senjin Yasha, and then he went for the Auras. He got the Crimson, which is amazing against Weaver. Basically Weaver have 0 damage.
You guys weren't liking the SNY. I remember us watching
of
the
course.
game, and then you're like, where's your Crimson, where's your Pipe? And suddenly they're coming out, and at that point nobody was dying.
We were joking, but I think it's fine. You buy an item for yourself, you prioritize your game a little bit, because you don't want to be just Aura bot, then you help your team. I think it's a fine balance.
It was good, yeah.
I mean, the responses, in the end, also the Naga, we didn't see many sleeps, But I feel like the Deluge really kind of crushed the idea of running away with the Centaur.
We talked about it a bit yesterday, the whole macro thing. I think it's very hard to play macro game versus Furion and Naga. Like, you need to be smart about macro, but Furion and Naga kind of do it on their own. Like, any team with Furion and Naga can be good at macro.
Yeah, and like we are seeing like this Naga is getting nerfed every single patch, like, and then it's still like strong in the competitive scene. It's amazing.
So what now? Your Invoker got compromised, your Centaur, your Muerta. Do you adjust your bans or do you adjust your picks?
Slightly both. I
Both,
think
yeah.
maybe no Queen of Pain for Matson or like a better response. Like this Ember with Vessel. Like imagine this game, there was Ember with Vessel and they kept going in like this with Doom, with Queen of Pain. He would this Invoker didn't enable his support at all.
Yeah, you talk about Ember, like they should pick Ember, and Vika performed really well on Ember, even though when he had like really bad start. And like Matson on Queen of Pain, it's like his comfort zone, you know. He don't care about heroes he's playing against. He always gonna do a lot of impact. And like yesterday we saw like he's playing on Ember that it's not his hero. He literally was not in the game.
And they even targeted him, right? We saw the first 3 bans were kind of
Puck,
focused at
Dragonite,
Madsen. Yeah, Puck, Dragonite, and the Tiny.
Yep, 3 heroes.
So instead of the Tiny Queen of Pain, or maybe instead of the Dragonite Queen of Pain, like what was the adjustment, the best one in your mind?
I mean, it was not even picked in first phase, right?
Yeah, it was
second
like
one, second.
last pick in the second phase. I think maybe let the Puck through, because like the hero is not as strong, or at least if you're banning Puck, ban the Queen of Pain too. Because
Yeah, I mean-
like you just like by banning Puck and letting Queen of Pain through, you are enabled.
I think Puck is playable, but not in first phase, so you don't need to ban it in first pick like they did.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about supports, right? So we didn't get to see much Naga in this tournament. Is this like gonna be a standard answer to a Centaur from now on, or are we gonna put the Naga back into the banning phase?
I think they should ban the Naga. I think Nico Hero Pool naturally synergizes very well with Naga, and Paladai is a very experienced player. He's gonna do all the Naga things correctly, and it's just still conceptually way too good for hero.
Yeah, and for older players, you know, they understand macro better, you know, so they understand how to push waves, how to division, what to do in fights, you know, they're calm, and Naga is perfect hero for the calm people who know what they need to do. It's perfect hero for Paladin.
Now let's move a little bit back towards the idea of how this is affecting them mentally, right? Because you lost the Vikings, and definitely they didn't take it too well that time. Here we didn't see no tips, we didn't see anything of the sort. Everything was really nice sportsmanship. But what if this game starts going badly? Is Vikings now gonna pull out the tips and just make them feel very uncomfortable?
You don't want to have like bad karma, you know, you can do it after you win the game, you know.
What?
It's
No,
safe.
no,
It's
that's
safe. Safe play.
That's the most coward way to do it, right?
Only cowards trash talk when they're up. You need to trash talk before the game. If you either trash talk before the game or you don't trash talk. So you need to put something on the line.
Or when you're losing, right?
No, not when you lose. You trash talk before the game. So if you lose, you're embarrassed. If you win,
What do you mean? Amar trash talks when he's losing.
I mean, that's a ball.
I mean, I know when I'm doing this in pubs and I'm winning, it's karma instant hits me and I'm losing, so I stop. I need to be smart.
You lost all of your tips. Yeah, either way, so hopefully it doesn't affect them. But I mean, we definitely enjoyed, and everybody online, we saw a lot of clips about the old chat. It seems that good sportsmanship is gonna prevail, right?
You never know. I think there is a high chance that if Vikings start winning, we might see some tips come out. I mean, I would like to. I'm always in for fun drama. You know?
Yeah,
I think the storyline, the whole storyline of this tournament is great. The games of the future bringing up old players like facing each other, streamers facing ex-pros. Like I think it's a good story.
Yeah, I mean, in the past, Bulldog has won a lot of things, but here at the Games of the Future, he still needs to do a lot more to get into the grand finals. That's maybe one more game, maybe 2 more games. We're going to be finding that one out after the break.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous robotics and many other activities.
Game 2 of Nigma Galaxy versus Vikings is on the way. We are already in the draft stage here at the Games of the Future 2025 in Abu Dhabi. And guys, I really haven't talked to you about this, but we have a really nice hologram right in front of the stage. So have you been enjoying the view here?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things at TI, seeing it here too, it's really refreshing. Also people that don't really follow Dota, like my girlfriend, like she really likes it. It's the coolest part of the stage.
Yeah, it's really cool. Production is doing really good. Cool to see this.
Yeah, people always ask, are the holograms there in the arena?
Yeah.
But no, they're not, right? They're just on stream, but it's actually really nice to see. We only had, the last couple of days, we had like the drafts of the previous drafts there, but I think right now when the heroes are being picked, they're coming out every time.
And here we see Vikings with the first pick. I think it's good to notice Naga is out from Nigma Galaxy, and
Then they go Centaur, right?
the Queen of Pain is not banned. Let's see what Vikings do. Yeah, Centaur or maybe just Queen of Pain, you know.
They listen to you, Milan. They banned this Naga, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe they want to steal Centaur, but you think they can go... I mean, Puck is banned. You can first pick Queen of Pain, right? What is the response?
I mean, nothing that they wouldn't face last game.
Yeah, exactly.
Take Queen of Pain or Centaur. With Naga banned, maybe Centaur is high priority.
Yeah, I'd say it's better, right?
Warlock is still in the pool, but
They're thinking about it a lot. If I was Vikings, maybe this game I would go for Queen of Pain. Just, you know, show the dominance.
Okay.
yeah, I agree with you. Matson performed really well. He don't care about counters.
If you want to show dominance,
Centaur
you
is
then
also
pick.
really good.
But
pick
Centaur,
Bondage.
objectively, should be a smarter pick.
Yep, yeah, it does look that way. So what's the response to a Centaur now from the other side? Can they can definitely play a Mars, right?
Yeah, Mars, just simple Mars should be fine.
Yep. I mean, you know, Nigma Galaxy played so many games with like first pick Centaur, so they know the counters, what is best against it, and they go for the Mars.
Now, regardless of this, Nigma should ban the Queen of Pain, disregarding what they're gonna pick.
Do you have to ban the Dark Willow right now if you're Vikings? Centaur doesn't like playing versus it. Mars loves playing with it.
I mean, I would still ban Muerta, because
Depends on the players, right?
is he 2-2 now? I think on Muerta.
I think he is, yes.
Yeah, so it's not that scary, but still, like Willow and Muerta are the best pairings with Mars.
I think next hero to be picked is gonna be Ringmaster. Ringmaster is really good with Mars and with Centaur, and both position fours can play it. I think they're gonna fight for this hero.
Warlock too, right?
I mean, yeah.
Warlock with the Mars is very special. The thing that Warlock likes the most is the control, and Mars brings the most of it. And like if you throw all the things together, you can basically just two-man the team fight.
This was actually a smart ban, right? Because the co-op was most definitely going to be coming
Yeah.
out as a ban.
They banned the co-op, pick the Warlock. I think this is very like stable approach. Their draft is pretty stable now, and it's up to Vikings. Still Ringmaster, highly likely coming out. And what you think Paladin will play, assuming Atuf is Ringmaster?
Basically, he played every game different hero, so you're gonna adjust what would you like to play against Mars. I would like to play maybe some Clockwork, but it depends on the player, you know, like maybe Nico Baby loves to have melee position fight.
Yeah, then Clockwork
Even
would be the
some
best, right?
Clock or Ogre Magi.
Could we see like an Undying maybe?
Undying, one of my most played heroes. I expect it to be a bit more buffed, you know, just a bit of the cooldown on Soul Rip.
Just a little bit of a curveball because Paladin plays different hero every game. Maybe
Yeah,
he's
can
like,
happen. Ringmaster, this
course.
is expected, yeah. Amazing
no.
game one
mean,
for Atuf.
I would definitely just keep it on Atuf because he played really well, so
Yeah, I
no
agree.
need to change it. And for Paladin,
Man, I really
Just
like
go
that
for the
clock.
Clockwork,
I
yeah.
really like that clock. I would love it here, because then even if they pick like a Dark Willow, you have something versus it.
Enchantress.
blocks a lot of heroes, but whoa,
Insta
this
Ursa.
fast. Ursa.
I was expecting Abaddon with Warlock, you know, because they win a lot of games with it.
I don't like from Nigma Galaxy that they're straight up being heroes, showing the confidence, but also showing the hastiness. And like sometimes this can trick you in the draft. Like even though that you know you're gonna pick Ursa, you can use it to think about the other heroes more.
Yeah.
But they have full reserve time
What do you like to play if you're playing against Enchantress? Usually people love to play some melee heroes, but I don't know if Isla is like melee expert. He loves to play these range
I
heroes.
think one of the best heroes is Tusk.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You gotta go with Dark below.
Because
It's way
Isla
too
is
good
like-
of a combo.
Isla is only playing like these range heroes. with
Yeah,
spells.
we even see in tier 1 scene right now that Warlock Dark Willow is a very common combination in this tournament too. It's just super solid.
You think they are copy pasting? Like,
No, it's like one guy has damage, no stuns, the other guy has a lot of stuns. It's just super good combination.
ooh, Matson Primal, you know. This can be scary, you know. If you pop up like on Queen of Pain, it's gonna be a bit harder, you know. You're playing into this Dark Willow, traditionally really good against Primal. Of course, if you have BKB, you're gonna be good.
Yeah, I mean it's not the greatest Primal game, but it's also very interesting what Viha's gonna play. They're gonna ban Invoker, Ember. They already banned Invoker. Then the next one is gonna be Ember, most likely. What's gonna be left for Viha?
What
I
is
mean,
he
Vika
play?
played Pudge a lot, it's banned. He played Ember.
Is there going to be a new hero now for him? I don't remember he played anything else.
I mean, Pudge, Ember, Betrider, and Wind Ranger, and like
Oh, Wind
only
Ranger.
Wind Ranger is in the pool.
Is that a good hero versus a Primal Beast?
I mean, it's okay, but what exactly they need from him, you know, on the mid lane? This is the question.
They should have Earthshaker, Ember, Tiny type of hero. Since Ember is gonna
Yeah.
be banned, maybe they can go for Tiny themselves. Like they just need another brawler because he has so much to play with. He has a lot of control, a lot of damage from his supports. He just needs to go and be a nuisance on the map. And most importantly, mirror Madsen.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. I was literally thinking the same. They need something like this melee, like Shaker or Tiny, to play with supports, and it's good against
I mean,
Primal on the lane.
Timber is also in the pool.
Timber is banned now.
Banned.
Timber is
Oh,
first.
oh, it's banned in first ban. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
You never look at that first ban.
Yeah, you always forget about it.
I really like the
Slardar
Shake.
is also banned.
Shaker is like such a good hero if they want to play it. I mean, I really like that one. But first we need to be looking at the Vikings hero, right? So Nico Baby needs to choose his versus a Mars and the Dark Willow. I guess you have an Enchantress, so laning phase shouldn't be that big of an issue, right?
Is Troll okay? Troll against Ursa and against Mars. Troll should be good. He played really good yesterday. Like he was like top of the net worth, even though his team were losing super hard. Yeah, Ember, like you mentioned, gonna be banned.
Nico Baby.
I think Troll can be good.
Yeah, Gyro is not good.
Yeah, we spoke a lot about this yesterday. Carry matchup versus Ursa.
Yeah, and Troll is like filling you these checkboxes. You're gonna have tower damage. You're gonna have Roshan.
I think
Right
if
now
the
they don't have
PL
this.
is also good if they can mix it
Let's
up,
go
but
for the Troll.
Troll is pretty straightforward. And now Viha versus Primal Beast Troll.
Oh, I know this is an OD game, but he's just not picked that often. But man, look at what that OD.
OD is quite good.
Do you need some burst damage? If you need burst damage, what do you prefer more, Tiny or Shaker?
Shaker, I think Shaker.
Shaker.
You're leaning Tiny, right? Because the Troll, like, he gets annoyed by the avalanche a lot.
Yeah, it can be annoying for sure.
I think just Shaker is just way too good. But there's also player preference.
Storm Spirit.
Storm, I thought too, because yesterday Rostic pulled this out. He had an amazing game against the Primal of Madsen, so they're just gonna mirror it. I think this is a bit less comfortable for Viha, but he's a good player. He's gonna pull it out.
In terms of catching the Storm Spirit, how does it look for Vikings? Do they have tools?
I mean, they're gonna have insta stun from Centaur, right? Primal gonna have blink as well.
There's gonna be 8 as an Atuf.
Yeah,
I mean,
so it's not gonna
not
be
the greatest.
3, but yeah.
because there's like all these stuns like on Primal and Centaur, like there's not big follow-up because there's a lot of counter initiation. Mars, on Warlock, on Willow, so the Storm Spirit should be having a pretty good game.
What about the early rotations at the mid lane? Is that where you can slow him down?
Who Storm?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean Enchantress needs to. That's Enchantress job. She needs to dominate her lane and then move to the mid lane and like deny every roam, maybe pressure a tower.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask the only guy who knows how to protect the correct team right now to tell me who's gonna be taking this one.
I think this one gonna go Nigma way, and we're gonna see game 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Milan?
I hope to see game 3, and it seems like Nigma has definitely a better draft this game, but Vikings were looking hotter on the field, so it's
gonna be a good game.
Yeah, I mean, you and me, we kind of like Nigma's draft in game one as well. I feel like Vikings have solid responses like in the previous one, but it's nothing perfect. Still, it's looking quite solid for them. And well, we are getting ready for game two. The players are in it, and the casters are ready. So Tultras and tea time, take it away, boys.
Because the draft theoretically might not be quite as strong.
Nigma Galaxy actually have a much better draft this time around, T-Time. Much of their problems of the lack of damage they had last time around is solved. Yabur is playing a naturally damage-oriented carry in the form of the Ursa. Weehaw has a Storm Spirit, which is quite buffed up. The buff may seem not that good, but I was actually doing the math in my mind. The galvanized charges you lose upon your death are now just a 2 instead of the 3, which means in a team fight, you only need to take 2 heroes down in order to equalize the galvanized charges even if the storm falls. Previously, you need to take 3 heroes down, which, to be fair, is the majority of a lineup, right? Now you only need to take the minority of a lineup down.
It absolutely does punish you less for the Storm Spirit going down in a team fight that you barely edge out, but the problem still is Weehaw had a bad game before, so you also just don't want to be going down in general, which seems like something maybe a little bit obvious. Mind control position is good. Bramble Maze will catch out a Toof, while Bulldog will be picking up the bounty rune in trade of his support's life. A Toof was always dead the second that he got spared down. The Bramble Maze only just compounded that twice over.
Great kill to be found. And in particular, the first blood went towards Yabur. He is going to snowball, and he's playing into a Centaur, which, to be fair, is one of the better matchups, but still not really all that good against the Ursa Warrior. You don't really want to skill up your Retaliate super early on, but I feel like Admiral Bulldog may have to go for it, and even then, it's not going to be as much. Meanwhile, Toof has his Ringmaster again, and this is a hero that is pretty good against the Ursa. You can actually stop that Earthshock mid-air with your Tame the Beasts.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait to see whether Doof actually manages to pull that off in a way that is offensive, not just defensive, right? Because Yabur, in the last game, he wasn't really able to aggress at all. Bulldog had a very good game on the Doombringer, just felt like he completely outlaned Yabur for most of that initial stage, but now versus the Ursa, he has to play more for survival than anything else. A Toof, by the way, speaking of survival, he's not having the easiest time, staying alive.
It's definitely going to be a much different laning phase. In particular, even towards that top side, Nico maybe fights back. But Isla may end up going down first, with Nico Baby being traded out.
It's damage control, and that's all that it's going to be. Pylai Die, remember, the more that we see kill potential coming through over here, the less likely it is that Pylai Die can actually get a rotation out onto the mid lane and get Weehaw down and out.
An exchange that, sure, Nico did come out ahead, but you have to always consider it is a carry-to-carry matchup, and the Ursa Warrior got the first blood. Nico, meanwhile, did end up falling in this recent exchange. As Hamatsun, as good of a game he had on that Queen of Pain, he is having a much worse game as the Primal Beast. Playing into a Storm is not that simple, because the Storm can just skill up the Vortex. Meanwhile, Admiral Bulldog, he just got hit by a grenade.
Well, not just the one. It is going to be the fair at the end that keeps Yabur from stepping up a few of more of those swipes. Bulldog is going to be safe regardless. He would have been able to back off his safety. The problem is not safety. Now it's safety later on. And right now it feels like it's later, does
It is a difficult matchup for both Vikings on the mid lane and on the off lane. We'll have to see how well they can recover, because at the end of the day, these are heroes that do have certain flash farming capacity, and they're heroes that don't exactly need too many items to be able to come online. Matson really just needs a Blink Dagger and the BKB. Will be interesting to see what items Weehaw chooses to go for. Is a good Gaia game, is a good Witchblade game. We'll just have to see what kind of playstyle Nigma Galaxy gravitates towards. Matson.
Weehaw is hunting out for Matson out in the mid lane. Matson's going to be fine. Remember that Primal Beast was quite hard to take down initially without at least any rotations going through. Primal's not the best versus the Dark Willow though, so if you actually see a rotation coming out with the Bramble Maze, it's hard to get the Onslaught to not land within one of those mazes. So as we get closer to that 5-minute mark, keep an eye out for that. But also Isla is going to be having his eyes poked out. Enchantress will at the end of the day force out the teleportation. There's no way for her to prevent it or finish off the kill, but Nico maybe is farming up in the meanwhile. Matson, damage is good, but rotation from the Warlock will give him the Shadow Word. There's also the Blood Dagger from a Doof. We have to be careful. Fair on a 2. One more right click. The bleed's enough to push him into the trees, and Bylai comes by to finish him off. That is a fantastic team effort from Vikings.
Highlight Eye coming in from the side. Even I did not see him making his way over there. Certainly a great kill to be found with Nigma Galaxy thinking that they could have the jump on the Primal Beast instead. This is going to be a completely different game for Matson. 2 and 2 on the kill feed, favoring Enigma Galaxy as sure Nico Baby is farming up, but so is Yawver. It's actually just the Centaur who is suffering.
Matson might be suffering over here as well. He does get a fair bit of damage out, but the problem is that even when Weehaw gets the pull, if I'm not wrong, Touchus, the trample keeps on doing damage in the Storm Spirit pull because of the extra movement.
And having 2 supports who are constantly pincering Storm Spirit does certainly help. For Vikings, every time you have a Storm Spirit in the game, you're going to be targeting him. He takes much of the spotlight or much of the prioritization.
Speaking of prioritization, that Storm Spirit is going to be level 6 a little bit late into this game because of this. Weehaw's TP is going to be on cooldown, has to walk back to the lane, loses out on a full 225 experience for this. And Bylai doesn't want to let go of the throat of the Weehaw Storm Spirit. In fact, pushing forward into the Radiant side jungle says that he's not letting Weehaw get this easy jungling experience. The problem is, somehow Weehaw's just not just got on jungle camps, he's also going to be able to pick up a kill at the rate this is going. Matson has to be called forward. It's the onslaught in, trample as well. Weehaw didn't think this was a possibility. He's playing against a Primal Beast, not a sniper, and Matson now with the level 6 skilled up will get the kill, allow the Centaur to tank tower hits, and Bylai Dai's strange rotation ends up paying off massively.
Matson coming in with an onslaught in between of the mazes. There are certainly a bit of luck has to be present for that to happen, and even a Thoof giving Matson that extra HP at the back of his souvenir. Weehaw, he was off to a good start, but as it turns out, that start was only there for about 2 minutes because he has died 3 times. Kings, they have their target set out, and they are finding him dead on the center every single time.
What version of Bylai Dai am I seeing? He's 3-0-2. 7 minutes in, when the first Wisdom Rune will spawn, he will have been involved in every single kill that his team has had, and none of their deaths.
Where are you going?
One of the more active Enchantress that we get to see.
Mind control is being kept away from this Wisdom Rune. Nagato's forced to be the one who comes in to get it instead. You do see the Ringmaster coming in from behind. They were really hoping that this initiation would mean that they can get the kill, but Nagato will at least have his rotation sussed out.
It's a pretty pincer though.
And the pincer comes from the trample, the onslaught, and Matson, who's having a grand old time. Nico Baby collects the kill, and now Matson can come forward with the pulverize as well. Mars might be able to get the arena on to 3, but what's the use of it? You can't really fight from inside it. Yawar forced to TP in, but he's TPing into a whole lot of players. Matson maybe even can look to turn around. He's buying time, 2 more seconds, and then he will have the onslaught. That should be enough to get away. Even pushes Yawar while he's doing so. Matson, though, has the Shadow Word on him. It's going to be close. Magic Wand comes off cooldown. He would have lived anyway with 7 HP, but hey, it's good to know that you've got a bit of extra oomph.
That's the first time one of the more recent map changes has come into play. Previously, Matson would have had nowhere to go, but now he was able to make his way up to the bridge. and just onslaught to the other side. And Yobber, he could have gotten the kill on Bylai Die, but he decided to go for the more valuable target, which was that Primal Beast, who has been having a great game, to get more gold. But unfortunately, he didn't get anything. And that is always, you know, it is a difficult judgment call to make, but in the end, Enigma Galaxy, they don't get anything out of that. Arena used everything used. In fact, if you can die again.
Dota over here is going to be falling as well, and where we said Enigma Galaxy have a superior draft on paper, they're not letting the paper define themselves. I'll give them credit for that. Enigma Galaxy, ain't no paper telling them what to do over here.
To be fair, T-Time, I said that they had a better draft for damage this time around. They're having problems with surviving right now.
Yes, that's true. We never talked about the other side, did we?
Dominator almost up for Admiral Bulldog. As it's Rico Baby who is at the very top of the net worth chart, and Yobber has had a great time farming up. The first blood does go into that a bit, but he is at the second place position. And the Storm Spirit Weehaw, despite of dying so many of these times, he's actually not that far behind that Primal Beast if you think about it. 3,600 is the Primal Beast, 3,900, he's only 300 net worth behind. And this skill will make up for it as he gets himself a killing spree.
Well, all in the meanwhile, Bulldog is also going to be pressured up by Hour. Could we get a quick look on Bulldog as well? Thank you very much. He's going in for the Pipe of Insight. He's not going for a Blink Dagger. Matson will be the sole provider when it comes to initiations. Tooth, level 6 is at the ready. Wheel of Wonder in the bottom room would be a nice play to try and force a fight, but instead a Tooth is caught out in a difficult decision. How do I stay alive here? Stampede's not going to be enough. There's a Fatal Bond on the creep wave as well. Quick heal comes through, and with the Dark Willow now coming out, she'll almost get the kill. Escape Act keeps Tooth alive for a little while longer, and with the Fatal Bond's creeps already having died, he will survive.
Two coming in with a great play. He even dodged out that realm hit with his escape hack. That was a bit of a brilliant play coming in from a Tooth. It was also a really good attempt by Enigma Galaxy. They wanted to take the creeps out that would have taken the Tooth down, because he did, like you mentioned, he had the bonds on him. But Enigma Galaxy, they will be able to acquire the first tier 1 cover of the game. It is going to be a trade though. Admiral Bulldog is cutting through that bottom lane tier 1 tower. Should be able to find it. Matson is here to help, as the towers will be even affair. Enigma Galaxy are not in that bad of a position this time. It's actually, you take a look at the net worth, Weehaw has overtaken Matson by quite the margin, 500 above the Primal Beast. So it does seem like Vikings, they spend a lot of time only to have the corporate recover now.
Not just recover, accelerate further and further beyond. Nice escape back. The Spotlight Die will continue to heal away with the Wisp. Mind Control will hunt for the spear, but all in the meanwhile, there's a further zip in. Matson zoned out, kept away. Weehaw runs out of mana. Nagano will be coming forward as well, still not with the chaotic offering, so getting a kill under Matson will be very difficult. These supports are low level, and Matson wants to punish that. Does go forward. The quick bound rise will get the mini stuns on the Weehaw while Arena is used down below. Mind Control will use it defensively to stay alive, but Matson had turned around the gank attempt on him with a full double kill. Why stop there though? When you've got a Stampede, you've got a Warlock, and you've got a weak Mind Control, at least you can get one more of those. Nico Baby will pick up the Warlock, and now right into the tier 1 tower they'll go.
Enigma Galaxy, they had 2 heroes on top of Matson, and Matson didn't even have full HP. He was barely at around 50% HP, but still, despite of the numbers advantage, despite of the fact that Vikings were busy on Mind Control, Matson got a full double kill on the Storm and on the Willow all by himself. Straight up outclassing Enigma Galaxy in that team fight. He has the Blink Dagger now. Once he gets to his Blade Mail, if he's even going for the Blade Mail, at this point may as well just go for the BKB. But you'll see in this team fight, they're so busy on Mind Control, right? The rest of Vikings. While Matson, he's so incredibly low. Arcane Rune on the Storm. Weehaw has mana, but despite of that, cannot do a single thing.
I mean, we didn't even have full mana over there for a while. He gets a chance to fully bottle back up before he reinitiates in as well. He gets to use everything. So Matson is being either underestimated or being underplayed, because he is running all over them. Weehaw zips in, misses the zap damage, and with that, the ultimate of the Troll Warlord can be used. They will not be able to finish him off.
Nico, baby. They have vision of the ancient camp, so the battle transfer that you just run over there. Meanwhile, it's another attempt. Enigma Galaxy just made a play there. Surely they're expecting some kind of a teleportation, but they're actually going to go wrap around. And this time around, Nico, he's not going to have the battle transfer. Pylai Die is there with the attendance.
Right now, it's a good arena, better rock on top of them both, but where is the damage? Now comes in Weehaw, zips in from range. He knows Nico Baby doesn't have his ultimate because of the earlier engagement, and Bulldog now will have to look for a fight inside the Wheel of Wonder. Stun on 2. Here comes Matson, baby! Mind Control will be dying as well. Pylai Die is going to be a sweet suffrage, as Weehaw can only use him as a reminder that, hey, I can get kills, but the problem is, Teltris, he can also get a lot of deaths. He's 3 and 5 now.
Arena being used, sure, they do take the Troll Warlord down while Yavor continues to farm, so it's not that bad. A 3-for-2 exchange. The only problem is this will mean that you're now more dependent on Yavor than ever before. Weehaw is not having a good game. The Mars barely has a game at this point. A Toof is going to overcome that network difference between him and the opposing side offlaner. Mind Control, he needs about 1400 gold for his Blink Dagger. Meanwhile, Yavor, he has gotten to his Battle Fury. So the big question is Enigma Galaxy going to bring Yavor in, or are they going to let Vikings run all over them?
Yagilo's found, Pulverize in, the Duke comes forward as well. Weehaw will be able to go back in with a quick pull, and Yavor should have been enough to get the kill. Unfortunately, his Empower attacks will not be used on the Enchantress, so he'll have to take down Twilight now the slow way. Magic damage is coming in though, that's helpful, but the problem is Bulldog is as well. A stun on the just the one. Nico Baby comes forward. It's going to be the Troll versus Ursa battle, but Yavor doesn't want to fight it anymore. He backs off. Mind Control thereby should be providing enough control to prevent Nico Baby from actually closing the distance, and with an arena use as well, Yavor has no reason not to go back in. Gets a couple more swipes, and it is the Wheel of Wonder that only allows a Toof to live. Fantastic execution from Enigma Galaxy. The fact that they go in after Pulverize has already been used, Weehaw feels so free to do whatever he wants in the team fight.
Great decision coming in by Enigma Galaxy to bring Yavor in. Without Yavor there, they wouldn't have been able to get that.
How annoying is Matson? Will be able to finish off the Mars. Get the kill back at the very least. He is 7-1-9 now.
It's still not that bad for Enigma Galaxy though. Sure, you lose your Mars. He's not having a good game, but you take a look at Yavor. He will have a Blink Dagger if he doesn't have it already.
Escape back right now as we zip forward. It's the Enchantress who's being engaged on elsewhere. Nico Baby, however, will be able to get a guaranteed kill on the Isla because of the indecision from Enigma Galaxy. Weeha's now low on mana. Can they close the distance with a whip? Yes, they can. He won't be able to get the TP out, and with this, his death is guaranteed. All he's looking for is seconds before he gets sent back to the fountain, and a Toof is mad fighting him. Maybe not the decision that you need to make. Pylai Die now from the low ground is asking for support. Weeha's bought space, he's bought time, but he can't buy his life. All he can get is a couple more creeps done, and Pylai Die will be pursuing, but is he the only one trying to get this kill?
I mean, he'll be able to. It's going to be really slow.
I don't think he can. Weeha can zip over from the top side. No, never mind. Yeah, he can, exactly.
No, but he's going
now
to die
Matson
here. But no, Weeha's actually going to deny himself into neutral creeps. Tips coming all around for Weeha. As that's not that bad of a trade for the Storm Spirit. Matson had to go for securing that kill. Pylai Die was distracted. All the meanwhile, you have to consider a Toof did die to the Storm. So all in all, Enigma Galaxy do come out on, I wouldn't say out on top, but that's an even trade.
It's mitigated.
And once again, for me, the spotlight is always going to be on Yavor and what he can get done. He is the first person to hit 5 digits in terms of net worth, has the Blink Dagger, has the Battle Fury, and pretty soon, in less than 1 minute, he will have purchased his Skull Basher. They have everything at the ready to take Vikings down.
The problem is we can't not take account of the supports of the hands. Admiral Bulldog does get a stun out. Arena use. Weeha's in. Bramble Maze onto a Tooth as well. And they're very good at getting these kills, but what I worry about is Oh, is there another one? Maybe I should have worried about that instead. Yawer can blink in, finish off the second support.
Yawer getting involved, and remember, because this is an Ursa lineup, they can make their way towards Roshan. And for Vikings who don't have the luxury of that arena, it's a very difficult Roshan contest, particularly if you walk into it without having cleared up the vision area. Nigma Galaxy, because they got the skill on the Springmaster, they can set up vision. They have that jungle vision planted, or rather, no, it's actually Vikings who have the jungle vision. Nigma Galaxy did not clear that out. So Vikings know this is happening.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Matson
attack.
has the opportunity to be able to go into him. They've taken too long to collect themselves. Can we take a look at the support items on the Enigma Galaxy side very quickly? Thank you very much. This is what I'm slightly concerned about though, Doltros, which is that late game Isla and Nagato have literally nothing. There are no Glimmer Caves, there are no Force Staffs, there's no Yule Scepters. There's nothing that's supposed to be used to kite the Troll Warlord. And as good as Ursa is, when the Troll Warlord ulti is going on and he's going in for a full line fight, I do think he might win that out come late game. But for now, it's not about late game, it's on finishing off mind control before he can use the arena. It will not happen. We have long range zip in. The escape back will make him waste all of that mana, and mind control is still looking for an in. Yawer doesn't look for ins, he creates them. Wheel of Wonder will hypnotize him and bring him back over towards that very wheel, and Yawer, well, for now, he'll be fine. With that Wheel of Wonder and the Pulverize used, though, it will be much more difficult for Vikings to actually go for a fight.
At the same time, Chaotic Offering is also down. It is a bit of a stalemate, though. I don't think Vikings can actually take a fight. Stampede was used, so too was the Wheel of Wonder, but Matson still wants to go for it.
Well, you get a kill on the Warlock initially, Fatal Balls would be certainly very helpful. Another escape back, they've been so well timed. Yawer completely ignored, but the arena on 3 makes Yawer unignorable. Battle Fury cleave damage will give him ability to take down Twilight Knight with just the cleaves, but Bullrug runs away. Yawer can't find a target. Finally, he gets a 2-flow and someone else will finish the job, but Yawer is now in no man's land. He'll want to play forward. Mind control by Vico Baby, and that's where Matson comes in to interrupt this fight once again. Vico Baby, knock over, ultimate use. Yawer rooted. Yawer should be losing the man fight, but he's on fighting like a man. He's asked his teammates to come over, while Twilight die on the low ground will die to the last of the Fury swipes. It is Troll Warlord to duck his tails between his legs and run off to the distance, but can he do so successfully?
Dire's middle tower
Yawer
is
shouldn't be able to
under
pursue him
attack.
ahead. That was almost a very good fight from Vikings. That age is
Radiant's bottom
just a little bit too much to deal with.
Great support coming in for Yawer in this team fight. We had even Islot playing around that Ursa Warrior. They know who the damage is being dealt by, and even Weeha isn't, trying to make spotlight for himself. He's just playing it close, utilizing his vortex capture and hold people in. And despite of mind control not having that much net worth, his arenas have been on point. They have done the job in terms of creating a buffer and actually separating Vikings from being able to do what they want. And one of the things that is going to hurt Vikings is their lack of control. It's only the Pulverize they're really playing with. Sure, they have the Wheel of Wonder, but you can never capture the Ursa in that Wheel of Wonder the same way as you could in the previous game, where they had a setup for their Wheel of Wonder in that game. I'm worried that much of the focus was on the lack of damage for Nigma Galaxy in the last game. I'm wondering if that is going to be what holds Viking back in this game number 2. Because we saw the Troll dish out, 20 hits on that Ursa Warrior when he did have his Battle Trance activated, but he wasn't doing much damage to him.
Gotcha. I just think we need another Blink Dagger coming through. Admiral Bulldog's Pipe of Insight just isn't doing enough right now. You cannot have Matson be your solitary initiating. Look at the comparison. Nigma Galaxy, they've got 3 players who can actually engage across every single core. Vikings only have Matson. How else are you going to take a fight?
The Scepter will help though, but you're right, I do think they need a Blink Dagger. I think they also need a Blink Dagger on their Troll. I think their ability to jump and burst someone down is a whole lot less than it was in that previous game, and you need it to be as much in this game number 2 because Nigma Galaxy are very slippery.
Speaking of slippery, Bulldog has slipped over a banana peel that was left behind by Nigma Galaxy, finding the quick kill onto the Centaur. And Weehaw, how many galvanized charges is he on? It is 12 right now. That is a lot. A huge recovery for a player who's almost got the Sanj and Kaya as well. That's worrying.
He died 3 times in the first 5 minutes of the game, but just seems like Vikings focused him down a bit too much, did not worry about Yobber as much, and to their dismay, it should have been Yobber that they should have focused on, at least equally. Right now, he's 3,000 ahead of that Troll Warlord, almost has that BKB up. And once he has that BKB, you take a look at what Vikings can bring in. Can't really do anything to that BKB. Sure, the Troll can fight back, but the injuries in the battle trance are kind of similar in the sense that the Ursa can't really die if he has it in rate upright. 80% damage reduction is just a bit too much.
7-0 and 4 right now for Yawar. He has been the beast that has held together Enigma Galaxy completely. They have fully focused their game plan onto him and him alone.
A Skull Basher up means that whoever is going to be the first point of contact can just get hit by a bash. And Matson, I'm not sure if he's tanky enough to survive. Not against Yobber. And this is the point in time where a Primal Beast is actually weak against a Storm Spirit. Because the onslaught, you can see it coming from a mile away, but taking a look at that zap, trying to spot out that zap when it comes in, a lot of the times, it's too late by the time you know the Storm Spirit is on top of you.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And Wea has been very liberal with his mana usage, right? It's not like he's going through perfectly calculated jumps or anything. Wea says, you know what? I'm going to go in all the way deep. I only want to get my Vortex out. I don't care if I don't get a kill, right? At this point, Yawar is my primary damage, and I just have to enable it.
It's only going to get worse at the point where Riha realizes that creating an Aghanim Scepter is going to be so good this game against 3 melee cores. And with an Ursa Warrior that can cleave because he has the Battle Fury. I think Yop might just jump Highlight Eye here.
We should consider it at the very least now, and Riha even zips all the way through to find the Doof. But no, wait. Elsewhere on the map, it's Marcy that ends up getting taken down. Buyback's been used by a Doof. They want to fight this one. Delta slowly. Delta will be formed by the Wheel of Wonder as well. They will not get the Terrorize out. Wea's playing for distraction, but with the Yule Scepter on the Matson, he can't be participating in the fight. Nico maybe finds a Warlock in the back lines, but he's already used his Chaotic Offering. He's more than happy to die. 2 for 1 with the buyback being used on the Doof isn't worth it.
It's really not. Perhaps just to dissuade Enigma Galaxy, that could have been a potential objective because that tier 2 tower would have been taken down. But Vikings, all they really did was buy themselves a bit of space, a bit of time. Which I suppose is okay, but you need to have a solid action plan. What is their game plan going to be to take Weehaw and to take Yobber down? I don't see it.
The problem is that
at this point you're hoping
enough map
your Troll Warlord can be strong enough, just build up the items necessary to eventually fight Yobber.
I'm over here. Radiant are
Problem is also that we just don't have enough map control for Vikings right now. Okay, that's a bold jump in. Mind Control is asking for Weehaw to come over if need be, and Matson's waiting for that as well. If Weehaw makes a move, they will have space to be able to call over Admiral Bulldog for his TP because the Pulverize gives enough time for it, so Weehaw decides not to. But
Highlight Eye is just trying to
take use of the amount of low cooldown spells that they have on the Viking side. Normally, if you're getting a 2 for 1 in a situation like this, you have the advantage of saying, well, my Pulverize is getting back up in like a minute or so. Might as well go take some space in the Radiant side jungle and try and fight off of this. But right now, Vikings, because they don't have the wards yet, that's not an option either because you don't want to be going into the dark with a Storm Spirit and Ursa on the other side.
Yobber also almost has a nullifier up. Mass teleports coming into that bot lane. I think they saw a glimmer or a glimpse of Admiral Bulldog. He has a Blink Dagger, but if he continues farming, he's going to end up getting caught out.
Yule Scepter will only just guarantee its stun will be used, but like you said, Dodgers, his death is inevitable. Stampede is completely pointless as well. All it means is that there won't be a Stampede for a while, and although the Dire side has smoked, they're only going to be pushed away by a damn Warlock, man.
Their smoke broke towards the low ground. They didn't actually see who was up there. But the Mars, he is visible. Mind control. He is in danger. He is being chased down by 4 heroes.
It would be the return kill that they really desperately need. No arena for the next few seconds means that the lack of bulldog will not be hurting them too much. Mind control use in the arena keeps Matson inside of it. Nico Baby's been forced away by the terrorize as well. Matson just going to be looking to escape. He might find a kill on Nagato, but it's invisible. The escape act was supposed to be used by Adoof on himself. Instead, it ends up being used on Matson, who was going to be alive anyway.
Things are really not working out for Vikings so far. They've slowly went from losing 1 or 2 heroes every team fight to now losing the entire team fight. And it's just not working out. But they went in, and if you have Nico Baby, who has been farming up this entire time, and they're not able to take mind control out, there is no bash, there is no stun. Past that pulverize, Vikings do not have any control, especially because they went in without having Admiral Bulldog. They have 2 stuns beside them, in between the Primal Beast and the Centaur, and one of them was just not available.
Yeah, we're just really not getting the most out of Bulldog right now in terms of output, be it because of his blink dagger or lack thereof, or right now because he was dead over here. And without that, Matson's not a flash farmer, man. He's fallen 3,000 net worth behind Ria, a player who he killed like 3 times in the first 10 minutes.
And it's not going to get any better. The Storm Spirit is one of the best heroes in that late game. One of the best mid heroes in that late game. Sure, the Ursa Warrior may start scaling down past that 35-minute mark, but that's not really going to be a problem for Nigma Galaxy, because you're playing a Storm into 3 melee cores. He is always going to be able to get the jump and always going to be able to get disengaged.
BKB.
That's the second BKB.
Warlord, that's 8 seconds BKB that's been used just to farm up another few camps. And it's worth it, don't get me wrong, but it does hurt.
I don't think it's worth it. I just think that they're getting a bit outplayed right now. They're receiving a taste of their own medicine, I think. Five minutes of this Aegis is the second one of the game. They've also captured a Doof. This Aegis will be used to poke that high ground because, quite frankly, Vikings don't actually have too many towers remaining. This mid lane tower is very low. I got really confused because I know Yavor speaks Urdu because he's from, you know, the same country as we are, but
maybe it's Arabic, you know, honoring his hosts right now. Pulse coming out over here is going to be called off very soon. And we have a game.
I wonder how Vikings will respond. I don't think they should be defending their outer tier 2 towers, but with the way that Matson is positioned, it does seem like he may want to go in when Nagato comes in for the D-board.
Nagato found out, brought down perhaps. No! Uncontrolled getting defending because of that. This might just be a counter initiation. Really good stuff from the Aghanim of Matson, but it's just not enough damage, and they know they can't go on Yawar. But Nico Baby, he's going to be terrorized up. No, push out of the terrorize. Will get the ultimate off because of it. Nico Baby is going to be farming up a little bit more life on mind control, but the stuns, there's too much control. Now picked up in the card, still fighting away. Yawar is getting low. Aegis should not survive over here, but they don't have what it takes to finish him off. Matson lives on the other side of the cliff, and while Bola will be sacrificed, everyone else will watch a Doof die. And they might not be done yet. Mind control's got no reason to stop. He can blink forward and Spear Twilight die back, decides against it, worried about a punish, and he knows that Yawar should be more than up for the job, but it's in fact a pulverize to take out the second life.
Yawar getting a bit too ahead of himself there. Now, they have taken 2 kills. I'm surprised that Vikings actually chose to fight in that position, and despite of having Nagato picked up and slammed to the ground, they weren't able to take him out. They're lucky that they got out with as many heroes as they were.
They might not be able to get out with the swing here. The Twilight Eye fires back. Everyone left alive on the dire side is inside the arena, but inside the arena, Troll fights back. Yawar, first death of the game for him. Nico Baby once more, and he will get kill number 3. It's mind control to fall. Nico Baby will not be able to get that last hit. It is Admiral Bulldog to pick it up, but they successfully hold the high ground. That lack of an age is coming back to haunt Nigma Galaxy. If there was ever a position for Vikings to come back, it would be because of that first death.
And the fact that Nico Baby ended up getting that godlike streak away from Yawar. I think he got about 2,000 gold all in all from that entire excursion. Nigma Galaxy once again letting the few wins that they had, or rather the several wins that they had, go to their heads, because the Vikings can actually fight back now.
They do end up finding him. Wea's gone. Lincoln's Fair for who?
This is not good, T-Time. This is really not good. Nigma Galaxy, they fought so hard to get to this point, but they're bumbling it. It's just down to a 7,000 lead. Once this Tormentor falls, and it will just be down to that 5,000 lead, 4,000 in fact. And this game may have just been evened out completely. Nico has a Skull Basher now, and by the time that Nigma Galaxy are going to be in a position to go on the high ground, Nico will most likely have that Satanic online.
He's got a big save in a small cart. He's got a chance for LDA here as well. Well, right now, it's a Dark Willa who will end up falling. Mattson, that Aghanim Scepter that he pulls out changes the game, changes the fight, deals so much damage out towards that triangle. We saw it in place once, but it didn't come through to perfection. When Nico Baby has got the sustain to follow up on the damage, yeah, they're in trouble.
They're going down one by one. This is now going to be Nigma Galaxy actually being pressured for the first time. Vikings on their tier 2. And decided to go on Nico Baby can be punished so hard. He has a Reaver, he has 3,500 HP. Taking him down doesn't seem that easy, even if you get off your arena and capture the troll inside of it. And I think for Vikings, that Aghanim Scepter that's now up for Mattson, you know, we saw it do wonders in their previous fight. It is something so hard to fight against. The more damage you dish out on the Primal Beast, he's gonna just dish it out right back.
And he's a tanky boy. You smell that, Tontus?
Is it Enchantress or Bear? Because only one of those are my favorite dish.
Dolces right now and smelling a game, because we've got this back on our hands. No longer is it certain that Nigma Galaxy have an advantage, but they want to get it back in. We are Smoke's been popped, but it's been popped all over. Mattson, BKB's up, and they're fighting back. It's a polarized onto the BKB doors up. He's going to be running out of that BKB sooner rather than later. Fear will keep Troll War of the way, but he'll be able to continue fighting up. Yawar's getting low, down to half HP. We are zapping all over the shop, and with Mattson getting put in the escape back, he stays alive. We are forced to use more mana. Mattson still lives. How is he alive? Weah comes in to rectify the situation, but all in the meanwhile, Mind Control losing his own life, and where it is going to be the Ghost Scepter from Atuf. It's desperation from Weha. All he will get is a support. All he will lose is every single core.
This is no longer Nigma Galaxy being ahead. It is Vikings' game to take. Nico is finally online. Satanic at the ready. He may as well go for the Abyssal Blade up next with the Swift Blink plus due 2. And for Nigma Galaxy, they tried so hard. They got that Troll Warlord. They got that initiation. But it just was not enough. It was Yawar the first point of contact, and sure, Mattson Polarized was not able to do too much, but the Troll Warlord had his eyes set on Yawar. They were able to pin Yawar down as he was just constantly being pushed around, and even Mattson stayed alive for so long. Yeehaw had to expend his last bits of mana to confirm that kill, but when he did, he essentially confirmed his lost team fight.
Oh, look at their faces. They know this isn't the game that they expected after they fell so far behind. Some sides of relief, some nervous giggles. 20 seconds without Star Spirit. No buyback on Weeha. Nico Baby will have to consider backing off of it here, but that's where Bylai died. Is going to be the hero to try and tag up the tier 3. This is overstepping now though. Enigma Galaxy have the opportunity to pursue mind control. If you can blink in and get an arena, Weeha will be there. There's a Dark Ground, there's a Yield Scepter, there's the Initiate, but a Pulverize. If you lose your Mars without an arena, you're not going to get anything in this fight. Arena catches 5, but it doesn't matter when there's no follow-up damage at all. Vikings now in a 5 versus 4, with still having most of their abilities available to them. Escape Act to continually keep Nico Baby alive.
Enigma Galaxy making an overly ambitious play, and it seems like they haven't learned their lesson. How do they plan on fighting against Vikings without their Mars? It's just simply not going to be possible.
Oh no, Matson blinks forward right as Yauer had blinked back. The Pulverize is back off of cooldown. Matson really wanted to find the Ursa Warrior. That could have just been game over there and then. The Baby in the meanwhile, while he is surrounded by brambles, just has to be very careful. Remember, he's hit that level 25, so he's got that quick little boost up for the talent as well.
Weeha is now going for the Aghanim Scepter. I believe this should have been an item he went for first. It's really hard for Enigma Galaxy now. Weeha needs his own level 25. He needs those overload bounces, and he needs the Aghanim Scepter and the Aghanim Shard. If the Storm can get to those 3 items, or rather those 3 key timings, then they can fight against Vikings. Because relying on Yauer may have been enough for the first 35 minutes of the game, but you have to remember the Ursa Warrior starts scaling down, while the Troll starts scaling up.
Yep. Troll might not be an ultra late game carry, but he's definitely much more of one than the Ursa Warrior is. And Dutchers, we've seen so many saves coming out on Nico Baby, right? We've seen the escape acts, we've seen Matson bring himself in harm's way. Now that he has level 25 and he can use his ultimate even while he's been stunned up, and they're like, you're not killing Nico Baby. It's just not an option.
I don't think they've been able to kill Nico Baby since the past 5 minutes G-time. But yeah, it just went from bad to worse. As Matson, he has the high ground, and I think Vikings have an idea of where Enigma Galaxy is. It's going to be Isla who will reveal his position.
Enigma Galaxy right now, if they can keep man control alive, this wouldn't be bad. Nagano right next to him. And we are farming up for the Aghanim Scepter, 300 gold away from it. And he will be able to pick it up for the next fight, but he will sacrifice buyback.
It can work out. At this point, you may as well go big or go home, quite literally, because Enigma Galaxy do not have too many rooms for error. One misstep will mean that they receive their elimination at the hands of Vikings.
Oh no. If Weeha gets level 25, and he's got the Aghanim Scepter, I think Enigma Galaxy might have a better team fight. Because
they
you've
can
also
turn the
got
game for sure.
Fatal Bonds on top of it all. You've got the extra overload bounces. You've got Ursa being sort of supercharged if you go for the Shard. That's Weeha's next objective.
Nico,
but will he be allowed to get there? Blink in Pulverize would be good to have. Oh no! Oh no! You'll never use that Aghanim Scepter, Weeha!
That's Weeha's buyback. And I think they saw him picking up the Aghanim Scepter. They saw him pick up a 4,200 gold item. So I think the Vikings realized that there may not be a buyback on that Star Spirit. I think they're just going to run down that bot lane and find that barracks vulnerable after Roshan. And this is, I believe, that third Roshan key time. It comes with that cheese and that refresher. Double Stampede or even a double Battle Trance.
Double Battle Trance is terrifying. And you know what else is terrifying? Matson has been terrified this entire game. He has been completely dominant in the early stage, fell off a little bit mid-game, and then when Aghanims comes out, he's even better. Refresher, BKB, double pulverize will be available for the next fight. They're already 5v3 for the next 30 seconds as well.
I think they're just gonna have to give up their bottom lane of barracks. Now the good thing for Nigma Galaxy is the fact they have their tier 2 standing. So at the most, this will just be 2 barracks because of the recent change. Those tier 4 armors have a lot of armor as long as you have your lanes standing up. So Nigma Galaxy will be able to respawn, they will be able to fight back, but Weeha's buyback is 1,000 gold away, Mind Control's buyback is 600 gold away. They will not have it for at least a few minutes.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
What is Yawer's build? Like, what is he going for next? The Aghanim Scepter will help. To be fair, the Aghanim Scepter helps Ursa a lot of air, but he will maybe even need to consider going for the full blessing.
I think his hex. I think that the hex for Yawer is what he needs more than the Aghanims. It's not an issue of surviving, because you're not going to survive for that long. I think he just needs to be able to get in, burst someone down. Because Nigma Galaxy have been able to do that for the first 30-35 minutes of the game, but they haven't been able to do that since. Only Yawer has a buyback right now. Mind Control will have it, so will Isla. Nagato, I think he's gonna have to make do with the one life he has. But the real problem will be contesting against this Aegis. The outpush is most likely going to be picked up by Vikings in case they want a buyback on their supports to rejoin the fight. So it might just end up being a 7 or an 8v5 fight.
And the fight begins, the siege is on. Nico Baby feeling untouchable. Banner has been deployed. You can see the sidelines. Mars is trying to come in from the right side, from the middle lane. Nico Baby is getting surprised with the amount of damage the Storm Spirit is dealing. He might just end up losing his Aegis for free. Will use his Battletrons early. Dower is going to be down, and now they don't have a save. His buyback is available. 5-man Terrorize will still not keep them in the game. Nico Baby trying to pursue forward. Matson uses his refresher again. He'll be fine with even pulverizing on Isla, but he won't need it. He'll save it for Yawer, who will have neither his level 25 nor his Aghanim Scepter. An Abyssal Blade will only be used to give him a longer lease in life. With Weeha down, this game might as well be over. Nigma Galaxy are taking their last few breaths of air while playing in this tournament because they're running out of oxygen.
Weeha fought out for his sword. He thought he could come up with a difference there, but Nigma Galaxy, despite of having their initiation go their way, it just simply did not do a single thing. This may just be one of the lost polarizers we see, as Nigma Galaxy has no recourse to try and fight back.
Goodness, Yawer will be sent home. What a performance that he's given us in the whole across this tournament, even in this game. Looked untouchable, was 12-0 at one point, but 12-0 will not matter. It is GG called. It is absolute. Vikings are in your grand finals, the second time they will be able to match up versus Team Win. And Matson, undoubtedly series MVP. What a performance coming out from him on that Marble Beast, dominating the early game, and then doing so well later on as well.
They truly leveled up the series. They had everything going by their side, but just that overextension inside of the tier 4s when they didn't have their Aegis, and then dying one by one across the map seemed like it was so close to that game number 3, but Nigma Galaxy really bungled it.
And right now the question is, how do you process that as Nigma Galaxy? You give yourself such a lead, you do everything you can, but the analysts are going to be the ones to tell us exactly where to go.
Amazing. Welcome everybody to the Games of the Future 2025, live in Abu Dhabi. Of course, we are here because we've just, awarded the winner who's going to move into the grand final. Can we hear it one more time to the Team Vikings, everybody? Make some noise to Team Vikings. I'm here with one of the team members. Introduce yourself. They probably know who you are, but just for those who are not familiar with who you are.
Yeah, Piladai, that's mine.
Piladai, amazing.
Yep.
Now, Piladai, listen, you guys have put on a great performance, right? Great team play. Walk me a little bit. You guys took the lead in the first two maps. Walk me a little bit through kind of the team effort, the energy that you guys brought together, the game plan, and how did you guys manage to take the win in the first two maps?
First game was pretty simple. That was not very hard. Like, we didn't need this energy or whatever. But second game was very difficult. If you wanna, there was very many negative emotions. Like, we were just running around like headless chickens. They were killing us. And then eventually, we managed to pull it together. So.
Amazing. Now, what's the plan for the last phase, right? The grand finals. If you can step forward a little bit, yes.
Grand final. These guys are really hard. So maybe we can pick some cheesy heroes, or just, I don't know, maybe we level up somehow. Like, it's gonna be tough, but we're gonna do our best.
I mean, leveling up would be the only solution to win the grand finals and hopefully walk away with this right here. Beautiful looking trophy, right? Amazing. Okay, well, one more time, everybody. Team Vikings, make some noise and good luck in the grand finals. Thank you for joining us here on stage. We're just getting set and ready to introduce the grand finals competitors live on stage at the Games of the Future 2025.
And we're back here in the studio to analyze what happened with Enigma Galaxy and how Vikings managed to win this game.
Kept saying it. We kept kind of warning Enigma that it could happen.
Yeah.
It could happen that these overextensions, this laziness
Exactly,
when
yeah,
they're ahead, it could cause them, and at the end it really did. Like, Ursa had the ages at minute 25, they were 10 to 15k up, everything looked great, but then suddenly they lose ages for free, they overextended a bit, and the game turns around. Suddenly this troll warlord, Nico Baby, is unstoppable and just carries the game.
I mean, you're having too much fun, you're confident, you overstep a bit and like you just get punished, like Enigma Galaxy already, like yesterday they had like same game, like when they had like 3 games and they lose. So yeah, I mean, they're like not real team, like so you have like this, they're not disciplined, in some times, like you're just too confident without like
we see in this key fight, like we see exactly, Ursa, the BKB doesn't really work, and Rage BKB doesn't work against Troll, doesn't work against Primal. Yes, Warlock cancels the Primal ulti, but Troll is not losing HP. And on top of that, he has a Mirror Bulldog with his Aghanim Scepter, which worked perfectly. Like, at this point, I think it was very, very hard for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, throughout the game, we're watching it together, and you're saying, Nico Baby's gonna kill them all now. He's gonna kill them all now. And it didn't happen until later on in the game. So what were they waiting for? When was the kind of the turning point when he was finally able to deal the right amount of damage?
I guess it was like situational, like in this certain team fight we saw, it was like direct like 1 versus 1 fight, and Troll is always gonna win against Ursa. So Ursa basically wasted everything, like all his tools, BKB and Enrage, and literally Ursa was useless in this fight. Like the heroes were gonna provide most damage for the Enigma Galaxy.
It seems like Nico Baby on Troll had more help from his 2 other cores, Primal for control and Centaur for saves, than the Yavar had from Vika and Mind Control. They could have just provided the control, but there was no control.
I mean, for me, it's weird that nobody in Enigma Galaxy bought Lotus Orb.
Yeah.
One of the best items against Primal.
So basically, you see Primal, you think, I
need only Lotus, because you can put on your carry, and like Primal cannot control him. Like Yavar was controlled multiple times, like full duration.
They had the idea with Warlock, if he buys Aghanim, Refresher, like he can both times cancel it, but it's not so easy. If fight goes prolonged, if he cancels later, if some of the other cores like Primal Beast, he's definitely every fight. Matson, one of the MVPs, definitely.
Yeah, Matson
he was looking for every fight.
Yeah, Matsu stepped up for sure. Like we even told, like you said, like he need to step up, and he really did. Like these 2 games, he stepped up so much. Like
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it that Vika could be this guy that actually kind of demolishes him, especially after losing in the upper bracket finals. That this time around he's going to be coming in ready. But I think Vikings, they set Madsen up for success with the drafts, right? Unlike yesterday where it just didn't happen.
maybe it was tactical, you know. We said like, oh, you need to. They want to lose, so they have this warm-up for the grand finals. And like we told to the coach of the Vikings, you know, like we told them what Team Win did. Like they did Battle Roar. They implement this strategy. Also before the game, Bubtov was bringing coffee to the players, you know. So he did everything he could to enable his players.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, they played 5 games and Vikings won 4. They showed the dominance. They showed they are truly better team than Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, well, with that being said, though, we're going to be kind of focusing on the final, right, or winner staying. And we had an interview right now with Pilot Eye where he said, well, you know, Win is a little bit of a hard team. So what's the key to beating them?
I agree with him. Like, come with super energy. Like, what energy they had in the second part of the second game. They need to bring this kind of energy. They need to put some cheesy picks. They need to Madsen to play maybe even better than he's playing now, to show mid-dip versus Rostic. And they need their supports to like play the games of their lives to fight against 1J and Hakoda.
I mean, I agree. I mean, yesterday in the winner finals, Win dominate against Vikings, but I don't think it's going to be the case in the grand finals. This grand final, I think, going to be interesting. It's going to be not easy for Win to get the championship.
Yeah, so we kind of talked about it that yesterday the supports of Vikings, that Atuf and the Pilot Eye didn't look too good, but today they demolished, right? Can they perform at least somewhat to the same level versus the 2, I'd say, best supports of the tournament?
I mean, they just need to have a really good day. Because the problem with Hakoda and 1J, I mean, problem for Vikings, of course, is that they're way too consistent. That's what separates them. Like, maybe 1 out of 10 games, both of them will not play that good. But other 9 games, they're going to dominate.
Yeah, and I think maybe it's going to be because they're playing probably like this first land for them, it's playing like grand finals. Maybe some nerves going to kick in as well. Like, you're playing for the trophy, big prize pool as well. So maybe some nerves into Atuf, and I mean, Pilot Eye's experience, even played like major finals. I'm not sure if he won with Team Secret, but maybe it was with Viha.
Pilot Eye, Viha,
Misery, yeah.
Misery and Papi, and one more guy won the major.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
he's a major.
Yeah.
Okay, so definitely a guy who does have experience, but overall though, so what's the plan, right? How do you target the supports? Do you target Rostic? Do you have any idea what the approach should be from their side?
If I'm in Vikings, I will just ban Rostic heroes, to be honest.
Yeah.
Put him in uncomfort zone, like Matsun did. Like Matsun yesterday, when he's not playing his heroes, he like didn't have like much impact. But today, like he's playing his heroes, he doesn't care about counters, he destroyed. So I think they should do like this Uno reverse, you know.
Yeah, one more question. The Grand Finals is best of 3, right? So it's not a best of 5. If it was a best of 5, would that give more or less chance to Vikings? Because we're kind of all favoring Win.
Definitely less chance. I mean, by the logic laws, like they can surprise in one game, and in one game maybe Win has bad draft or bad play, and it's enough. Yeah. But if it was a best of 5, then it's more room for error.
I mean, if you're underdog, you have obviously more chances in less games, right? Like if I'm playing best of 1 against some Liquid, or I will always love to be like best of 1. Like if I'm playing against Team Liquid in some qualifiers, because my chances will be higher.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, the Grand Finals is going to be starting in pretty much 2 hours, right? At 18:30 local time. Currently, it's 16:30 local time. So we have a lot of time before it's time to continue with the best of 3 Grand Finals here at the Dota stage. So everybody, stay tuned, go drink something, go to the gym, rest up, and be ready to find out who is going to be your champion.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
We had 8, now we are down to 2. The rematch of the upper bracket finals, a win versus Vikings, will decide our champion here at the Games of the Future 2025 in Abu Dhabi. I'm Harry, and throughout this event, my panelists have been Milan and LeBron, and they've given us the best analysis possible. And now it is time to focus on Vikings and Win once again. Yesterday, it was an easy win for Win. Today, will it be any different?
Straight up.
I mean, I think it's gonna be harder for Win to win. But they're still clearly a favorite in this matchup. But I think Vikings gonna adapt to the draft, and we're gonna see a good final.
I think Vikings coming with a momentum. Not only that they won 2-0 today, they also made a really good comeback in the game too. So they're riding this way. We saw in the history of the game, of the tournaments, that many tournaments can be flipped because the team from lower bracket is coming hungrier, more prepared.
Okay, so we saw Pieliedie not have a lot of confidence about what was gonna happen in the finals. Do you think they maybe changed their approach and there in the backstage told him, yo, Pi, we are winning this?
I mean,
he's just being realistic, I think. I think Pi is very smart guy, and part of being smart is being realistic, right?
yeah, but he don't wanna like say yes, we're gonna win for sure, like stuff like this. But he don't wanna put pressure on his players. You know, we're just gonna give our best, and we're gonna see what's gonna happen. You know.
Yep. There's definitely some storylines to go through here. So probably the biggest one, we've got Rostic, very famous streamer, especially for the Eastern European region, and then we've got a up-and-coming star, Matson, rank 20, probably the highest rank in the tournament. But either way, he wasn't doing so hot yesterday, but he started off really hot today. Is that gonna continue?
Maybe this was a strategy from Vikings coach, you know, like we're gonna give your best and we're gonna play our worst, you know, and you're gonna be relaxed in the grand finals. We're gonna come from the lower bracket, we're gonna warm up, and we're gonna destroy you in finals, you know.
Yeah, at this point, the upper bracket match doesn't mean anything. I think throughout my career, there are a few times it happened that we will get destroyed in upper bracket, we will learn some few things, and then we will come back and destroy them back.
And we all know that these are the teams that, you know, they don't consist of current pro players. We have some up-and-coming guys, we have some guys maybe who are competing on the tier 2 close to tier 1 level, but can a team that is not really at that level that you guys competed at one point in your life improve as quickly as you would in a real team?
Hey, it's tournaments at that. And between series, we can see two different teams. So the answer is yes, but you know, will it be enough? Can they do it? Will they do it?
Yeah, sometimes even like, even though you're like better, maybe players or team, sometimes your playstyle is not good against enemy playstyle. So maybe hero pools are not good for like Vikings hero pool against Win. But well, let's see. We need to see this like in grand finals.
Yeah, we saw that some of Madsen's heroes really did well versus Nigma Galaxy, but yeah, on the other side, not so much. Who do you think has a bigger hero pool at the moment, Madsen or Rostic?
They're pretty similar, but I think Madsen has maybe a hero or two more.
I mean, I think both can play enough heroes.
Yeah.
We just, are they gonna pick it at right time? Because yesterday, the Vikings like put Madsen in a really bad spot. They give him like heroes that he don't play, and he was like underperforming. And today they literally give him in early stages of the game, I mean draft, and like he really performed. Like he don't care about counter picks if he's playing on his heroes.
Perhaps the key of the matchup is not the two players themselves, is the other two players on support.
Yep.
So it's gonna be more like 3v3, who wins the silence and who can help their mid lane as well. I talked to Rustic yesterday, and he said to me, I don't care, Milan. If I lose my lane, my supports come, they come back my game. They're really good.
I think
this is true.
This is fact, because today Viking supports they really play good around Madsen, you know? And in this game we're gonna have Sakoda and one of the best supports here, like best for sure, like they're professional players with super high MMR. And I think they can make huge difference in these finals, especially on the mid lane.
Yeah, and Egor Demon is also, he's a rising star too. Like I think at some point he could become a really good player.
So can the two supports of Vikings hold their own? Can they do it?
I mean, people are saying like, if you're playing support, that means you're bad, you know? You need to play core to be good, but supports now make so much difference in the game, and I think like they can win literally game for their team.
It's like, I don't know about Hakoda, but if 1J plays a core in my buff, he's still the best player on the server. Like, he's just good at the game. Good. The spell is a spell. You know, the spell casting is spell casting. Reading game is reading game. He's just good.
I mean, do you think if Vikings are watching these replays right now that it will be bad for morale at the moment? They're like covering their eyes?
No, I mean, I don't think they're bothering themselves. At least I hope so. I think booked up their coaches experienced enough, and they're like, guys, whatever happened yesterday, doesn't matter. New 2 or 3 games, good or bad, hope for the best.
I mean, they are already in finals. They should be happy, right? They have nothing to lose. They should just enjoy it. I mean, this tournament is to enjoy, have fun, right?
Okay, so right now you're just talking very politically correct, right? So I'm gonna ask you directly: is this final going to the 3 games? With your knowledge on the line now.
Personally, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think it will go. I think it's gonna be one game when Rosti gonna have a really super bad game that Madsen can like make a huge difference in the game, and I think it's gonna go to the game 3.
Oh, okay. Is that gonna happen in game 1 or 2?
I mean, I don't know, depend on the draft, you know?
Really? Okay.
If I see Rosti playing something that he doesn't play good or something inconvenient, I'm not certain that it will work in competitive scene, I don't know. But I expect Madsen to pop. Like we said, he needs to step up, and this is the perfect moment. In the lower bracket finals, he played against Vika, right? One of the best mid laners. He's not like right now professional player, but he's still playing like on high level. So this time he's gonna play against Rostic, which is like streamer, you know. He's like still good, but you know. But this also put a lot of pressure on him because he need to make a diff.
Yeah, but I would still highlight the other matchups more. I think Bulldog really needs to step up to not get crushed in the lane by Hakoda and LTW, and also they need to pick strong lanes. If they get like Darkseer versus the I can't exactly versus Jakiro, for example, I think it's gonna be very rough. So start from draft, don't let them get super strong lanes, and then like hope your players play very good, and then I think Madsen will do his part. But if the whole game is crumbling, it doesn't matter what you do.
I mean, while we were having lunch, LeBron said, first game, they like win, it's probably gonna win, but they might start kind of having fun a bit in the second one. Do you think that's a possibility, Milan, or are they gonna go full in?
I mean, they might be goofing a little bit around if they're ahead in the game, but like having fun in draft or during like game is like still possibly to lose. No.
I think they're gonna maybe try to play some Elder Titan on mid, second game if they won first, like to have a little bit extra fun, you know? They're gonna believe we're gonna win, it's good, but it's gonna be a bit extra fun, you know?
I mean, I know who's gonna have fun. It's gonna be us. So we're gonna be introducing our teams, our finalists, on the stage.
Comes down to this moment right here in Abu Dhabi for the grand finals of the MOBA PC Dota 2 competition live in Abu Dhabi. One more time, let's hear it for our first finalist of the night, Team Win! All right, guys, are we ready to take on the final game of the competition, right? All right, high five, guys. Good luck, best of luck, Team Win right here. You guys look absolutely positive and optimistic. Please take your seats as we're about to get started with the final game of this competition, everybody. And now we are about to meet the opponents from the left-hand side of the stage. Abu Dhabi, make some noise to Team Vikings! Right, these guys have taken the win earlier. They've qualified to the final round. Are we guys ready? Yeah, let's go, let's go. High five, everybody. Team Vikings, Abu Dhabi, let's do it. Let's take on your seats. And we are about to start the competition for the final round of the Dota 2 MOBA PC live in Abu Dhabi.
We are back here with the panel to go through the draft that is going to be on our screens fairly soon because everybody's in the lobby. The game is going to be starting soon. We know that it is going to be Vikings with the second pick and it will be Win with the Radiant. Is Radiant still considered the favorite side?
I don't know exact stats, but I think it's easier to play both mid and safe lane on the Radiant.
Yeah, I agree with you about these lanes. For example, for me, I have like much win rate on Radiant than on Dire, like 55 to 48, something like this. So.
There's some hidden things, like for example on Radiant you can block the big camp on safe lane camp. That it's kind of hidden. All these little things in Dota is a beautiful game, and all these things add up, and like mid lane rush position, the first night.
Will it ever get balanced?
I mean, I think maybe not, because it's very hard to balance this thing out.
I think safe lane is much easier to play for Radiant. And vice versa on offlane as well. You have like easier to play on Radiant.
Oh, look at the bans. Mid laners somewhat targeted, but Slaughter is removed from the side of Vikings and Wisp as well. I mean, that was one of the problems yesterday for sure.
Well, they changed it up. I think there is no point of changing the bans for when like these worked perfectly for them yesterday, but they don't pick the Beastmaster, they take the Timber. I think this is like one of the... I mean,
Igor Demon plays this hero a lot.
Hey, first of all, yesterday when the first pick, it was banned by the Vikings. And second of all, it's good to swap the things out, because I think Vikings maybe were prepared for the Beast, but not for the Timber.
Yeah, I think Igor Demon like is really good on Timber as well. He was spamming like literally every single pub on this hero, and yeah, we're gonna see Primal, signature hero for Matson, one of his best heroes.
Okay, Vikings are probably gonna do the same what they did today. They already adapted in the first series from yesterday. The adaptation was clear and it was good. They take the Matson hero early.
Yep.
They pick the Bulldog, Darkseer, Doom, and they pick the two supports that wrap it up around instead of just picking like kind of duo that's like supposed to be strong on their own.
What happens if Win bans a Doom right now? What's
gonna
happen?
Darkseer?
That's it, right?
I mean, there is Darkseer, Centaur.
He plays 3 heroes, Darkseer, Centaur, and Doom this time.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's gonna pull something out of his sleeve, Maybe he's like keeping some strats for the finals, Maybe we're gonna see some Lone Druid. Or
maybe Clockwork?
Yeah, Clockwork. I mean, I don't think we're gonna see Clockwork on the lane. I can see Clockwork on the win side, Clockwork is one of the best heroes against Primal.
One hero that I know Bulldog plays, or at least played in a couple of last years in my pubs, is Magnus. So maybe. But Magnus is not such a good hero here. And we're gonna see Win ban Weaver and Enchanters. I think Weaver ban is kind of kappa, because Nico is definitely getting the last pick. So you could say that up for later. But maybe they're using the ban in this phase, so they have three for the end. That's also smart.
They're gonna pick some really strong support right now, maybe even to steal something like Ringmaster. Both teams really love to play Ringmaster.
It seems like Vikings are like 100% taking Ringmaster, and they're gonna take it up from there.
They're thinking this could be a Timber in the mid lane because they got rid of the Beastmaster. Kind of feels like a wasted ban,
I'm not
right?
sure Rostic is playing Timber, and this is one of the best Igor Demon heroes, It can be a flex, but you don't want to put Rostic in the hero he's not confident. I really love Clock here against Primal. And now when you see Pagna and the Primal, I think Sakoda would love to play Clock here.
I mean, they switched things up. We thought it was going to be Ringmaster. It still might be for position 4, but they think Pagna is a higher priority, and we instantly see the 2 super signature hero. 1J, like this is one of his favorite heroes on Grimstroke, and Hakoda is regarded as one of the best Banes in PUBG.
Yeah, I mean, he played like in 8 games, he played 6-9 Bane, I think, Sakoda on this tournament, so...
And in pubs, he spams it. Like,
yeah.
We have a first-hand experience. We play against this guy often, and he's just good. Like, he abuses ins and outs of this hero very well. And now I wonder if they change something for Atu, but I think Ring is way too good. Like, plus the box, it stops the grip.
Yeah, it's safe, for sure. When I see this kind of supports, I always think about some Zoo on the offlane, but it's all about Admiral Bulldog. Can he play Lycan? Beast is also in the pool still. Maybe even Night Stalker.
Yep. Those all seem like good options, but we haven't seen anything different from him. I would be very surprised if he just doesn't go for a Doom again.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like there's only other thing is that maybe can do the Darkseer combination, but all the good heroes versus Darkseer are still in the pool.
And you don't want him to have bad lane, because Bane is really strong laner, and you're gonna have counter pick, right? And Darkseer is not that strong laner. He can...
So maybe just a Centaur anyway. You know, it provides auras and...
It's a safe pick, for sure.
Centaur Ringmaster?
Yeah.
Or Doom Ringmaster, yeah, I feel like that's probably what we're gonna be seeing. There's no way we get Nico's hero right now, no need, right?
Yep.
Maybe if they want to play an Ursa?
I think there's enough heroes for him to last pick with Gyro and Ursa, and he will find another one. So it's fine to leave it, so he has a good matchup versus LTW. I think this is super important overall for them, for Nico to have good matchup versus LTW.
They need to pick good heroes to play around Primal, because Primal is like first pick. So there you go, Ring.
The box is out.
5-2.
What would you guys prefer Bulldog to play, Centaur or Doom?
I think Doom in this one. There's Grimstroke, there's Timbersaw.
I want to say as well.
Doom is just much better against the Timbersaw than the Centaur.
And Grimstroke can be very annoying if you're playing the Centaur. Sometimes the Soulbind is just in a weird way. You start running different directions and then you don't move at all. So it can be quite annoying.
And Doom is kind of anti-carry hero, right? So basically, it's not now hard to find a hero, but okay, they're gonna go for the anti-mage. Really quick pick there.
This worked for them very well yesterday. It was Shadow Demon instead of the Ringmaster, but Ringmaster is a bit stronger, but still the lane was very easy for anti-mage, and he had 0 dice and he dominated the game, so why fix if it's not broken? Storm gets banned. I wonder if they ban Earth Spirit or Ember. I think they should ban Ember, but Earth Spirit will still be very good for Rustic.
I mean, Rustic can play Ember, Spirit, Storm, so there is options.
I don't know, I'd rather they ban out the Earth Spirit, right? Because with the Grimstroke, it might be a little bit of a better combo.
I think it's pick your poison.
I mean, yeah, basically they're gonna choose between Earth Spirit and Ember to ban.
I would rather ban Earth Spirit because I feel it's more comfortable for Rustic. Like, for me, like, I even talked to him. I said, "What's your best hero?" And he said, "That's Earth Spirit." So, yeah.
But what's the Nico hero here, right? We know Terrorblade can be solid versus the Anti-Mage, but not necessarily versus the other 3
I
heroes.
would really love to see Nico play Templar Assassin in this game.
Okay.
I think this is a go-to hero. It's really good against Timber. It's really good against Anti-Mage.
Yep, they ban Ember, Earth Spirit. I can see also TB. TB can be really strong against Anti-Mage, against those two supports.
Timber can shred through him.
Yeah, lane can be dangerous, but you have Pagna. Pagna is really good against Timber.
TA or...
I'm not sure if Nico is like playing like Timber.
Nico plays TA.
There is like also...
Does Nico play Meepo?
Not on top of my head. Maybe he did. Like, it doesn't ring a bell.
They just go for the Abaddon, but I don't know if Abaddon is good into anti-mage.
Oh, I don't like this pick.
Yeah, I don't like
think
it as well.
They maybe went too much into their head, trying to like play it too safe. But,
yep.
I mean, we said Abaddon has 9 wins and 5 losses. Like, it's always a decent hero. We're gonna hear the roar.
Oh, you know what happened? Like Vikings in the lower finals, they did the roar and they won 2 games. They did 2-time roars. And now we're gonna do a roar and Vikings are not doing it. You know, this doesn't look good.
They needed to do the roar.
Maybe they're overthinking, they forgot about this. Now they're gonna hear this, but it's
anyway, I think Anti-Mage, if he has a free lane like yesterday, if the first 50 minutes go like yesterday, like, there's not gonna be anything to stop him. So in a way, they're on a timer, on a on the Vikings.
Yeah, I mean, there is some AoE like Primal and Ring. Like AoE stance disable is like really good against Anti-Mage, but as you mentioned, if this Anti-Mage pop up and get like huge, I don't think they can stop him.
And they have enough space, like Egor Demon and Rosting
Yeah,
can just make enough space.
They're gonna fight 24/7 with those 4 heroes, and maybe Anti-Mage gonna join some fights. But this game, I think Win got it.
Also, you're very confident in Win, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it does look that way. So, what's the win condition for Vikings?
They just need to...
Give me something, please.
They need to win lanes, and then they need to get fat on all 3 heroes.
Yeah, they need to get fed, like snowball this early game and try to end with the second rush.
Because if they're ahead and Primal gets 1-2 rushes, like he can get to this critical mass of BKB, Refresher, Aghanim, and he can solo win the game if he's like 10-0.
Yeah, Aghanim, he can break the Anti-Mage, and I feel like with this second rush they can end the game if they snowball really hard, like this first 20 minutes.
How are their lanes looking in general? Like, do they have a chance to win them?
I mean, they have strong lanes.
They
like,
need, it needs to be executive. Like they need to outplay the enemy. It's not gonna be easy at all.
I feel like this safe lane up, Pugna is strong,
for sure.
and on the other side, Doom and Ring, it can work, but you need to be like without mistakes.
Well, our grand finals is now officially starting. We're no longer in the draft, we are in the game, and our casters, which are going to be for the grand finals, Tultras and Otomo, will take it away now.
8 teams entered Abu Dhabi, and it is only 2 teams remaining. Vikings versus Win to duke it out in this best of 3 grand finals. It is the new chips on the block, having eliminated all the legends that came before them. Otomo, who do you favor in this draft?
Draft-wise, I think it's hard to really tell. The panel was saying how Vikings needs to play fast. I agree with them. You have good heroes for it. Abaddon, Pugna, you get the Abaddon Radiance with the Pugna bring down towers. Primal's pretty good. I like that. But I don't know
This
if
is
I
a
think
good
that
opportunity to learn.
Win has
Win has come in undefeated. They have not actually dropped a single game in any of their best of 3s, not in the group stage, not in the playoffs. Vikings did show some improvement. I really thought that best of 3 in the previous round against Nigma Galaxy would go to that 3rd game, but Vikings played a really strong game. Do you think that they can take a game off of Win here and now?
But I don't want to keep like... I'm not bashing Vikings, just that Win looks so good. As the 2 teams are talking to each other right now. I like that Bulldog points out, he's like, level 30 AM, level 30 Bane? That's not gonna be good for his lane.
And Vikings and Win did go at it in the upper bracket finals. Unfortunately, it didn't really last long, that best of 3. Both of them were just straight up stomps, and there is a bit of a comparison to be made between Matson and Rostic. These are 2 very young players going at it against each other, 2 upcomers, I would say. Certainly a bright future ahead of them. It's going to be, I think, risk-taking that is going to be the theme for both of these 2 mid laners. We all know that Matson likes to play deep, likes to play dangerous, but so does Rostic.
Yeah, Rostic's him and Igor Demon both have to make a decent amount of space for the anti-mage. Luckily, they're quite durable, high damage cores. You know, the Timbersaw and the Earth Spirit, and that's going to be the Vikings' problem. How do we deal with these 2 guys so that we can kill them, take towers, and shut down the anti-mage before he gets online? It's a tough one, but Paladai, he said either we go funky drafts or we level up. Let's hope they leveled up at least in this match. Ooh, 3
is in well, actually he wants to play aggressive to create the space for Nico Baby to come on over, but I don't think there'll be a kill happening, or could it? Paladai comes in from the side, and the Grimstroke is going to go for the teleport away. Igor Demon will just merrily walk back to his lane, as 1J is going to be pressed for regeneration, but luckily he has 2 sets of tangos on him.
Yeah, but he's still so low that he doesn't actually want to take any hits, because you take a hit, that's a tango gone. You're spending almost all of your first level just kind of regenerating. There's a dagger, there's damage.
Blood grenade being thrown out, as well as 1J might just end up dropping only 1 hit. It's a Nether Blast from Paladai that is going to draw the first blood for Vikings.
a little bit greedy from 1J. He could have left the lane, he could have healed back at the base, but instead he stays around. I know he had a lot of tangos, but you were down to like less than 200 health when the TP was done. It wasn't really worth it.
They are going to have to play safe now, and Vikings are playing a bit of a trialing. Now you do have the Ringmaster, Atuf. He has teleported back to his own lane. So Dakota, he's going to have to play really defensive. The idea is that you want ILTW to farm up. Do you think this is a good anti-mage game against a Doom, Abaddon, Primal Beast?
Good and bad. In one way, it's good because the enemy team is relatively low mana. Oh, I'm called Bulldog.
He's gonna take a few hits. If his mana runs out, he's gonna get too slowed down. He'll be able to make it under the safety net of that tier 1 tower. As Zagoda does need to be careful. He'll use a Nightmare to dish out the hits, as it will be ILTW who'll blink in forward. Asuf, he is going to take a fall. Zagoda to get a nice return kill.
It seems like he wants to keep him safe, right? He's thinking Admiral Bulldog's in trouble. I take the Nightmare off of him. There's always been an issue with the anti-mage thing. If he gets ahead and burns your mana, it's very hard to recover. You don't want to just buy out 6 man goes as 1J.
Doesn't have the movement speed to outrun Nico Baby. Nico Baby will be able to close the distance. There is that ink wall. Unfortunately, Igor Demon does not have the sustain. That's going to mean that he falls as well. 2 heroes down, and this offlane, normally with a Timber Saw, is pretty strong. It's not really going all that well for Win.
Matsen's also having a really good time mid lane. 50 and 2 to the 9 and 1. A little bit unexpected. I did think Rostic was going to have a slightly better time than this. Matsen, real regret coming here. And Onslaught not full duration, sorry. But should be just fine.
Yeah, he will be fine. There have been a few recent buffs to the Earth Spirit in this current patch, so he comes in with a lot of damage amplification. Do you think we'll see a resurgence of the Earth Spirit in the meta?
I hope so. I really like watching this here in the mid lane. I think it's very fun, kind of exciting too. You gain the Blade Mail, Spirit Vessel. Spirit Vessel got buffed. You can now have a Spirit Vessel and an Urn, and they both gain charges, which is pretty cool. Atuf getting drawn back in, but nice use of the illusion to remove the Nightmare off himself.
Speaking of CS, Tomo, you noticed something very interesting. Admiral Bulldog doesn't have too much CS. He is sitting on just about 5.
6, actually. Don't shortchange Bulldog, okay? He's got 6 CS, 7 now. Has the Devour facet as well, which is really the only facet right now that's kind of pickable.
Doof is going to go down again. So Win may be struggling on their off lane, but they're actually winning in their safe lane.
True. I will say though, I'm not sure if that's as big of a win as like they need, but alright, it's going pretty well for them. Matsen's level 5 in 4 minutes here. Very nice for him.
He'll have the water runes denied against him though, as he doesn't have any more save charges, but Matsen is sitting at about 900 HP. He's really just going to be fine as he'll bring the creep wave, I assume, near a jungle camp to take out both the jungle camp and this creep wave. But
you're a mid laner. You know this stuff better than I do.
Yeah, he's gonna join the creep wave with the hard camp over here and probably just use his tramp to take both. So this is optimization coming in from Matsen.
Is that what the mid laners call it?
It's what I, call it when I see it.
Like, alright, this is called optimization, people. Alright, it's how you get extra 30 GPM.
Igor Demon? This is subpar optimization. I really have to tell you. It's just gonna eat a whiplash from a tooth.
Sends him to damnation in the end, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's... How does Win's offlane recover? Because the Timber Saw is supposed to be a lane dominator, but he is just being dominated by the other side.
Yeah, this is surprising, actually, that he's having such a hard time on the Timber Saw. You're up against, like, relatively, no stuns coming out from Pilot Dive from Nico Baby. Toof is up here again, though, just trying to harass him. He did receive a nerf to the reactive armor on Timber Saw, so maybe that could be a big deal. Bulldog
is going to get chased underneath his tier 1 tower. Toof should have tamed the beast up, so that means you can't dive into the tower. It's going to be interesting to see the net worth of the Timbersaw versus Admiral Bulldog, because while Igor Demon has died quite several times, Admiral Bulldog is only sitting about 9 FPS. Highlight Eye is running into trouble. Nether Ward may be there, but it's not going to provide that deterrence. Ethereal or no Ethereal, Rostic will be able to find the kill. As Madsen is going to charge on forward, has the Polarize, will grab Rostic up, but is going to get silenced instead, and is going to end up falling. Rico Baby is here to try and trade out, trying to get the kill on Rostic, as a dagger is going to be absorbed by Zakoda, and they will not be able to find Rostic. He will just boulder away.
Very
In the
nicely.
end, it's just going to be 1J who'll die.
I mean, very nicely done though, that situation when he takes the dagger. Rostic even tips and he's like, did you see, guys? Did you see what my sports are doing? Insanely well played there by Hakoda. Now, the game becomes about the Wisdom Shrines. Will they contest on Vikings? Seems like Win is... I think you're gonna have to TP out there, buddy. Nah,
If all, but you do have Highlight Eye, who is making a play for that Shrine of Wisdom. Can he recover this in time? Igor Demon is moving in, will be able to cancel that conversion, as Highlight Eye and Igor Demon actually is everyone who is joining the party here. Nico maybe does not have his borrowed time, but it's actually Win who are losing out on the exchange. Highlight Eye is going to end up with a double kill, as they'll be able to secure their Shrine of Wisdom.
That's Nico Baby with the XP. Oh, they're really happy with it. They're enjoying their time in this game. Did Admiral Bulldog
really
make his own Wisdom Shrine? Didn't see that. Didn't quite catch that. But I do know the pilot there was able to steal the enemies. That is a big win. When I saw the patch notes that they moved the Wisdom Shrines to lower bracket, oh, ILDW took. Okay, so it comes down to 1 for 1.
Yeah, and both of the carries took the Shrine of Wisdom, so in the end, the supports are still going to suffer. But it's going to be an even suffering, right? It's an exchange of suffering rather than a benefit to either side.
Exactly. In the meantime, they just continue to stack on 1J, making sure that the creeps are coming in for whoever wants to take them. Oh, good deny by Atuf.
And that, it's interesting. There is a bit of a contrast. While Win are stacking up their triangle, the Timbersaw can actually clear out those stacks easily. Meanwhile, Admiral Bulldog is playing a hero that can't clear stacks. So it does seem like Win are setting up for the recovery for their Timbersaw, while the Doom may not be able to recover as much.
Doesn't matter. You have Matson, right? You don't need to recover. Matson will just... They're kind of putting all their eggs into the Matson basket. For Win, they have 2 people who can be aggressive, which is the Timbersaw and the Earth Spirit. For Vikings, it's mostly the Primal Beast. Doom, can come out and Doom sometimes, but it's high cooldown, it's not really guaranteed, not super reliable like the Primal Beast, so I think it's almost better for Vikings that only Matson's having like a really good game compared to the Doom.
He did deliver in the series against Enigma Galaxy. He was playing the Primal Beast in that second game, even though the start of it was a bit shaky. As Madsen is here towards his bot lane, but I am not sure how he plans on stopping the blink here. There's a silence from 1J.
Yeah, that's the bigger problem, honestly. He jumps in, 1J throws out his girlfriend? No, his wife. Sorry, he throws out his wife. And suddenly he's like, oh, I'm trampling. I can't get rid of her. Oh no.
So Grimstroke has both.
No, he has a girlfriend and a wife?
LTW, he has the Angel, and that is going to be a kill confirmed.
Grimstroke's a bigger dog than I thought. As they do help to get the kill on Admiral Bulldog. He is really struggling right now. I don't know if he's one. Well, Lady Lux, she says, Matson, you've been a good boy. Here you go.
As the illusion room isn't going to use it to disjoin the Phantom's embrace, as the game is relatively going even pretty much so far. No one's snowballing.
I think that's still fine for Win. As we mentioned, if you go ultra late game, I do think that this anti-mage is going to have a fairly good time. There is decent-ish catch on the enemy side, but ILTW, it still feels like a relatively free-ish game later on.
How does the anti-mage matchup fare against the Pugna? The Decrepify? That would hold that thought. ILTW There is a Nightmare set up on the Doom. Admiral Bulldog, though, he'll use the Whirlwind to push himself back to safety.
I mean, Pugna has one of the high. I think he has the actual highest intelligence gain in the whole game. It's 5 intelligence, which is wild. So he's. The Crumify is nice, but you jump on him, you drain his mana fairly easily. He's the perfect target to use your ultimate all as 1J. He's like, I don't want to walk in there.
That's it. He's gonna go in, disable that silence to the illusion room, grab 1J up, and that will be the first kill of this fight. Win are coming in with the upper. 1J's gonna fly back into this. Rostic has an ultimate online. Even the beast gonna go and die back. Here comes that lifeline, keeping Maxim going, and even ILTW is gonna join. It's only been 1 kill being found by Win. It is going to be Vikings who are coming out on top. As ILTW, he's forced to reposition himself, but Dai may not be able to get out of this so easily. Rostic is thinking about going in, but I think they'll just leave the Pugna be.
That's a 3-for-1 trade, including a buyback. And that was with them getting a Soulbind double Fiend script for Win. So Vikings, that's a huge statement to how well the game is going for them.
And Win got their anti-mage in. They really wanted to contest, but anti-mage isn't really that strong in this early on.
No, he's not. No, he's definitely not. And now we have the blink on Madsen. Nico Baby should be getting very, very close. Well, not very, very close, but he should be getting closer to that Radiance. Meanwhile, Hakoda is going straight up Acceptor on the Bane.
You do have the Doom up for Admiral Bulldog now. So you can potentially look for a kill on Rostic or on ILTW.
What do you think of the change to the bounty ruins? That they give you the gold based on when they spawn, that when you pick them up?
Radiant
I think it's a lot more relevant in pubs rather than, in actual competitive games. But I have seen quite a few competitive games where there are, a lot of bounty runes for the taking. But only in games where there's a snowball happening.
Yeah. It's like one team is being really pressured, they're losing all towers, and they go in the jungle like, oh, 3 bounty runes. Speaking of bounty runes, look at this big bounty rune here.
I think Vikings would have liked to have someone else, maybe Anti-Mage or the Earth Spirit. And I think this is going to be the strategy for Win. Can we call this a 4 protect 1 where everyone else is sacrificial apart from your one anti-mage?
Yes, I think that's a very fair way of looking at it. Nico Baby is about 600 gold away from the Radiance. Once he gets that, you put him and Pi, lie die in the lane, and you just take, every tier 1 and every tier 2. The thing is, I wonder if Vikings won't play this way because Bulldog's got a Hand of Midas. When I see someone buy a Hand of Midas, that doesn't usually translate to I want to fight. It usually means I want to farm. So, well, let's see. Oh, that's a good shield ruin there. Very nice for the Bane.
It will mean that Madsen will choose not to go in. ILTW has gotten a great Battle of Fury timing actually. He almost has a Yasha too with it. As Nico Baby, he has the borrowed time available. ILTW though, he's not going to get haunted by that Wheel of Wonder. Will just be able to blink away. They forced out the borrowed time. They also forced out the Wheel of Wonder. So maybe Rostic wants to make a play.
I don't know. I feel like Rostic has been quite calm this one compared to some other games we've seen, like with his Primal Beast, with his IO. He's very active there. Here he's playing a lot more standard. But you talked about the Battle Fury, the Radiance is coming in, sub 15 minutes is still a very, very good time.
Rostic is actually going for a Scepter. What do you make of this? As a first item, no Vessel, no Blade Mill, no Kaya, no nothing. He's just straight up rushing the Scepter.
I'm surprised. I'm used to seeing the Vessel in this game, to be fair, is not amazing because you're up against like the Abaddon, but Blade Mail would have been pretty solid. Like there's a lot of AoE damage you can reflect, so I am surprised about it. As I believe his Earth Spirit is the one where, his Axe, you can turn people to stone, right? Push them around.
Yeah. Is it, I suppose, a bit of just to be able to add a bit of a buffer? Admiral Bulldog doing someone up, you instantly convert your ally to stone and just push them all the way back.
It is a very good save, for sure. But if I believe Vikings' strategy is to take towers, I think that's what's going to happen soon. I don't know how much that's going to help you. Oh, while I die.
Or coming in, Rostic is actually going to jump in, but Snowball absolutely there's that embrace coming in by 1J, and the Wheel of Wonder gets thrown out. Snowball really falling apart from I die. Matson wants to continue going on forward as ILTW.
There's a Doom.
He is waiting. Doom now being used, but it's only on that quick stroke. Meanwhile, Astral Bulldog is actually losing his HP. Nico Baby is low with his borrowed time as Matson trying to maneuver around, but is going to get stunned up. Igor Demon will be his end. As a 2-for-1 ends up favoring Win.
What an awkward fight that was for them, you know? They lose Paladin almost immediately, isn't able to use any of his spells. There's, oh, Nico Baby. Yeah, he's baiting, he's baiting.
But it's a Rostic who may have just overextended, will be able to knock Boulder out, but only at about 40 HP.
They really want this tower though. Vikings, the game state right now, they're like, all right, we gotta go now. We really cannot afford to wait much longer. ILTW, the net worth difference between him and Nico Baby continues to grow. This is gonna be a bit of a delaying, an annoying delaying tactic, but don't wait for too long. Paladin perfectly times it.
They have found 2 towers, all the meanwhile Win haven't really found any towers of their own, but their lineup isn't really built for it. Oh, Vikings? I think there's
just... it? You see the Ash Legion shield on 1J? This is like the best tier 1 item right now for neutrals. It gives you and all your allies 140 shield. It's fantastic. Oh my!
They're gonna jump in. The water time has come off of cooldown, though, so he will have it. Sustain himself and heal himself back up. Meanwhile, Admiral Bulldog is gonna jump in alongside Matson. It's going to be Rostic who will boulder on forward. The payback is gonna start wearing off as the damage coming on towards Vikings is significant, but Igor Demon has already lost his life. Meanwhile, Rostic trying to clear up all of these heroes will miss his boulder, and in fact, he's actually going to be the one in danger. Chased down by Matson, grabbed up, and indeed pounded to the ground as a fear comes on towards Rostic, but he will be able to once again buy some space. Unfortunately, he has nowhere to go. ILTW is going to come in with a massive mana void, and Pylite Eye is going to fall too. No borrowed time available for Nico Baby, as the cleanup crew has arrived. Win will actually be able to turn it around after the fact. A nightmare to hold Matson in place, as well as Vikings may have found the earlier wins, but in no way will they win the team fight.
14 to 14. Oh, they just get a kill on Rostic. Kind of forces Nico Baby to chase after him in that fight. Meanwhile, it's like, oh, look, guys, it's fine. You trade him and the Timber Saw, but it's a massive mana void, and then ILTW comes in full resources, ready to go. Look at the interrupt. He's like, oh, you wanted to charge? That's adorable. Takes a while to kill this guy, but it's a rough one. It's a very rough situation to be in for Vikings. Look at that smile.
With the kind of win that ILTW has, oh, he's just coming out more, a dominating streak, and you take a look at his net worth. Otomo, he is 12,500. The Abaddon barely has 10,000 net worth. This is snowballing for a hero that is supposed to ever snowball, because it's just impossible to win against him if he does.
Yep. To be frank with you, I'm surprised they went with Nico Baby on Abaddon last pick. Nico Baby has always struck me as a very farm-heavy kind of player, you know, Medusa, Luna, Sven. So when you pick Abaddon, it's a different style. You have to be active on the map, you have to be helping very early in these fights. And I'm not saying he can't do it, but I think he's better when he's playing. This guy's AFK from life.
Not really having a great time. I believe we didn't even see the Doom use in that last team fight. Rostic? He's just gonna surf his way out of there. The animation for that Scepter Boulder is very interesting. It looks like as if you're wave surfing.
Yes, it's fantastic. Oh, Nico Baby.
is going to get caught up. Meanwhile, 1J was also caught, but this is certainly the bigger target again. Taking out Vikings carry, he is isolated in between of the four and will end up losing his life. Meanwhile, ILTW has vision on three of Vikings heroes. A truth has the Glimmer Cape, but that will only mean that the Buckeye is going to be the target. Wheel of Wonder in a desperate attempt to disengage, and Admiral Bulldog actually jumps back in. Is the anti-mage now in danger? And King will scramble to try and save their own carry. It may be possible the stone comes out in the end. Will pick ILTW out. Admiral Bulldog coming in for the rescue. As they do grab up Dakota 2, they will be able to take out the Bane. And Vikings, despite of not having their carry, that wasn't that bad of a fight.
All thanks to a tooth. Throws out the Wheel of Wonder, gets the perfect tame, the Beast. It forces ILTW to actually look at the wheel because he's running away. He looks at it, gets stunned. Admiral Bulldog sees the opportunity, jumps in with a beautiful Doom. Rostic tries to keep his carry alive, but it's just not enough. Really well played by the Viking squad, that one.
Is there a way that you're playing a mid-game carry versus a late-game carry, right? Vikings have an Abaddon. Is there a particular itemization that Vikings can look for to outskill the anti-mage, or at least in the mid-game?
Harpoon, Basher, Manta, all of these are kind of useful, but I don't really think there's one item. Oh, here we go.
A grab onto that Limber Igor even has a Nightmare, will be able to convert himself back. Glimmer Cape, but in the end, it is just not enough. In fact, Dota, as part of that sacrifice, may not be able to keep himself alive either. As the Inkswell coming on top of him now, as he will be able to run on back, but the shields coming in that will take him out. All the meanwhile, it is a great ultimate coming in from Matson. However, ILTW, he will blink on forward. He doesn't have the buffer in this fight. ILTW looking for the mana void. Once again, it does do a fair bit of damage, but Vikings, they found what they got.
Highlight actually buys back in that fight, which is a little awkward because there's really no place for him to join in. So, interesting decision making there. However, they're near the Tormentor. Vikings setting up. They feel like it's a 5 versus 3, but no duel, no healing. Oh my! What a risky move.
Certainly no way to get. Oh, Rostic, he's gonna come in and will be able to pick up a tooth as Tai Lidai. Oh, Rostic, he isn't going to spot Tai Lidai out. They're not going to scan him either. As Tai Lidai, he was playing real hard for that one.
It was like, not me. But is able to stay alive. Very nicely done. In the end, you're fine with it. You lose a support, but you get the Tormentor and you get the Shard. It goes to a Tooth, which gives him the Spotlight, which is quite nice against the anti-mage illusions that he makes from the Manta. So, not bad.
There was a world in which, or rather a time, an era, in which Palai Dai would have revealed himself just to die, and then it would be a genius play because it would have been space created.
He's leveling up. You know, he talked about it. He's like, I'm gonna level up for this. He's needing to level up for this match. He's doing it. Now,
amplify damage.
It used to be double damage. Oh.
There was a nerf to the haste rune as well. Now it no longer has an increased duration as the time of the game goes on. Not exactly. Wisdom rune?
Invis rune also got. Yeah, it used to give you extra damage resistance. You know, like Bounty Hunter's level 30 talent.
Yeah.
That used to be increased every cycle, but that was removed. So, ruins, you know, haste and invis not as useful as they used to be.
Meanwhile, Regen Rune, I remember the buff that came onto that where it wouldn't get dispelled away if you receive any sorts of player-controlled damage. Now it just applies on you forever. Even though the regeneration gets reduced if you take damage.
Yes. Which is kind of insane, right? This was, you know, healing salve, clarity as well used to be removed by just creeps, right? So you couldn't use them around while you were in the lane. You just pop in a clarity or a salve, a random range creep hits you, and you're like, oh, there goes my gold. There goes my carry.
Nico? Or Dakota. I wonder which of these two have an idea of the other. As Dakota didn't have too much support beside him. It was there, but a bit further away. ILTW.
He was so far on this anti-mage, and he was looking like Watson. Oh! BKB's used will be out.
That's good. One over. A Food will throw out the Wheel of Wonder by LTW. He may want to blink on forward, but he got hit by the taunt from the Wheel of Wonder. Madsen, though, did use his BKB, so it's not exactly a clean escape.
I mean, you use the BKB, you use the Wheel of Wonder, big opening for win around the map, and who are they going to go for? Oh, this would be a great kill to start the fight off for Vikings.
Dakota has nowhere to go. This team simply isn't nearby enough to do anything about this. He will be picked up by Madsen as Igor Demon is going to just Timber Chain away. Has the BKB of his own.
Still, you have the Pulverize, even if you use it. Both teams have BKB piercing abilities, so Bind, Fiend's Grip, as well as Pulverize.
It does seem, Atomo, that Win are getting slowly but surely closer to their critical mass.
I agree. I do feel like Win is in a very strong and dominating spot right now. Greedy on the Bane, perfect item. Sorry, perfect neutral. This guy struggles to farm, an extra 100 GPM is just like, mwah, lovely.
LTW, his smoke is going to break on the low ground, but he has a Lincoln Sphere, so he has little to worry about. Meanwhile, Admiral Bulldog, he is going to get spotted out as the Phantom's embrace, as that will mean Rostic will jump on in ILTW on towards Pylai Die. He hasn't been able to create enough mana for the Mana Void though. 1J will end up falling first, as that means that Win will have to disengage entirely.
With the way the movement is in this game, you know, like there's Blake on the Anti-Mage, Timbersaw has got the Chain, as well as the Earth Spirit Rock. I wonder if Admiral Bulldog will consider getting an Aghanim Scepter on the duel, just so that Earth Spirit can't save people. It's kind of close range, his enchanting allies, so might be like, oh, I'll blink and save them, blinks in, AoE Doom, can't actually help anyone.
It's also the increased pure damage on that Doom, right? It's actually pretty significant now with the Aghanim Scepter. I believe it does about 1200 pure damage now, with 80 damage per second. It's can certainly back a punch in that overtime DPS.
Oh yeah, it's huge. It's like 1280 damage next level, which you can't do anything about, unless you get like banished in some way. As RTW again takes the Shrine Wisdom.
Wanted both the shrines actually. He stole the other side shrine, he fell a little bit. He's actually going to be that for once again. The Storm Remedy comes out, the save coming in by Rostic. The only thing is, can Rostic save himself? He's being grabbed up by the Pulverize, has enough HP but cannot shoulder away. However, Vikings are taking in a fair bit of damage, as well as ILTW is once again back over towards that back line. Pylai Die going in for the life win, but it's not going to work out. It's supposed to are going to get assassinated, as it's Igor Demon now on the front line. Rostic will get cleared up, but they have to contend with an incoming anti-mage, as Vikings have two meta heroes trying to make their escape. LTW going to blink on towards Madsen, who has enough mana, will in fact be able to blink away. And the Abaddon Nico also made his escape.
Still 3-for-1 trade though. They get the Doom off on Eager Demon, but he just TP's out, and they're like, well, we don't really have enough control for that guy. Because you look at it, there's no real stuns coming out from the Abaddon and the Pugna. Doom's got Infernal Blade. Look at this, they just get the Doom off on the Demon. They just, okay, there you go, bye-bye. I'll just TP out, no problem. There's the BKB was here, so Bind comes out. And really move for Bulldog. Beautiful double Fiend script as usual coming out from the 1J Hakoda combo.
Who is going to be the equivalent nullifier builder for that Decrepify though? How did they plan on dispelling that one away?
How do you deal with... Do you get a nullifier for Vikings? I suppose Abaddon can get a nullifier if he wants to. It's okay. You can remove the Inkswell, for example, which is kind of nice.
Has the Inkswell on him, the Wheel of Wonder hasn't exactly done too much. He'll actually store them in himself and just skirt away. Meanwhile, Vikings, they're pushed back here.
Wow.
They can't support Nico. It's Highlight Die who will fall first. A Goose Kick goes one of their support duo as Maxon will jump on him, but gets hit by that Fiend's Grip. He has no help coming on towards him. It's going to be Maxon who will end up falling as Vikings have lost 3 of their heroes and have nothing to show for it. Nico, no borrow time available. Admiral Bulldog can only stand by and watch in despair as he has lost the rest of his team. If they're not done, is that fountain dive? Or near the fountain anyway. Tier 4 towers, it's the tier 2 that still stand, but Win simply do not care. Admiral Bulldog cannot dupe his way out of this one. A full team wipe coming out from Win, and they did not lose a single hero.
He's a tier. Oh, come on. No. That is not nice. That is not nice, Rostic. There's tier 2 standing, for God's sakes, and he's already in the fountain.
He's a surfer, man.
It's
and this is, for context, Otomo, this is what Win did in one of their group stage matches. They were playing, that was the first time Rostic picked up the IO. They were diving the fountain when the tier 2s of the opponent's side were still standing.
Sigma moment.
Certainly a power move. It must lead to some kind of, mental power play that you want to establish over the other side when you're attempting a play like that. But Roshan is underway. The response is coming in by Vikings, and Roshan is incredibly low right now, but still has not fallen. It's going to be the final piece, it's going to be a bit too late. ILPW has managed to grab up that Aegis towards our flatline. Aegis ball is stunned up for the support. Windmaster will fall first. Highlight Die cannot do a single thing about this. Has to just securify and try to make his escape as Igor even towards that frontline. Vikings, they are collapsing right now. They may have taken Rustic down, but they cannot continue with this fight. ILPW is just too strong. Highlight Die will end up falling as Nico Baby. He does not have his borrowed time, so instead he'll just end up getting hit by the bashes and will end up dropping too. As Igor Demon is chasing Admiral Bulldog, it's going to be a second team wipe in this game. Admiral Bulldog, can he make his escape? He will be able to blink dagger himself away. Takes out the courier, but gets hit by the Vladimir and will end up going down.
Accepts his fate, looks at Eager Demon. He had a BKB, he didn't want to use it because there was no TP scroll. So it's like, it's just going to be a waste of my time, or a waste of the charge as well. So, Vikings, they do have buybacks on 3 of their members. Matson's about to come up soon, but I can't imagine that they're feeling really good right now in the boots with the way the game is. Double team by Anti-Mage, got Aegis. We've lost a few fights in a row. They haven't called it, but feels a little bit doom and gloom.
Truly indeed, very truly indeed, because normally it's always been throughout this tournament Rostic who has been this aggressive playmaker, but in this game it's been ILPW.
Yep. Showing that his time in Nigma was well used, right?
Vikings, they had such a good shot at the start of this game as well. Much of this game was pretty much dead even. As it will be a bit of a broken fraud, but the Gardner catches Nico Baby on his way back. Rostic will escape instead of that small remnant as ILPW is going to blink on forward. It's Highlight Die who is going to end up getting caught. The Grepify cannot save him over there as he gets jumped again by ILPW. The Mana Boy to take him out. Another Fiend's Grip to catch Matson as it's the Fountain Vikings will find safety in. But are they really safe there against Win?
Yes they are, as long as they stay in the fountain. If you leave the fountain, you see that rock over there? That's like the line. You cross the line, you die, basically.
Admiral Bulldog? Disagreed. Well, he wants to jump back in. He might have enough damage, but it's actually up towards that back line. They crossed the line that should not have been crossed. And Vikings will simply call GG. This was even up until the 20-minute mark, but make no mistake about it, Win, with the way that they overtook Vikings, it seemed like that was their plan all along.
Yeah, it was a decent showing for Vikings, but they had to be ahead in a draft like this. Anything else is a death sentence for them.
Oh man, you have to be feeling good about that one. Rostic has even taken his, taken his beanie off at that victory. They certainly, the Globs all around, they certainly feel really good about themselves as they will have a few handshakes, but in Vikings, if they recover at the back of that defeat, we'll let the analysts talk about that.
Win once again showing why they're the favorites of the tournament. Even here in the grand finals, they are dominating their opponents. Vikings, they had a couple of minutes where it looked okay for them, but most of the game, it was Win controlling it, and in the end, taking the victory. Now only one game away from being the grand champions of the Games of the Future 2025. I'm Harry, with me are still Milan and LeBron, and guys, you had Win as your favorite for the series. You liked their draft more, and they showed why. I mean, is there a way to win versus this team at all?
Yes, of course. There's a way to win against any team.
Okay.
So also against Win, I think what the Vikings tried to do, they had the same strategy. Both teams tried to put all the eggs in one basket. Just Vikings had a much smaller basket. They had ABBA and the other team had Antimage. This matchup is almost unstoppable later. So they need to change that.
I mean, obviously this Abaddon was doing a lot early game. They tried to even keep the Wisdom Shine, but in the end we thought and we know what's gonna happen if TW on the anti-mage gonna be huge. Nobody could stop him, and they even give him good start. Like they start running top. This anti-mage was doing like on CS, like having denies, same like getting CS. And
yeah, it was like a demo hero mode. Like
yes.
He's having 35 CS and 30 denies. It's like, you don't want to play against this, especially not the anti-mage with the stats.
So, one question. I've been looking at this anti-mage for quite some time, and for a team that is consistently picking Doom, is this a hero that you have to get rid of?
Yeah, I mean for sure. Or just have a better answer, because you literally give him free lane. Like he was playing 2 against 1, and like Doom can't even come to get any single CS because Banking solos on him.
And we have LTW here as the MVP, 13-1 and 16. 1100 XPM, he had a hell of a game. I mean, he used every single opportunity that was given to him. And also, like, it's problem when he picked this anti-mage on the last pick of the second phase, like, you only have one hero to respond to. Primal is already bad against it. The other heroes aren't anything spectacular against it, especially not Pagna and the Ringmaster, so, you know, you need to either ban it or, like, I don't think there's a magic hero. We said TA or the other hero.
TV,
I cannot guarantee the game would look much different.
I mean, this is a dream game for Anti-Mage, you know. We talked yesterday that Anti-Mage usually have hard lane, right? But basically you're giving him full free, like
back-to-back games.
Yeah.
Like, I think at this point, just remove it. They're not gonna first pick it, so remove it in the second stage and hope for best.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, if you remove him, does LTW have another hero that's similar, right? You know, the hero that kind of solo wins the game?
I mean, this was not a solo win from Anti-Mage.
Yeah, sure.
Everyone played really good, like supports did a lot of, like Igor Demon, like he played like sacrificial role, but he still were doing good. And Rostic had amazing moves, like on the Earth Spirit, like it was amazing.
He keeps impressing. Rostic really, I mean, I know him for like 5 years already, and I know what he's capable of, but he keeps impressing game after game. We saw this Again Scepter first item on Earth Spirit, and we're like, what the hell is happening? Then he's like escaping through the map, like
yeah, this is him. He's having so much fun, you know. Like,
it's a joy to watch.
Yeah, we looked at the Doom, like, yeah, this guy is gonna be at least dooming somebody. He's not gonna be using it on the anti-mage, but then whoever he dooms gets turned into stone, and suddenly your Doom is not really that important. Even that one kill that they got on the anti-mage with the Doom, they barely got it,
Yeah,
right?
it was
So they even had some luck, Vikings here, and it wasn't close. So, okay, back to the drawing board. Since Bulldog's heroes obviously we're not gonna be changing, which ones are we changing?
Oh, I mean, Nico for sure. I think Nico having last pick is definitely good, but not versus anti-mage.
I mean, Anti-Mage is good against all Bulldog heroes, like against Darkseer, against Doom. I mean, against Centaur it's 50-50, but still, like Sakoda is like one of the best supports here, and like he can always provide you a good lane. So they need to come something like really strong, but they don't have much time, right? If they lose this one, they're second place.
Previously today, Piladai played Naga. I mean, it's obviously banned in first phase. They maybe need to find something like this for him. Maybe he and Nico can again dominate the lane and like kind of just pull the team together, like they did in the game 1 against Nigma. And after that, Matson can like connect with Nico Baby, and then together they can prevail.
I mean, if Matson have a good game, and somehow Nico and Piladai also like have a good game that they can maybe use gates, pressure ILTW, open his tower, like something like this. You know, you need to pressure them like super early.
I mean, they went Naga today. They also played an Enchantress. Both of those heroes got banned. Can you Chen? Is that an option? That is something similar to it?
That's a hero that people before went to when they want to kind of carry from position 5. Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, Paladai is super experienced. Maybe he can think of something.
Yeah, hopefully they're going to be finding something because it's not going well. Also, right now they lost 3 games in a row versus win. Is that going to get in your head, or when maybe if you're an underdog, does it maybe allow you to shake it off more easy?
It depends on like circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that now they're gonna say like, okay guys, we have nothing to lose, let's go have fun, and maybe Vim gonna be a bit relaxed, you know. Maybe they're gonna throw.
I would really love for Vikings to have a really good draft and win this game, because that it would put us in a super specific situation where they finally broke the ice, and the game 3 would be nothing less than epic. So I hope they figure something out.
Okay, so this is a phygital event, everybody. In Dota, we don't have the physical part, but us 3, we definitely went through the venue and we saw what Games of the Future 2025 in Abu Dhabi has to offer. But I'm going to ask you guys, where did you have the most fun? I'm not going to be counting the Dota stage. Obviously, we had the most fun here, but was it basketball? Was it robot fighting?
For me, obviously, it's basketball.
Same. I mean, we both come from like
Serbia.
We live in a country that's.
Are you going to be like Kevin Durant Dota, or?
I mean, I'm LeBron Dota, and I'm playing like basketball every weekend, you know.
I just figured out, like, why are you asking him? He's called LeBron Dota.
No, I asked Milan.
Jokic Dota, you know.
Is that how it's going to be?
Yeah.
Okay, so basketball was definitely the number one for you.
It was cool. It was cool to see players playing at console first, and after this they just leave the console and just go on the field, you know. So it was really interesting. I didn't expect that. So
we didn't get to see drone racing.
Yeah, I think that starts tomorrow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, for those of you people that came to watch Dota, you can just come back tomorrow, right, and watch it. For us, we're gonna be going home. We're gonna be flying home today, tomorrow actually, but pretty early in the morning. So unfortunately, we're not gonna be here. But either way, so let's go back to the 2 teams. Let's go back to the drawing board. After what you have experienced, 3 games in a row, win or better, Vikings have lost. Give me a percentage. What are the chances of Vikings to take a game?
25%.
Oh.
I'll go 20.
Oh boy, that's very low, right?
Yeah, it's not low. It's good. You
It's
know?
possible.
So
there is a hope, you know.
You pretty much want to tell me if they play 4 more games, Vikings are gonna win 1, right?
And this is the 4th one, you know.
Okay, that's actually quite good, right? So we're getting a game 3, it seems. Yeah, we talked about it. If it was a 5-game series, then probably Vikings would have a kind of a lower shot at winning. But also Piladai, he mentioned maybe we can cheese them. Like, is there anything that he was referring to? Like, what cheese heroes can they pull out?
I will go through the players. I think Nico doesn't really play any cheese. Maybe a Phantom Lancer. Mid lane, they don't play Huskar. I think maybe only thing that comes to my mind is like Bulldog with Broodmother or Laundry. So maybe they go back to that.
Maybe you just scroll on your phone, try to find some strat, you know, like just type, like give me some good strat, you know, like no some broken thing nobody can beat.
We always come back to TikTok strats. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's
Maybe
the...
this is the answer, you know.
Hopefully it is. Hopefully there is an answer for the side of Vikings, because we do not want it to go grand finals. We want it to go all the way. But if Win are the best team and they're going to take it to 2, we're going to take that as well. With that being said, we're going to have a short break. As soon as the teams are ready with the draft, we'll be coming back.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
The draft that starts is in potentially the draft of the last game of the tournament, Vikings versus Win, and he's made it through. We're gonna see the twin-headed dragon Well, did I spoil that for our viewers? Yeah, I did there for a second, but either way, Milan and LeBron are still with me, and we're gonna get to see a Beastmaster. So they allowed the Beastmaster to go through, and they picked up a Jakiro. Was this a smart move?
Yeah, I mean, Jakiro is pretty decent against Beastmaster, so in this way they have a good trade. And the bad news is that Egor Demon is one of the best Beastmasters in pubs.
I mean, you said he don't care about any counters, right? So even this Jakiro, like, it's strong, but later on, like, B's gonna do his things, right?
Yeah, but it's also good news for the Vikings is that Nico Baby is gonna get a really good matchup against the Beast too. The only bad news is that I expect Prostic to not have last pick, so LTW will be able to balance it out with a good game matchup for him. And that seemed like a most important thing for Win, to have LTW have a better matchup than Nico.
Yeah, but on the other side of the Vikings, as you mentioned, they need to have strong lanes, and Jakiro is one of the strongest position 5 in the game. So they let it through. They focus a bit on Matson, heroes. What do you expect now to see on Win? It's gonna be again, Gimstroke is banned, Sky is banned.
Yeah, what about these 1J heroes? They targeted him quite heavily.
I mean, he can play Ring, you know. It's a denied pick.
And Pudge.
It's good with Beast.
Pudge is in the pool.
Pudge, Ring.
They got it.
Yeah.
Ooh, damn.
It's always a treat. Like the other last day when he played it, it seemed like he had like a aim hook, right? He barely missed any.
Yeah, we saw him do really well with the Pudge. We saw Weeha do really well with the Pudge. So, you know, it happens. Kind of a show matches, you can call them here. So these guys are putting on a show for us. And this is, again, Win going for super comfort in their heroes. Like, not really going away from it even one bit.
I want to see Tiny now from Vikings, you know? It's a flex.
Is it good versus these two heroes, though?
I mean, it's Matson, one of the best heroes. It can be okay, you know. Maybe you can combine with the Darkseer, but you didn't ban anti-mage, you know. So actually, you cannot, you know.
My biggest hope. Also, they're not gonna pick a Nico hero now. Matson hero, maybe they pick. I think they shouldn't. I just hope they don't pick Doom. Okay, Gyro. This is definitely like the go-to answer to Beastmaster from many players. And now, but you know, it's very exciting to see what Egor Demon will do versus it.
Can he play safe lane on the Beast, on the Igor Demon, and they just put...
No. He will just lane versus it.
Okay, I mean, this is like two really strong counters to Beastmaster, and you have Pudge in the lane, you know?
Is he gonna go boots Pudge and just pull the waves?
Exactly. I mean, he's gonna try to do that and like play under the tower where they can hook people back and they take a Tiny too.
Yeah, Tiny, you know? Maybe they can hear me, or what is this here?
Maybe it's still a flex. We'll see.
I think it's a strong hero for Matson, you know? It got buffed in this patch, and his win rate go up like 6 or 7%.
Is the mid lane Tiny still, I want to jump and burst you down type of thing?
I mean, it's
sort of. I mean, he scales later if he wants to go physical. Like, he can buy AC and stuff, maybe he can buy E-Blade. Like, lots of things that arouse that he can take, depending on...
You go Phylactery now?
Not anymore.
Okay.
Bane is still in the pool. I think Bane is still one of the best heroes against Gyro. If this Tiny is position 4, basically Tiny can never pull the wave if you want to cut the waves.
Yeah, Bane or Ringmaster for Hakoda. Yeah, definitely. And then we have probably Rustic's hero. I mean, I wonder what Rustic is gonna play. Bane and Pudge are not the best follow-up damage.
Many heroes are in the pool, right? There is Ember, there is Storm, there is Earth Spirit still. Even Elder Titan that he loves to play.
Storm he's not gonna get, right? Versus a Tiny versus a Jakiro, it's probably not gonna work too well.
Oh, they're just gonna go for the Ursa. Ursa traditionally really good against Gyro and Tiny.
Yeah, but it's more important. They're gonna pick up the Bane every match. What is more important? Ursa is good versus what?
I mean, against any unreliable hero, right?
Yeah, it storms both old Doom, Darkseer, and Centaur.
Yeah.
I really hope now, for Vikings' sake, they
change it.
They dig into Bulldog's book. Bulldog says, "Screw it. I'm
me
a
Viper.
TI winner. I'm a TI winner. Give me
Fight bear.
Venomancer.
Viper, come on.
Yeah,
Veno. Let's go.
Veno Tiny, strong lane.
Veno plus last pick, Veno plus Tiny.
I mean, anyone can play Veno, you know?
I'm sure.
Really? I don't know, man. The new Veno is kind of not that easy to play, right?
Come on, just press the Gale. It's gonna be fine. Channeling the energy. We won game 3, pick the Veno.
It looks like a good Venom game though, right? Because they don't really have a lot of
The
jumps.
tension is building. I can feel it.
I mean, any range
You're
hero.
feeling the doom, right?
Oh, it's the two evils fighting. Venom versus Doom. And...
Oh, they got it!
Let's go!
I was thinking maybe they can even put this Jakiro on offlane, but it's fine. Venom is stronger. Nice, Milan. Let's go. Maybe they hear you,
didn't
like
go-
you
no,
have to be
no,
louder.
they felt our energy. We channeled it. We were channeling
I mean,
our
you have deep connection with Booktop. He was your coach, right? And now he's coaching the Vikings.
He was your coach as well.
I mean, he was.
He's
but
my friend, first of all. So.
mine a bit. I don't know if I can call him a friend, you know?
So, back to the draft. Vikings have to pick a mid or a position 4 still. Think Win thinks they need a mid laner because this tiny lane should be good enough. Out of plays the tiny. So,
yep.
What do you feel here for Madsen?
I mean, a lot of his heroes got banned. And maybe you just want to stick with this tiny, but what you gonna pair with the Venom, right? Then
Maybe just steal the Primal? Like
Primal is banned.
Storm and Primal
Yeah,
is
it's banned. It's banned in second.
Oh no, it's banned in second phase. Maybe go back to some Shaker, but that's very similar to Tiny. Maybe stick to that. Ooh, maybe he's out of heroes and just takes the Tiny, and we just pick another post 4.
Does it have to be a melee position for it to play with the Venom?
Not necessarily.
I mean, you can just go Clock. Clock is strong against Pudge.
Or you can just also go just Ringmaster again. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah, you can stop the Bane ulti, the
You
Pudge
can also
ulti.
put Jakiro post 4. There is multiple
One
ways.
second, last second.
Slaughter. This is Madsen. And
Okay.
I think it's kind of countering every single hero that...
Rustic plays, yeah.
Yeah.
You're actually right. They banned the Storm. Storm is like one of the best heroes on the mid lane against
This is really
Slaughter.
good. This is a really good Slaughter.
This was a very smart pick. I mean, Slaughter also counters Madsen hero pool, so overall it's really good. What does Rustic play here?
I mean, I
ET
guess
is not good.
Earth Spirit is left from all the heroes he's playing, right?
Is there something range he can get? Like a sniper?
He doesn't play that.
Shadowfiend, he used to play a lot of heroes on the. I mean,
If he plays Shadow
games on the stream.
it's fine.
Yeah, he plays. There is one clip when he's like channeling ultimate. He
And
jumped
falls
on the
off the
chair,
chair, yeah.
pause, and then when he used the ultimate after the unpause, he falls from the chair. But
I
it was
feel
so
like...
funny.
Oh,
When we talked yesterday, I told him you need to play Shadowfiend, and when you're channeling ulti, you need to pause and jump. I don't know if you're gonna listen to this, but
does he play Tinker? I guess maybe it's not good anyway. So Shadowfiend or... I would be fine with Nature's Prophet too if he played.
maybe he can play Phoenix. You know, Phoenix is good.
Oh, Phoenix definitely owns this game. I
Yep.
know, but he's a specialist type of hero.
Would Jakiro and Gyro be able to deal with the egg?
Yeah, eventually, but he would just dominate the games.
Woo! Let's go.
Oh,
Mid.
man.
They can...
This is my specialty, you know, Phoenix mid, you know. Whenever I need to go to
Okay,
mid,
explain.
whenever I need to go mid, I'm just thinking, okay, I need to play hero that I can play, support hero, and like cores don't know to
Sorry,
deal
sorry.
with it.
Let's prepare for the roar. 3, 2, 1. Oh, there's a pause. Never mind, continue.
So basically,
You screwed up their timing.
so basically, Phoenix is like people are not
scary.
used to play. People are not used to play mid laners. They're not used to play against like heroes that are not mid lanes, like Phoenix, Jakiro, this type of the heroes, and you don't know exactly what to do. So I feel like Rostic can destroy this game, the lane as well, and yeah.
I mean, but throughout the game, you're right, Harry. They have decent heroes to deal with the egg. Like, he needs to be careful when committing in the fights, but overall, we said Rostic is not the lane punisher. Like, pick him here early, but he gets the last pick, he gets his Phoenix.
Is he gonna punish it now?
Yeah, I mean, Slardar,
For sure,
only
for
thing he does is right-click, but he cannot right-click during the fight.
He's gonna punish on the mid slaughter, but Rostic is super aggressive player. He can go super deep alone, and you know it's not you're not gonna be able to go out. You know, if you go in with Phoenix, you need to press.
He's
second.
glazing this Phoenix so much. I mean, we know who you're going
know.
for, LeBron. But
Yeah,
tell me.
Unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna see him.
I would like to highlight this game to watch the post 4 highlight matchup. Like
Okay.
Tiny versus Pudge, Tiny Airlines versus Pudge Hooks, like roaming. I think it's gonna decide who's gonna have the advantage and eventually win this game.
And who's going to have the advantage? Who's going to win this game? Do you have a prediction?
I really hope Vikings do, but I think they have good enough draft and win to win.
Yeah, it is looking good for Win, but some really nice predictions coming out from our analysts. This is why we brought them, the two geniuses, to tell us to get into the minds of the players and see what they can...
One game separates Win from the trophy here at Abu Dhabi. If Vikings are able to take Win to that game number 3, that would be the first time Win drop a game in any of their series through the group stages, through the playoffs, up until this grand final. Vikings have a pretty good draft, Otomo. Is it going to be enough?
I like what the panel was talking about with the Phoenix last pick, especially what LeBron was saying. He's like, I'm a support. If I have to, get mid and I don't know what to do, I'll just take a Phoenix. Nobody will know that, I'm not exactly a mid player. In this game, what can Rossi do? Oh, Hakoda.
Hey. He is going to get caught. He is slowed down to a halt here, even with Dale coming out, as that will be, once again, first blood being acquired by Vikings.
Okay, good start for them. They're going to Matson as well in the mid lane, which he might need. Going up the Phoenix is a very high harass hero. The Phoenix, if he goes close, he has that burn damage coming out from you. So a couple of bracers is kind of necessary for the Slogdar. And highlight that gets a D-ward as well. Overall though, I don't like the Phoenix too much. Oh, the good hook. I don't like the Phoenix too much in this draft. You're up against Jakiro, who has the double hit, which is pretty nice. Slara can get there. Gyro comes pretty good. Venno and Tiny pretty useless against the egg, to be fair with you. But the other three are, solid picks.
Not to mention, the Phoenix has always seemed like a hero that unless you snowball, you have no game.
As a core, yeah, I think that's a very fair thing to say. However, 1J's Pudge is incredible. I've seen him multiple times now. He always does some very impressive work. Speaking of work, they have a toss, unfortunately, not a stun, so they aren't going to be able to get a bigger punish out of this.
And once again, Vikings bringing a tri-lane for the first few minutes of the game here. Need to be careful because 1J, like you said, he's playing a Pudge, so he has the hook. As Win will match the tri-lane here. This is a blast from the past here, isn't it, Otomo? Yes. Seeing a tri-lane. As 1J finds the hook on towards Admiral Bulldog. The blood grenade coming in from Dakota as ILTV will not even need to dish out a hit. It's going to be a kill confirmed as Win find the better exchange there.
The biggest issue in this tri-lane is that the Venomancer is nowhere near as mobile or durable as the Ursa, which is the opposing core. You can say like Jakiro and Bane equal, Tiny and Pudge are equal, but Venno and Ursa, very much in favor of the Ursa in that matchup. And Paladai is like, alright, it's not going to work out, he's going top. Unfortunately, because he took 2 red level 1, which he had to secure the... there's level 2, Matson!
Matson is dead. Is he? No! Okay, he is going to die. Rostic calculated that one down to a T. And we know the Phoenix versus Slaughter matchup is strong, so maybe you want to play safe. The only question is, how much will Rostic be able to get out of this lane, as he even throws a frown in the chat.
He's like, well, I was expecting more of a challenge here. You have just throwing with the blood grenade, the dive, as well as the fire spirits, and Matson taking way too much damage here. I'm actually surprised at how much he took.
He was playing aggressive there. He wanted to go in on towards Rostic. As again, we are seeing 2 very young star mid lane players coming out on the mid lane. So certainly Matson wants to play aggressive. Again, Rostic is very low, but is it a bait? Matson will need to be careful.
As a reminder that the lower the health of the Phoenix, the more dangerous he does, thanks to that facet choice, right? It is 4.5 of your missing health. So when you're low, it does the maximum damage. Matson can't really take extended fights. And
he is ahead in terms of lost hits though, so he's not being pressured in that regard. Meanwhile, Igor Demon, he hasn't found many lost hits either, so maybe winning the Skill exchange here, Admiral Bulldog. Oh, Rustic falls, or rather takes a kill again. As even Admiral Bulldog is being chased down by the rod, he should have the safety net of his tier 2 tower and no hook will be incoming. Admiral Bulldog will call for some mercy.
It's like, dude, like, just leave me alone. I'm level 1. Oh, this Phoenix off is a disaster. So Tooth brings a massive creeper. I think these are all the creeps from the top lane that he's bringing in. This is special delivery for sure.
Yeah, express delivery for Matson coming in. And I mean, you know, Admiral Bulldog calling the white flag there will actually have to hold that thought as a doof is there towards that mid lane. Rostic doesn't have a lot of HP to help his Bane out. Dakota will get hit by the Gale and should end up going down here, but 1J is also coming in. That dive from Rostic is going to do a whole lot against Viking, as Matson is the only one that can hold the front line. Overall, no one really falling from either side, as even Igor Demon is pushed back all the way to his tier 2.
Yes, but Igor Demon has gotten something out of the lane. A few CS, a little bit of XP. Bulldog's got really nothing. I say this, Igor Demon goes close. You know, if this was a puppy, he'd be like, where are my supports? They're diving me, where are my supports? But overall, Win is kind of comfortable with the way the laning phase is going.
Oh, Matson, he fell second. Rostic still got ahead with that kill. As towards that bot lane, Nico baby, he is in a bit of danger, but will be able to separate himself. This mid lane, we knew that the Phoenix would have an advantage, but this is truly not working out for Vikings.
At the same time, Matson, he did get the kill and he's leading in CS like you mentioned earlier, so it's not like a complete catastrophe. Doof is going top, I like this. He's a really good bodyguard for the Phoenix, and as we mentioned, Ursa is now not very good against the time bomb.
Nico, and he has the fat cannon, so perhaps he can get a kill before he goes down, but that will not be a possibility. It's actually going to be Igor Demon who will end up with the kill regardless. And teleports are also going to come in. It's a doof here. He doesn't have too much mana, but Matson will be able to pick up a kill at the back line. So it is a bit of a 1-for-1, although Vikings, they lost their carry.
Radiant's middle tower is under
The big difference right now is happening again with Nico BB and ILTW as... Oh, okay. ILTW is actually just... He's madder at the creep than Admiral Bulldog. This is how he got the kill here on 1J. Just a lot of damage. The, what is he, 1-2 armor on the Pudge? Can't withstand the massive physical damage from the Slardar.
And that can be a big, or rather an easy recovery point for Matson, because once you have the Corrosive Haze and the Blink Dagger every single time you see 1J, that should be a free kill for Matson to acquire.
Look at the net worth coming out from Bulldog and Igor. Especially Bulldog, that is a supported by... Okay. Alright. They are worried about... Yeah, they're worried about committing, right? It's a Phoenix, Slardar, Tiny, not exactly fast attackers right now. He throws a Fire Spirit, you're not going to do anything. The bigger goal right now is the Wisdom Shrine. 20 seconds, Win is going to make a big play for it.
Yeah, you can already tell with the way that they are postured, their intentions are clear. It's only Admiral Bulldog, who's level 3 by the way, against a level 6 Ursa warrior. He cannot hold the Shrine of Wisdom. He has already thrown out this Gale, so Win can make a play on him, but they will let him go. Instead, Rostic will teleport towards that bot lane where they want to defend their own Shrine of Wisdom. Pylai isolated against the two. Matson will come in to assist. Shrine of Wisdom still has not been connected, but it will go the way of Dakota as Matson walked out to secure a kill. And now Matson will need to be careful, but with a Doof coming in, Matson finding a two-man cross. Phoenix sent up into the air. It will be Rostic who can potentially fall here. Has no mana for the egg, but will be able to get it in time. Matson trying to clear out the egg alongside the gyrocopter. They will be able to find it, but Vikings got severely punished.
Oh, that was miscommunication. You know, they didn't realize that he didn't have enough mana for the egg, so when he was tossed up in the air, instead of, you can see Matson, he doesn't commit to Rostic. He's actually thinking of Hakoda instead. If you see that, he, like one hit, if he had hit Rostic when he was in the air instead of Hakoda, he would have killed him. But the mana gets there in time, the egg comes out, and it's a 3-for-1 trade.
And if the arcane boots weren't there, I believe it was Dakota's arcane boots. I'm not exactly sure, but if that didn't happen, that fight would have gone completely different. As the Igor Demon will be collected up by Vikings. Matson may not be able to do too much on that mid lane, but he is certainly being very active for his team over on these side lanes.
He's actually more farmed than Rostic, by the way, on the Slargon. So if you pick like this Phoenix to sort of crush the laning stage, he didn't. You know, Matson's having an overall good time. The big losers have been the offlaners. You know, Bulldog and Eager Demon, but Bulldog has decided, okay, I'm just gonna full-time jungle. I'm safe here. The problem is ILTW is having a very good time in return.
Yeah, he'll certainly be able to get that early Battle Fury. Meanwhile, we have a rotation once again being made on towards Nico, baby. It's Rostic who will dive on in. There is Pylai and Matson there, and there is no egg. The crush being found. Rostic should end up going down here as the first target. Meanwhile, Matson trying to create that distance will be able to find it. And Win have overextended, overplayed their hand. They will lose 2 of their heroes, maybe even more, because Pylai wants to get in range for that dual breath, but will not be able to find it.
Rostic, the Phoenix diving in first means that he had no way of leaving out. He had no egg as well when that fight began. Coda,
Coda.
There you go.
He knew they were there. It's not as if Vikings were hiding.
He's congratulating. He's like, good job, guys. You're doing really well. Here's a +1 for all your hard work. As 1J working on him towards getting his level 6, which really would be helpful for his team, for him. Quite a lot.
That is the true sign of a loyal support. You know, when you choose to die when your other support dies. Oh, 1J found a hook. He found a dismember too. The Dakota does not have the Fiend's grip, but with the help of these tower hits as well as a rod, should be able to pick up the skill easily enough.
Oh. You know, if he hadn't picked the Regen Ruin would have been hooked instead and he would have lived, but I thought he might actually survive. Like, oh, alright, Regen, I'm tiny. Should be quite durable, but nope.
He had no mana, so I think he was, you know, always gonna pick up the rune, I suppose. But yeah, definitely do not want to lose your life in place of a rune, because then what's the point of the regen in the first place? LTW though?
Level 9 at 10 minutes. Quite farmed, quite farmed. Oh, I wanted to take your opinion on something. How do you feel about weighted dice, the new neutral item?
I saw someone doing the maths, and weighted dice on average only increases your attack damage by about 1 or 2.
Yep.
And so in that regard, I really don't think it's worth it on anyone other than the Chaos Knight, who naturally has a big difference in his minimum plus maximum attack damage.
But he only gets 3 damage, by the way. It's like 3.5 only. And I was doing the numbers as well. Only 3 heroes have more than a 10 damage variance, which is OD, Silencer, and Chaos Knight. And Chaos Knight is now 20, not 30, so it's not really that much of a deal compared to before. Overall, I feel like it looks cool, but it's overrated. Meanwhile, Igor Demon, he's fine. He's fine. Should have tossed the Slaughter next time.
I wonder how close Matson is to his Blink Dagger. I think that's going to be the big point where they start playing with that one item. Rostic, meanwhile, he is making his way towards that Shiva's Guard. As Matson has his Blink. So perhaps now Vikings can look towards making some plays.
Oh, nice D-ward there by Pylai. Going up. Okay.
Macropire on top of him as a doof. Wanted to go in for that avalanche toss, but it's actually going to be Rostic to provide the information that it's Pylai and the Tiny inside of that triangle.
Interesting move over there, right? Like Vikings, that was a really good Macropire. Win was very hesitant to engage in there. The hook misses, even though, you know, it was Nightmare target, so you could have seen it. 1J, that was a very rare miss by him.
Now, who does this passive kind of early game favor?
I think it's favoring Vikings slightly. Here's the thing, Phoenix Core is interesting because the damage is very high early on, but later you almost feel like you're kind of a support in a way. You're just mostly using Sunray and Egg. Your other 2 spells are, you know, a farm and a mobility, which is what they always do no matter what. You
just kind of taper off a little bit as a Phoenix core. And once you
But
put
you
your
do
egg,
taper up at times too, right? When you have the Shivas, and
Yes.
when you are able to build some items, even though it's hard on the core Phoenix, don't exactly farm as fast as most other core heroes do.
no, I agree. He's like doing okay farm-wise right now on the Phoenix, but it's like you mentioned later on, and he does get some power spikes, but I feel like he trends downwards mostly. You know, like Shiva's his power spike, and maybe he wants to go for a Kaya Sanj or something, but in general, it's a downward trajectory for this hero.
And I feel like much like the last game, you know, even though we tend, any team that Rostic is going to be on, naturally the spotlight will be on him. But we have to remember that it was ILTW who actually won them the game, because Rostic was playing a more defensive hero than he would have liked to, a more utility-based hero. In this game, it feels like kind of the same thing, except Rostic is now playing an aggressive hero. But the focus will have to be on ILTW and what he can get done on the Ursa.
But he's got some pretty damn annoying counters, you know, with like the Venomancer slows. All those plague wars are super annoying. You can get like that +5 slow that Ursa hates. You don't have the free enrage from the shard. And Tiny is amazing because the stun avalanche does not care about the status resistance. It just stuns you for the whole duration, making Tiny an incredible counter to the Ursa. Oh, speaking of being countered.
A juicy dragon being set up by Zakono, as ILTW will go in with a Fury Strike Dismember, even to hold the Die in place, as ILTW will pick up the kill.
A Tooth is very poor though. That's a bit scary for this Tiny. You can see like
15? 15-minute Blink Dagger Battle Fury up for ILTW. It's coming in a Scoria right now.
He's had the most free lane you can imagine. The enemy offlaner has literally left the lane from like minute 0. Admiral Bulldog has been in that corner for the entire game right now. That right there, all the way on the left. That's our little Bulldog.
I feel like we haven't even seen Admiral Bulldog on camera for the past 10 minutes, right? He's just been passively farming away on the outskirts of the map. There we go. Thank you, Observer. Some love for Admiral Bulldog there.
I wonder if Observer's listening to us. Observer, shake the... Oh no! 1J!
Tagiro held in place. The punch isn't the target that she be focusing on. It's that egg. It is coming down right now, but it's going to pop not the right way though for Vikings. They do lose their support. Overall, not too bad, because Win did use a really big ultimate.
I believe that we both were looking at the same thing just now. But yes, in the meantime, it does look like that was a decent trade for Vikings. If Pylai had actually hit the egg with that double hit, might have been enough to bring it down, but it's fine. The Bulldog has now dropped the 4 stack as well.
Radiant are scanning.
The thing about Win is that nearly all of them have some form of BKB piercing ability. All the ultimates pierce BKB. Ursa's damage is all physical, so he doesn't care about BKB. As a lot of disables is woohoo, Bulldog. Will he go for the Pudge? Doesn't seem like it. Meanwhile, it is only Nico Baby who's keeping up in farm. Matson, despite the fact that he was ahead of the Phoenix early on, has fallen a little bit behind. Oh, Roar comes out.
Gyrocopter Nico, but inside of that Roar, Igor Demon will be able to pick up a solo kill, despite of the fact that he wasn't having a great game either. But towards that top side, 1J will get traded out.
Look at that, ILTW. Could be, they could dive on him. Lakota, that's as risky.
They are going to go in on by Rostic. Matson will lose his life very early on. It's a nice long toss, but it's not enough. Vikings scrambling to retreat, as Vikings lost their Slaughter and their Gyrocopter.
They only get a kill on 1J. And wait, Lakota? Stun! Oh. Holy moly, ILTW, he's mad, jumps in, gets the kill on O2. The hook misses, trying to control ILTW, but Paradise gets eaten!
Oh no! LTW gets a double kill there.
Oh, that Vikings should have just got their losses and run after that. I mean, going back in just to have ILTW bouncing on you again, that's an even bigger loss.
However, another kill on 1J seems to be the punching bag for the team. They need a Tooth to sort of AFK farm until he has Blink Dagger, because if he can do that, he can counter ILTW. ILTW jumps in, uses the ulti. Tiny's like, okay, I'll just jump and avalanche you every time.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Oh, it's a 6,000 lead right now for Win. You know, we can talk all about how Roszik is gonna fall off because he's playing a Phoenix, but right now, Win, they've again started to dominate Vikings, and look how confident Rostik is playing. Look how aggressive he is.
Yeah, he doesn't really get a kill out of all his efforts. So. Oh dear. Oh no.
He got even. It's actually going to be a Tooth who will end up falling. Despite of them being under the effect of the macro fire, it doesn't seem like they're in much danger. ILTW ends it with a double. As Finite Die scrambles back on his high ground, but after a Bulldog will not feel so stucky. It's Jakino who will fall lost as Vikings end up getting team wiped.
Oh dear. Rostik on these sort of unorthodox mids always gives his the enemy team a headache. You know, how do we deal with it? He's doing sort of these things that you don't expect, and he brings down the Jakir to like, look at Violet had no health from an earlier engagement, and he's just forced to run away. A Tooth as well, and then just jumps in with the Shiva's guard. Admiral Bulldog shows up, but this I don't think there's anything that Admiral Bulldog can do this game with the way the shaped up. No net worth. The items are no auras, it's like a 4-stab, which really doesn't...
The Gyrocopter may be fighting tooth and nail to remain at the very top of that net worth chart, but if they lose this incoming fight, that won't last very long.
Look at the wraparound Bulldog. He spots them out. He might
do get broken, but it's actually Admiral Bulldog who end up getting lost first. Nice avalanche toss coming out. The call down comes down too. They will be able to deal with Igor Demon, but ILTW has Nico Baby's number. He will be able to take the Gyrocopter as Vikings end up collapsing once more.
A 5-for-2 trade next to the Tormentor. And again, they just lose Bulldog at the very start. He breaks the smoke, which gives them vision of how the fight's going to go. Atuf had an amazing stun on 2-man with the avalanche toss combo. But again, it's just not enough.
Tormentor being picked up by, or rather acquired by 1J. Oh man, I don't know,
look at this stuff.
You know, we're seeing the replay in front of us, but quite literally, Vikings threw everything they had. It just simply wasn't enough.
That one hit from a backhand. Yeah, it's a numbers thing, right? You're 10,000 gold behind. You instantly lost your Venomancer. Nico Baby's like, oh boy, we're in trouble, aren't we? We're in so much trouble.
And Win are actually showing frustration despite of dominating Vikings. That's actually it's a bit of a reversal considering the state of the game. 13,000 ahead for Win. The trophy just right within their grasp.
Oh, can he get the hook off? I think Tiny will be able to blink. Yep, Tiny blinks off to safety. He's okay. 15 to 26 to the score. Sigma moment.
Now inside of the Roshan pit, Basher, this Ursa is hitting critical mass. And Vikings are playing a carry that can find the comeback. Gyrocopter, there is a point in the game where he is stronger than the Ursa. Unfortunately, that point is maybe really far away. 1J is going to get grabbed up. He threw out the Dismember though, holding Matson in place, and Vikings will not be able to take down the support.
The Tiny had already used his combo, so he's like, well, the only thing that can stop me is Slaga with a Crush or a Bash, so I'm just gonna bite him. And it's a 2-for-0 trade with Roshan going in favor of Win. The bad news just continues as Hakoda, he's like, I think they're around here, boys. My Bane senses are tingling, but he might have gone a bit too soon.
Hakoda is going to get grabbed up. He'll fall. They'll actually use the Nightmare on ILTW because, quite frankly, he seems to be the bane of their existence.
Nice work. As Nico Baby, Shiva's, the Sunray. It burns! It burns! But he's able to actually walk out there in the end.
Rostic, Madsen, he is gonna go in, but a hook found by 1J to keep their mid laner safe. And it kind of feels like Vikings are grasping at straws right now, Atomo. But it turns out the straws were made of paper. As ILTW, he is gonna get jumped in and look at Vikings retreat. Or rather, reposition themselves. They have a numbers advantage, but the egg is going to push them back. They cannot take the egg in that position.
Not completely on the same page there for Win. As Rostic wants to go in, the rest of the team kind of isn't there. He doesn't fully dive, so his egg is like kind of behind. Feels like almost a defensive egg in some ways. Eager Demon has recovered completely. He's got the Axe Scepter. He's had for a while, honestly, but he's now third in net worth. As Vikings, it's only Nico Baby who's scaling. The rest of the team is falling further and further behind.
Do you think that there's a glimmer or a glimmer of hope? Is there a light at the end of this tunnel, Otimo, or is the tunnel caved in?
I mean, a glimmer, sure, but it's not like a bright solar as, oh dear, oh, no, it's a very, very dim light for sure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As that's gonna be the Slar going down. Nico Baby, it's him versus the world. That's just how it works. It's out.
Being dogs there. As ILTW, he's gonna jump in towards that back line. While all the spells were used on 1J, it was a distraction by Win. ILTW is beyond godlike, and it doesn't seem like anyone from Vikings can put a stop to this Ursa warrior. He is just impossible to take down. Highlight Eye taking the small wins they can get.
I love that. It's like they know they're in a lot of trouble, so they are having fun with it. I can appreciate that. You know, sometimes you feel like they're mad, and sometimes they're just kind of calling out how absurd the situation is. As interestingly enough, Gyro gets a 4-staff, non-item we've seen for a long time on this hero. I mean, you can get the Hurricane Pike, I get it, but it's always been, you know, BKB Satanic, Daedalus Axe, that sort of stuff.
Certainly does feel like a distance game, right? Vikings, they don't feel comfortable stacking up against Win close up. They want to keep their distance away from them, but Win, their lineup is designed to close the distance. The Pudge with the hook, Beastmaster with the roar, the Bane with the Nightmare and draw in, the Phoenix who can dive in, and ILTW, of course, who can blink in.
The Hurricane Pikes do help in giving you a little bit of extra range to get on top of the Phoenix egg. So that could be something that they're working. Rostic, if he jumps in eggs, he might be easier to kill when he's in egg form than when he is in his normal, you know. If he's full health and he jumps in, he should just stay as a Phoenix and egg later on.
But the question is, Tomo, how do you differentiate between a good position where you think you can take the egg down, and how do you differentiate that from Win baiting you in?
Well, if they're touching your tier 3, it's a good position to take down the egg. As 1J, he
doesn't seem like he has much hope here. We'll just end up going down. The only question is Igor Demon is coming in, but actually it's a scramble teleportation play to defend their gyrocopter. A 2 will be able to throw out the avalanche and actually find the toss back on the Bane. Zagoda will end up falling. Rostic will teleport away.
Rostic is actually working towards a refresher orb. He already has the Sanjin Kaya for the extra damage, which is I believe 12%. Has the Shiva, so his magic damage is huge. But we are entering the stage of the game where people are gonna have heals. They have a lot, you know, bigger health pools. The magic damage feels a little bit. It's still amazing. It just doesn't quite scale as like the physical damage does. He also doesn't have a shard on Rostic, which I'm surprised about.
There's a lot of itemization that Rostic can go for, that's for sure, as it does seem like more and more as this game does go on forward that all of Vikings' hopes are pinned on their gyrocopter. He's the only one that's scaling up. He's the only one that's in contention in terms of net worth.
Yep, and Nico Gaming, for his credit, is doing a really good job. Yeah, I know. He's like, oh, wait. What a stun!
Cream actually creating a setup, but Igor Demon saw it coming from a mile away. He'll actually turn it around on towards Nico Baby, as there are 4 heroes on top of Igor Demon, but he isn't even sweating. Win will come out with 3 kills.
Oh my! And he was stunned by the lurkers thingy. I don't know what they're called, but my god, the Murlocs. And Paradise steals the Shrine of Wisdom, teleporting to take his own, which is nice. But it's just a devastating loss. 2 cores and the Tiny for nothing.
And you know, we're here talking about the Gyrocopter mounting up a comeback, but if you have an offlaner against you that you jump in with 4 heroes with, but he's able to just pop his BKB, take your Gyrocopter out in front of your very eyes, what chance do you really have?
Very little. Very little. There's 24,000 gold here for Win Gaming Vikings. It comes down to, I feel like, one thing, which is that the Tiny has to sacrifice his life to toss someone out. You trade 1 for 1, and then you hope that that gives you enough room. Any trade is a good trade for Vikings at this point. Oh, this is a very good trade.
Yeah, this could be very well worth it if they can find the kill. Igor Demon, no BKB available for 10 seconds, means he is going to take a bow. The Goda will have to fall beside him, but there is cavalry arriving. It's ILTW. 1J actually put the ILTW back. That might provide the space for Vikings to escape, but Nico Baby needs to find a distance. The Solar Crest coming on top of Nico Baby. There's a dual breath enrage activated by ILTW, but he cannot close the distance. Meanwhile, a toss back on towards Rustic. However, Vikings do still lose the fight. Admiral Bulldog has fought long and hard, but he cannot be the difference maker here, as a Tooth will be the last casualty. Win will acquire another team wipe on the Vikings.
Oh, so it's a 3-for-5 fight, by the way, with quite a bit of mistakes. 1J hooks ILTW, which for Vikings, like, that's not so bad. The egg comes out, but no one focuses it. You can see the Vikings, they're a little bit like, wait, do we go for ILTW or do we go for Rostic? The supports are next to the egg, but Nico Baby chases ILTW. I think they just should have gone all in on the egg. That was very unfortunate for them. See, you gotta take that down. Oh, it's the egg.
But how do you take the egg down? It really feels like the more this game goes on, the harder it is to take the egg down.
I think your attack speed skills are much better than the egg. Because ILTW jumps in, gets hooked again.
Another hook by 1J, as the Venomous Gale actually catches ILTW. The question is, will they continue to fight? This time around, 1J actually hooking the Ursa back to protect him, as a Tooth will actually toss the Ursa back. But will Vikings continue to chase? Certainly seem like they want to. Matson doesn't have too much HP, as it's going to be Rustic who will dive in with the refresher, as well as the egg coming out. That will mean Vikings have to scramble once again back to their high ground. But it will be with casualties. They've lost Admiral Bulldog and they've lost Pylai Dai. Meanwhile, Nico Baby has had to buy back. But it will be a high ground play. A Tooth will once again fall. There are only 2 heroes here. For Vikings, how can you possibly defend?
Probably you're not going to. You're just going to have to give this to them and look back and think, okay, what are we going to do? Because again, without the Tooth, you can't start fights unless you get hooked. That is not a way you want to begin an engagement.
33,000 net worth advantage, 32 minutes in, Otomo.
I've
No
seen
buyback
some
available
comebacks.
for anyone apart from the Bane.
It's comebackable, don't worry. As we now have double roar, double egg. That is
double life for the Ursa.
That's true. Once it takes this Roshan down. 1J saying delicious. He's already like, I think we're gonna win this one, boys. Awesome.
Oh, man. Coming to a tournament with legends, with former TI champions, not dropping a single game, Otomo. Not dropping a single one.
It's definitely a big statement by Win. They have proven that they are just like a tier above everyone they played played in this tournament. And look at the bottom 5 net worth. 4 of them are Vikings. 1J is more farmed than the enemy cores. And he's got a Crimson Guard on this part. Look at he's just gonna jump here.
They'll use it. Just remember, Doof surely can't get away. He'll actually be hooked back for ILTW to just swipe down.
Yeah, the Crimson Guard, very good on the Pudge because he tends to have a very high health pool. Fantastic against the Gyrocopter. It really comes down to Win making a big mistake. There's nothing Vikings themselves can do to win it unless Win gives them an opportunity.
Vikings inevitably will be faced with a high ground siege coming in by Win. Crimson Guard by 1J to mitigate the very low amount of physical damage that Win feel. As Rostic near his level 25, ILTW has already hit his 25, even Igor Demon is going to hit his 25.
Monster's gonna hit his 18, alright? Nico Baby has got 20. There's some stuff coming out.
Admiral Bulldog, he's gonna get grabbed up, roared down, the egg right outside of that fountain as ILTW, he jumps inside of it to try and take Vikings down where they feel safest, and it is going to be possible. Vikings will get team wiped inside of their fountain. Win will not lose a single hero as Nico will call GG. Win here at Abu Dhabi will not drop a single game, and they will acquire the throne and will be your champions.
Congratulations to Win here. Look at that. Celebrating the victory here between themselves. Rostic, look at the hug. Look at that. Congratulations to them. Really well-deserved victory overall. Crazy drafts all the way, and there you go.
Certainly incredibly impressive performance. Can't wait to see what more Rostic has up his sleeve. Certainly playing against Madsen and the likes, playing against PI champions, everyone really. It is an incredibly well-deserved win. But more so, it is also a pretty big win for some of the other teams. We had a lot of old comers coming back into Dota. Certainly a show match coming in with the rest of the stars that we have had go by. Coming back to the Dota scene has been a pleasure to see. Hugs all around as that, this was again a bit of an East versus West matchup. Both teams in the end did come in from the European region. And with as many legends coming in back into the Dota 2 scene, it was Win who showed us that they were just ghosts of the past, undefeated run, as it will be Win. With Rostic and ILTW certainly the showstoppers for the tournament. A very impressive run by them, and it will be Rostic here at Abu Dhabi who will be the Games of the Future champions.
Are crowned today, right here on this very stage, as the winners of this competition. Give it up for the champions! All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I need to know how loud you can get for these winners. This is not an easy feat. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, make some noise! And I want these guys ready for the interview right now. So when I say win, you say win, win! 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 Guys, great victory. I cannot even call it a win anymore because you are living up to the name. You are the embodiment of winning. How does it feel to have that trophy in your grasp right now? First thing.
Like.
We get another like.
Wait. Okay. Appreciate it for all peoples here. I love you all, guys. Thank you for Abu Dhabi. Good job. Let's go. Abu Dhabi, well played. So good country, yeah? So good place. Dubai, very good. Abu Dhabi, good. Formula 1, let's go. McLaren.
So, I guess anybody that wears orange is a winner today, especially WIN. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us right here at the MOBA PC Dota 2 Championship, the grand finale. The winners right here. Please raise your cup all the way to the top. Raise it up, raise it up. Make some noise, and thank you guys so much. Please make your way off the stage to enjoy the next victory